Mindia. Who's the one that won last tournament? I'm dying.
Not storming,
Leo.
but Leo main.
Leo Main. Leo Main is here. I believe I gave him the 2 seed. I gave Smartass the 1 seed. Very, very exciting stuff. I'm going to be trying to get a stream on right now, but these guys here will talk about what we're going to be looking at for the upcoming games, the sort of meta, and how ranked has been evolving lately.
Yeah, so I think, we got to talk about the mainstay, the Arcanite, the Phosphorus, the Bloom, still really strong in the meta. How do you see those kind of playing into today's tournament, Kyle?
Yeah, I think Arcanite Bloom is still super strong. It has been for a while, and not a lot has changed. It's just a really solid comp. But we do have some other popular contenders that have been showing themselves in the meta recently. You want to talk about those, Jimbo?
Yeah, which one do you want to start off with?
How about the Invokers?
Invokers, yeah. We've been seeing something that I've been seeing is Invokers with the and this is one of the comps that I first started playing with before all of the meta changes, but you have the 4 water bulwarks. So you have Atlas, you have Caribou, you have the Lynx, the water stoic Lynx, and then you have the water Grotto. Then you have the 2 granites, so you have Goliath for the extra bulwark, so that gives you your 5 bulwark. Sea Forest, Ophisto, and then we also have, sorry, the stream was playing in my ear, Sinalf. So then you get the 5 water, and then there's also, so you got the 5 water, you got your Invokers, you got Bulwarks, Front Lines. That gives you enough to get the energy regen. Another common combo of that Invoker style is with the classic Toxic Colossus frontline, transitioning into the Invokers like turn 3, turn 4. How do you see them performing? Because from what I've seen, Invokers feel pretty strong. It's just the positioning is really hard to get right on them.
Yeah, I think the ceiling is really high. Invokers do tons of damage if you can keep them safe, and that's the whole point of the 2 different builds you mentioned, the version with Colossus and then the version with 5 Bulwark. You just get all these tanks that can hopefully cover all your weak spots and keep your carries alive long enough to really ramp up their damage. I think the Colossus probably are a little stronger at the beginning, put out a little more damage, but they're also a little more expensive, so it makes it potentially a bit harder to scale into your carries later. So it'll be interesting to see if we see both of those versions in the tournament and see how they do.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun one. I would like to see some Invokers. Let's get some extra, because we saw a little bit last week, but we didn't see anything too huge. It seemed like people were really still favoring that Arcanite Bloom team comp build. A lot of people were getting mad at me for saying that style of comp is easy to play. I think there's like a lot of options you can go down depending on what your opponent's playing if you're using Arcanite. But generally, I think it's if you have all the knowledge, I feel like it's generally easier to play. But we won't get into that conversation. Next up, we have the Mud. Mud's been like booming recently in ranked, and there was some kind of bug, right, where the Ranger was doing like stupid amounts of damage, but congrats to the team. They were like on it. It seemed like as soon as that bug was found, they fixed it. But Mud's still really strong. You have the Gorilla doing massive amounts of damage with his Omega every second attack doing 50% extra damage, right? 50% extra damage compared to his normal auto attack, and that does it in an AoE cone past the second auto attack. So that just ramps up super good, especially with attack speed. With the Berserker making Berserker goes off every 3rd attack, gives you extra attack damage and attack speed, right? So that's really good on Gorilla. Only problem is survivability is a little bit low, but the Mud seems really strong right now. And you also have the Gorilla, the Rogue Monkey, which taunts with its Omega every time it goes off. The dummy taunts for 1 second, I believe. Yeah, how are you feeling about Mud?
Yeah, so in the recent patch, Mud itself got a slight upgrade to how much it slows things. And then Gorilla, the Rogue, got that taunt added. Before it didn't taunt, and now like you can interrupt enemy casts with that. It also just forces units to attack it, keeps it safer. Like that unit got a lot better. And we also saw a small buff to the Berserkers in the last patch. So it's kind of enabled this Mud Berserker strategy to kind of make its way in. Yeah, I mean, they're solid, right?
Yeah.
They just kind of do a little bit of everything. They're not like super good at any one thing, I think, but they cover a lot of bases.
It looks like, I think that's pretty much everything that we went over. It looks like we're into our first game though, right?
Yep, just give me 1 second.
No problem. It does look like we'll see some familiar faces that we were just talking about. So as soon as we can get that on stream, we'll start talking about the action. We got Dr. Gamer versus R Boots from Wildfire.
Yeah, and so the things we mentioned, Mud units, Colossus units, Invokers, Bloom Arcanites, it'll be interesting to see if we see anything different, because I would expect most comps to fall under one of those categories. But yeah, it'll be cool to see if anyone, pulls something out of their hat that's unexpected and performs well. Those are the kind of things I really like to look for.
Yeah, same. And it looks like here we have 2 Mud comps, and then Wildfire going for the Toxic. He's got the Colossus and Mud, and he has 1 Invoker back there. Interesting play to put that in. I'm not sure where that fits. Maybe there's one more thing late game that he's trying to put in. And we see Dr. Gamer putting some attack speed and pure damage on his Berserkers there. Just getting them ramped up even faster with their Berserker, giving extra attack speed, extra attack damage. And with the pure damage, they're going to tear through the Colossus tanks. So good play there.
Yeah, being able to ignore some hefty resistances can definitely add a lot of damage. He's opted to put the attack speed and damage on both Berserkers, right? So really trying to scale both of them and do as much damage as possible.
I believe this is game 2. I'm not entirely sure who won game 1, though. I'm finding out now.
Interesting not to put any Omni Vamp. They are a little bit squishier, but with the positioning should be fine, it looks like.
I have seen a lot of geysers come up in these Colossus Mud teams, but I don't subscribe to geyser a whole lot myself. So do you want to talk to me, Kyle and Jimbo, about like why you think geyser is good or bad or anything else? It just on paper it doesn't seem like it heals that much. I guess being global, that's the big benefit to it, right?
Yep, takes him out. If this is a game 2, that's GG. If he won the first one, I'm not sure if he did though. But from my perspective, because it's Mud, they're slowing the enemy's attack speed by a ton, and the geyser just gives them more health. I'm not really sure, to be honest, what exactly it is.
But it's for the Mystic, but I just don't know how much healing it really does.
Oh yeah, I do see that.
Yeah, so it gives the Mystic bonus. So that's just a team-wide buff, and then it team-wide heals. So you have a lot of solid units on the Mud team. One of them is like ultra important compared to the others. So just being able to heal everything, including the Gorilla clones. Don't forget, when Gorilla makes a clone, Geyser just heals a flat amount. So if the clone only has 300 HP and Geyser heals for 400, he can heal a clone back to full, and that can stall the enemy team even longer. So it's just a good utility addition for this team. Not like a core part that you want to throw on turn 1, but he does the job well.
Looks like that was a 2-0 to Dr. Gamer, so Arboots is knocked out of the competition. I was eager to see him play more into the later rounds, but hopefully we'll see him back soon. So quite a few games actually ended very quickly round 1. Maybe we'll have a really fast tournament if we're lucky. But yeah, we only had Ricky did some insane work on the back end, and we managed to get a lot of our standby list in because we had about 10 or 11 no-shows, and our standby list was pretty much the same size. So we managed to get a lot of them in. We still had a handful of disqualifications. I think there's only like 3. But I'm looking forward to. So we got pretty much a full heat this time around. So very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we see a ton of Mud or if we'll see some variation here. I'm really expecting to see some invokers. I think they're pretty strong right now, and I think there's a few players that might not be expecting them if they haven't been playing as much recently.
Yeah, my vote would go on seeing a lot of invokers as well, but who knows? You know,
Yeah, you never know.
people are
You
playing
never know who.
invoker on ladder and then on tournaments. You know, they
Yeah,
pull out the behemoths. You never
you
know.
also never know when someone's going to pull out a Ramfire that just destroys all your invokers as well. So it's you got to play that game.
I want to see someone play behemoths.
Same. Behemoths seem so fun, but they cost so much. So much. Seer 90, Jotun also 90, but you have your Ranger, but still it's like it seems like such a fun comp to play, but it's so expensive and hard to pull off. But Frost seems fun too, and it's the same way.
Yeah, behemoths will have their day, don't worry, eventually.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. What are some interesting team comps that you think might pop up that we haven't talked about, or maybe some people aren't thinking of?
Well, in this patch, it's hard to say because I mean I think the meta is pretty well known, pretty clear right now. And next patch, I can't really say because there's going to be a ton of changes and things are going to shift around again. So can't even mention there. I don't know. Like for this patch, I have the 3 main comps that I'm expecting to see almost every game, and I'm just waiting to see if something else shows up, but I have no idea what it would be.
So here's something. With the Arcanite builds, it seems like no one is favoring the Scoriox, and a lot of people are getting the Furiox over. And it makes sense, Furiox 25 mastery points less, and with the 3 fire synergy, if you have those fire bulwarks, and to get the 5 bulwark, you get like Flare and the Fire Grocko, I think it is. Regardless, you have the 3 fire buff, gives you 30% extra damage, making Furiox pretty much just as strong as Scoriox at a cheaper rate. But Scoriox, a little bit more tanky. You also get the Magma Plume that you can deal damage. Why do you think people are favoring Furiox over Scoriox? Is it just because of the mastery point thing?
It's mostly the mastery point thing, right? The units are very similar. When you factor in 3 fire and it buffing your whole team in the current build of Arcanite, it's just a more efficient unit. Like if you want to get value out of Magma, then you got to play another Magma unit, and that's again a bit more expensive. And since you have plenty of other good units in the comp, like I think people are just favoring the cheaper stuff, so they have more mastery points to spend on other things.
Yeah, so there's no argument to be made about the Magma buffing up the front line with Scoriox and Singe or anything like that. It's just always better to use Fireax in most situations.
Just right now, I mean, I think that's just where the comp has ended up, right? People have tried different variants, and for the time being, that appears to be a bit stronger. Like it's probably just a bit too expensive to get the Magma rolling. You don't get those key augments that you need and such like that in time.
I definitely think that there's a combination of things. Furiox with the fire buff is just really good because I think I can't remember what it is for the fire unit specifically. It's 25%, I think, for the 3 or 30%. Yeah, so it's really good. And the other thing is that the big benefit that Scoriox specifically was gaining from the Magma was very much the grit and resolve. And I think the nerf to the grit and resolve was actually quite good, but it definitely makes it a lot less useful for Scoriox now since it's so low. And the Magma pools disappearing also makes it a little bit harder to utilize. Because Scoriox sits at the back, right? So you're not really using the Magma you're not necessarily putting it at the front of your team to hit all your opponents, as much at least. So unless you're building your entire team around Magma, Furiox just makes so much more sense. That's kind of how I'm viewing it.
Sure, you put him in the back, but a lot of these, as we saw from a lot of the Brazilian players, a lot of them move it up like in that mid-range if it's in a safe position just to get that Magma buff onto also their units, which if their own units are in the area of the Magma Plume, they also get extra, I think it's grit and resolve. I could be wrong on that. Yeah.
Yep,
and it damages the opponent's front line. So it really just seems like the extra damage on Furiox really just translates more to the buff that you get from Magma.
Yeah, it might be similar, right? It's just that you have a similar effect in damage output for cheaper when you play Furiox plus Flare instead of Scoriox plus Singe, right? It's just one step up for each of them. So in total, you end up spending 45 or so extra mastery points, which is a big augment if you want it, or maybe it's another unit. It's just like, timing is everything, right? In an infinite mastery point endgame, yeah, you probably want the bigger, stronger units, but you don't have infinite mastery points.
Yeah, and especially when people are using Furiax, I've been seeing a lot of players favor tank phosphorus over the more damage heavy phosphorus, like when you use Scoriax. That could play a huge role into it too, because the Furiax is doing so much more damage. You just put pure damage on him, and on phosphorus, you could just use like the hyper endurance matrix, which gives you 800 max health, I think, which will synergize with Bloom because it gives you percent max health regen, or the nano sequencer, which also gives percent max health regen. It just depends on the matchup and how you want to play it out. So I think a lot of people using that more tanky phosphorus has a lot to do with it. But again, we had some people playing that team comp with just straight damage on phosphorus, going the fusion igniter. So it's just matchup dependent and player dependent how they want to play.
Yeah, that unit can go either way. I mean, phosphorus can be super
Yeah.
tanky. It can do a ton of damage. It could be some sort of hybrid of that.
Yeah,
Very,
it
very
does
good in
both
that
really well at the same time. So,
Mhm.
you could really kind of do whatever you want with it. But the problem with going full tank, I think, is if you don't give it enough time to ramp up and they get to your Furiox pretty quickly, it seems like that could not be so good for you.
Yeah, I've tried Arcanite builds with either only Theriox or only the bird. Only the bird works okay because it has so much survivability, but only Theriox or Scoriox, it's just so hard to play because it just doesn't do quite enough damage. And then, but the two of them in combination, the bird and Furiox, is just insane. Like it's too much damage almost. You know what I mean?
They
Like,
make a really good duo. Yeah.
yeah, they're like the perfect DPS. They can break through pretty much any tanky wall. Between the two of them, at least, the same way your Dual F Umbre can do pretty good job as well. And so that's why we see them so much. It's just the meta is so tanky, and there's very few DPS that will actually break that efficiently. Like even Ramfire doesn't really. It beats all the teams that beat the tanks, but it doesn't necessarily beat the tanks, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because it's just like a bunch of burst damage, and then a lot of the tanks right now have that health regen built into their kit. So with doing huge burst damage into the Toxic Colossus team comps, for example, generally, isn't the best. Are we into round 2 now? I believe we're on to round 2 in the tournament. Currently trying to find another match.
It's a little bit tricky because we've now got round timers for the tournament, so they can't actually start their games until 10 minutes from now, and they all finished round 1 so fast. And the people I had lined up for round 1, there are a handful of disqualifications, and those games that I did grab went by really, really fast, and so we just kind of got wrecked a little bit.
Do we want to talk about some more technical stuff? Let's go ahead and go over the Colossus comp with Cardilox. Really, really strong turn 1. Cardilox and Ranger bonding is like super, super strong. And then turn 2, if you leave up, you can take the 10 mastery point shield and then give your Ranger like the 30 suit or whatever. Super strong. And then you can take the suit off. You have around 130, 135 mastery points to either get Gnarl, which is 75. And then from there, that gives you the Verdant Colossus. So you got 2 Colossus, and then you can get 2 Verdant if you put in Archelion, if you want more sustain, or if you want Ripturus, you can get more damage out of that for 55. So there's a couple different ways you can go from there. Super strong. Falls off a little bit into the late, but there's ways you can transition into getting a better team comp after that.
Yeah, you mentioned the turn 2, those 2 different 55 cost units.
Yep.
For more damage versus more sustain, and the mastery points work out perfectly, right? So it's a very smooth turn 1, turn 2. Yeah, really, really good.
It looks like we have another game pulled up here. We'll have it up in just a second.
I think their connection is really bad. I don't think that person's going to work.
Oh, okay. All good.
Like really bad. Like
yeah,
worse than Australian Wi-Fi.
Yeah, interesting. But okay, we'll go back to talking about Colossus Toxic then. That turn 3, that's really kind of where you can branch off depending on what the rest of your team comp is. You could have the Invokers, you could have Mud, you could have what are some more combinations with that could pop up with that turn 3 that you've seen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can go into Mud units, like you said. You can do Invokers. You can just go pure Scions if you want to just throw some Fleesh on the board or something. Basically damage dealers, right? Some kind of damage dealers. Behemoths, fingers crossed.
Yeah, Behemoths. Maybe you could throw Behemoths in there.
Yeah, but you throw some kind of damage dealer, right? Because those are your tank, your survivability. The obvious choice is just to have some kind of damage. So anything that could do damage can just kind of follow that.
Yeah, basically it's just a really good setup to have a good front line, and then you can build into like kind of whatever damage you want. Generally, I don't think there's going to be a meta where you build this Toxic Colossus start and then have some kind of sustain. I don't really think that makes sense, but
yeah, go for more sustain and then struggle to figure out how to do damage. Like maybe you try to do passive damage and you just put a bunch of thorns on your cow and just try to keep it alive. Maybe that's a maybe that's a build.
Maybe that would be the most frustrating build in the world. I would absolutely hate that.
Just an unkillable cow that just slowly makes everyone around him die.
I've done that many times, and I have gotten him to be unkillable. The problem is that everything else heals so fast it doesn't actually work. Eventually, the rest of your team dies, and then overload kicks in, and the cow dies. You can't kill them fast enough because they out heal everything. Like if you think about it. Phosphorus with enough bloom synergy can get up to about like 50 health regen by like 30 seconds or whatever. And you can't out damage that with Toxic and Thorns. And the Phosphorus probably has like a bunch of Omnivamp and stuff as well. And so it doesn't end up working. He can't kill everything with just Thorns. It'd be cool if he could though. And believe me, I've given him like I'm talking like 150 Thorns after he Omegas. Like I've gotten him pretty high.
Yeah, just that kind of sustain would just be awful. That would not be fun to play into.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny against like things like Invokers. It doesn't really work because you can't really get enough resistances to stop them from taking you out. But like a Dualef like attacking the cow and just slowly dying is really funny.
Yeah, moving on a little bit, I think we've covered that pretty much fully. We saw, personally, I've seen a lot in ranked Hitbone his team comp from the last Inferno where he had the Ramfire and then the 7th Scion. I've been seeing that a lot, but it seems like, I don't know, it just seems like it's really tricky to actually pull that off, especially if the opponent knows what they're doing. You know what I mean? I feel like that Ramfire can get caught in so many different situations where he doesn't get his Omega to go off. But especially late into the game, it falls off super hard. Do we think, what are like some good combinations with Ramfire that aren't going to fall off? Is that just how the champion's built, or can we see something where he's scaling into the late game? What do you think, Kyle?
He hits a big AoE, and he's kind of all or nothing, so he needs to do a lot of damage, right? So you see him in the Scion thing because the Scions give him a bunch of extra Omega power to make him do more damage. You see him in other Rogue comps. So Rogues give him more crit and crit amp, and then that makes him do more damage. You see him in Fire comps, so the Fire scales his damage. You just kind of have to make him do damage. If he doesn't do damage, he's 100 cost nothing.
Yep.
Right? So
it's a waste of a unit at that point.
Yeah. But there's a lot of ways to scale damage.
It's true. Very true.
I've been looking at the stats specifically because I had a video that's coming up about Grit and Resolve and all the calculations and stuff like that. And so I calced a bunch of the Omegas. And Ramfire's base is what, 700, I think I saw.
750, yeah.
Yeah, 750 is not that much. You really have to scale that in one way or another. But Phantom lets his Omega crit, so I suspect that's a big part of it.
So are we in the game here now?
Yeah, we're in the game.
Sweet.
I want to mention one thing. If you noticed the deck preview of Lucifer, we saw that Ramfire floating around in the Invoker comp.
Yeah, so we talked about it at the very beginning. The Invoker comp, you have the 5 water with the water bulwarks, and then you have granite. So you get the 5 bulwark with Goliath. We were talking about that, and looks like Lucifer put in a Ramfire along with that team comp. For maybe, it looks like both players are playing the exact same comp. It's a mirror match. So what is the use of this Ramfire just, just randomly thrown into this Invoker comp? What is the thought process behind that, Kyle?
Yeah, so you've got a bunch of units chilling on your side of the board, shooting from range. They have no direct access to the back line, and it could just be a surprise factor. If the opponent tries to put too much in one spot in the back, you throw a giant pterodactyl on top of them and blow them up.
Yeah, if you ask me, I've been actually trying a lot of Invoker lately, and one of the biggest problems I have is that is opposing Invokers. Mine's a little bit of like a downplayed one where it doesn't have dual F. And what I find is if my opponent has like a dual F or gets their Invokers on a little bit earlier, the mirror matchup is purely about positioning. But if I were to add something like a Ramfire into the team to then just give me a huge edge against that specifically, if I needed it, like I wouldn't play it every game, then that's how I feel like I would play it. I just feel like it's needed for some really specific matchups to benefit your Invoker. That's all. Or maybe like it takes out like a Furiox, right?
One little thing I want to point out here is Soda didn't use his weapon at all. He just left 15 mastery points on the board here.
Who needs it?
Not sure what that was about.
Yeah, I saw that too. I'm assuming it's a mistake, just an oopsie, because he's got unspent points. Unless he has only more expensive weapons and he actually can't afford one.
But yeah, that's possible, but I don't know why you would do that. This had to have been a mistake, I would think.
Yeah, maybe he ran out of time trying to position his other units in really specific locations or something.
Yeah, I was thinking about the way he set up this round 1. I've been seeing this a lot. Do you know what the thought process behind that is? Just to protect the Invoker you put in round 2, I guess?
Yeah, it looks like he's setting up a little box.
Okay.
A little protective shell for his ranged carry units.
Okay, it was definitely a mistake. He did not mean to do that. But now he's got the double shock, double Invoker here, so he should be doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, this is what I've been playing. Not quite like him. His is way better than what I was doing, so I have a new deck to build, a new team to build. But yeah, I'm loving this. Double shock is actually so much fun. Like, it does insane amounts of damage now.
Yeah, and it scales well. Ophisto scales well with that Ramfire because you put that Ramfire into the back line, he bursts damage down their carries. And Ophisto does his Omega on with the units with the least resistance, or is it Shock that does that?
Shock is lowest resistance. Ophisto is lowest health, so it'll snipe down those low health things.
Yeah, so Ramfire bursts down the Invokers, and then if Ophisto makes his Omega go off, he snipes them down and KOs them with what little health they have left if they're still alive.
Ooh.
Opposing Ophistos both taking out the enemy Rangers. We have a very mirror match round 2 here.
I think Soda's Ophisto is actually slightly more Omega power at the moment. It's done 3 casts.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. You can see the difference in damage there. Soda's Ophisto got a KO just because of the way the tanks were lined up. They just played out differently. It's crazy to see how like everything else was identical, but the way the tanks were set up on the board completely changed the outcome of the round, which I think is one of the coolest parts about Illuvium.
Yeah, the mirror matchups are actually some of the most technical matches because, everybody has the same exact thing. And even if you play it on the same turn, if you're not positioning correctly, you just lose. Positioning is everything when it comes to mirror matches. And when you use your augments, if you deviate from the flow chart, it could like really hurt you, or maybe even help you out for one round or two. They're very technical, cerebral matches.
Both players adding the same 2 units to the board, so it's another mirror, but again, their positions are a bit different. So does Goliath is in the middle of the board, tanking with Granite. And Lucifer's was wrapping around the side, maybe trying to get a better angle at the enemy Invokers or something. But
yeah, big burst damage with the Goliath Omega mix.
Not tanking as efficiently with the Granite unit like Soda did, though. So Soda's frontline holds better.
Yep.
I'm actually so lost. I have no idea what's going on right now, but this is a cool team. This is what I was trying to build and failing. So I'm eager to test this.
Yeah, it looks like the way he has his like stage 1 water bulwarks help his Goliath get targeted first, and then Caribou has the taunt if he puts puts a rogue over onto the Ophisto, and Water Grocko takes away energy with his Omega. Not bad placement. I'm starting to see where his head's at here.
Yeah, just a real big difference there in having the Granite unit tank the initial damage instead of the other units. It's just free HP since it's invulnerable at the start of the fight.
Yeah, let's see if he deviates here or if they just play the same thing. It looks like his Sinalf could really be set up to just beam that Ophisto right off the bat. That would be huge.
It looks like that's what he's doing. He's trying to line it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's a really good way for Lucifer to set his Sinalf to do the same thing, set it up in the same way. I'm not seeing it.
Well, if Lucifer moves the Ranger, he might be able to drag that. He's gonna see it coming, right? But I usually use the Ranger unless you're given it the 70 Gauntlet to drag away the Dual F and the Sinelf beams, even though it only lasts like one time. And the other thing I'll do is I'll tend to like give the Indomitable augment to my front line. In this case, it would be Goliath, and then I would actually stick that in between in the path of the beam, and you can use Indomitable to actually waste maybe even a second cast if you play it right, which can be like extremely valuable.
So let's see if the Sinalf beam makes it to the Ophisto. Looks like it probably gets stuck on a bulwark here, but follow-up cast might have a clear shot.
You got a little bit. The second cast is going to take out Ophisto, though.
Does look like it.
Yeah, plus he has the burst. Yeah, that's huge. Positioning from Soda just way better than Lucifer this game.
Yeah, so it dropped round 1, didn't have the glove equipped, but everything beyond that, he seems to be making the right calls.
Yeah, if he didn't do that, he probably would have won that round. Let's be honest, he would have won that round if he didn't make that mistake. But it is what it is. He's still up pretty big here.
Oh, he got a big stun with the Goliath too. Made a lot of difference.
Yeah, the Goliath stunts have been pretty good. And they do way more damage than a lot of people realize. Like those stuns from Goliath or Titanor, they're actually kind of burst damage, which, scales with Ophisto even better as well. And then you have the C-Force, skills with C-Force as well, because you get the Granite buff, and then C-Force's Omega with 5 water just goes off pretty much constantly. C-Force is another underrated unit, I think. He just does so much damage, especially for a 55 mastery point unit.
Yeah, being on Invoker is huge as well, because the more often you cast, the better you're giving that Omega power to your allies. And it's beautiful because it's the lowest damage Invoker, and so it casting first just amps up the damage of the other Invokers that much more, which is really good. So even if it had a high energy cost, that would actually be like the one I would be chucking all the energy augments on to make sure it casts first.
Yeah, and the 4 Invoker, they're getting 27% max energy as Omega power every time they cast. Huge damage from that Ranger.
Yeah, I've been super in love with Ophisto lately. It's so much fun to play. Oof. We see Soda take out a pretty clean game 1. Let's just quickly watch a replay of that game.
Puts the Vitality Veil, I believe, on his Goliath to give it a little bit of extra survivability there. He has the Indomitable go off. That thing is just alive for so long, and then you can see all of his units are super healthy, and Lucifer's are pretty much dead by the time that front line is over.
Yeah, so it felt like he had the dominating position just about every round there. Controlled the aggro better, kept his tanks alive longer, kept his carries alive longer, and it all just kind of over for this.
Lucifer, I think, made a bit of a mistake putting the Vitality Veil on his Ophisto instead of something in the front line, because he did it so the Sinalf couldn't just beam it right away. But the problem is it's a waste of mastery points, because right after that beam, Ophisto's just going to use his Omega and take it out, because it attacks the lowest health ally. So a bit of a misplay there from my perspective.
Yeah, I think the combination of them is quite well. Yeah, you're right, because the Synalph will lower the health of the backline in some way, hopefully, if you get the angles really well. And then Aphisto will take them out. And then once that backline's gone, the game becomes really easy for any Invoker comp. Because if they don't have enough DPS, the Invokers just get too strong too quickly. And just, they chop through tanks better than anything else I've seen, to be honest. Like, Phosphorus is maybe at the very, very top. And then just all Invokers chop through tanks really nicely.
And I'm not saying putting Indomitable, like the Indomitable augment on your Invokers or your carries is bad. Just situationally, and that mirror matchup specifically, it's just not the best idea. Especially just into Aphisto, really, is what it is.
I'm going to start investigating for another game we can grab if this one ends quickly. But yeah, like, do you think we're going to see a lot more Invokers at the moment? Do you, like, Kyle, outside of the Illuvium team, do you think that Invokers need a nerf of any kind? Or do you think they're just right and other stuff needs to be buffed or something like that? Because, like, they're not perfect and they're very hard to play, but they are pretty decently strong.
Yeah, I think they're good for now. We'll see when a lot of other things change. I mean, there are things that need buffs that could maybe counter it a bit better, but yeah, I think they're fine for now.
We're into the next game as well, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, let's jump in.
I think what was really interesting is Air was really good. It made Invokers a lot harder to play, and then Air. I haven't seen an Air team ever since that patch. Like, nothing with like 5+ Air. And even I was running like a decent amount of Air just because I really like the Illuvials, like Rotor and stuff. But we just haven't seen it much.
One comment I do want to make real quick is we didn't get to see it, but Soda changes team comps as well. He goes for the Arcanite. He goes for the actual, a bit of an interesting play. He has Toxic with his Arcanite, and but Lucifer going for the full Empath build, the classic with Blazonite and Trashbird, which seems to be very weak right now. I haven't seen really anybody playing it. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out for him.
Well, if we listen to the export guys and what they say, it's my understanding that at least before the patch, in the rock, paper, scissors, also they say, that the Empath Blazonite was actually the one key way to eliminate Arcanite. And it's why the bird might be so good right now. Is it's a bit hard to counter it without the hard Empath comp. But, like, I mean, how good is a build really when it just beats one major thing? But unimportant. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But I think Empath's kind of bad right now. So I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Empath's kind of bad.
A point I want to point out here real quick too is we have two like big brain plays. First off, Lucifer not putting anything down. He wants to see where Soda puts down his Illuvius so he can counteract that with his empaths, because the placing of your empaths is huge. And Soda placing both of his units and Ranger all the way in the back so that he can spread those empaths out so they can become a lot less stronger, because they're stronger together, like the monkeys from that movie. They're stronger when they're clumped up together. And yeah, just a great play right off the bat to try and pull those apart. We saw that from Torix in the first Illuvium Inferno, and people just building on top of that meta from here.
So he chose to put them in front of the bull.
Off this in a tournament before too, spreading his units out and drawing out the empaths. So he's done this before.
The Scorpion went on Blazonite. That is so rough.
Yeah, right off the bat, you see his strategy working. That Air Tipo in the back is just complete, or Water Tipo, just completely alone there.
Yeah, he needed to put something in front of the Blazonite. Blazonite should not have been allowed to walk out. I think what's interesting to me is he clearly chose the left side, right? Which would mean that he prioritized putting them in front of the bull rather than the Scorpion. Riptorus, do you know why that might be? Do you guys have better insight into if that's a good strategy or not? Because I don't know what I would choose. I don't know what's the better choice.
Yeah, he kind of had knowledge from turn one, right, of where the two toxic units were. So yeah, he clearly chose to go on that side. I can't say why.
I will say smart though to move up his empaths as close to the line of scrimmage as he can so that they don't have to move out and spread apart as much. But still, like, this counter just seems super strong. Here it does look like they're pretty clumped up together, so we'll see how this plays out for Soda if he can break through those walls.
He's got such a good angle on Phosphorus though. But let's see if it gets stunned. Yeah, he put it in the path of stun. It's actually going to lose attack speed from that.
Are empaths secretly OP? Stay tuned to find out.
As soon as he gives that thing a cleanse augment though, it's over.
Yeah, Temporal Safeguard on Omega cleanses and immunes for 4 seconds, so it's definitely possible that'll be hit one of his round 2 augments, around 4 augments that he puts on there.
You can see the Wildfire putting in absolute work. It did. If the Blaze Knight was still alive right now, that Wildfire would probably be able to like take out Riptorus. Oh no, he has the second Wildfire. I don't know how he triggered it again, but yeah. So I don't know. This next round's gonna be really interesting. I'm kind of. It's kind of fun to see that Empath make the return, and even though it's losing, it hasn't performed particularly terribly. Not as bad as I thought it would in this matchup. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. See, I really like the Grit and Resolve augment here because what happens is that you could pretty much negate Wildfire after about 10-15 seconds. Wildfire won't do any damage to whatever you give that augment to. And I would assume you put it on the bird because it'd be so hard to kill at that point, right? The bird with like 60 Grit and Resolve, I don't think any of the empaths have the damage to outdo that except Blazer Knight. Oof.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think possibly it's better to use some of the other augments on him. He's more survivable with, I think, the endurance matrix compared to that. Just the way the numbers work out, but I'm not sure.
See, this is where I would have messed it up. I would have actually put Lulura on the left, but that would have actually been really dumb because then the empaths are going to stay clumped up and the Blazer Knight's not going to come out. And so we put the Lulura on the very right to avoid that happening, which is something I would not have thought of.
Interesting. He puts the Bulwark on the Riptorus. You know, Riptorus not as doesn't have the survivability that a lot of units have, just dealing so much damage, but it has the Toxic, which gives it a little bit of health. I don't think he has the Toxic trait. Oh, he does have it active. But now he has the Bulwark as well, which is going to be giving him 50 physical and energy resist. Or 100 because it's a Bulwark. Sorry. So that Riptorus is now a tank.
The Lulura destroyed that Blazer Knight. My god, what are these Lulura auto attacks? Insane.
It kind of just feels like this empath is team comp in general is just sitting ducks into this. That's 2-0 to Soda, right? One with the Invoker the first game, so a quick 2-0 for Soda, and let's see, possibly another very strong showing for what used to be one of the most underrated hype members from my perspective.
I think Soda just like played that perfectly start to finish, even though it looks like Lucifer didn't really stand a chance. Really, if Soda didn't position that correctly, Lucifer would have been absolutely fine. And so I think that's quite interesting. But yeah, he just knew how to play into it, and he played it, I would say, perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, playing right off the bat from round 1, putting all of his units in the back so those empaths have to spread apart, putting the Bulwark augment on the Riptorus, I think was a little weird, but like weird in a way that makes sense. Makes him super tanky. He's pretty much unkillable at that point. When you give him the Bulwark, he has 100 extra resist, and now he has the heal from the Toxic as well. Yeah, that thing is going to be doing so much damage, and just in general, you know, just start to finish, just seems like Soda had his number, knew what he was going to do, and outplayed him. I don't think the Empath team is very strong right now, regardless, so it was kind of in his favor from the beginning, from my perspective. But yeah, I very well played from Soda. Congrats. Moving on to round 3. Do we have the start.gg up that we could look at? Let me take a look here.
Let me have a look.
Something I'm pointing out right off the bat here is the best player, the PvP god himself, PB3, PB2 god, smartass, is down 1 game to a player that I've never heard of named Torque. 1-0 against Torque. I'm thinking
Damn.
maybe smartass was cooking a little too hard. I'm not sure.
What is also interesting is Brian the Brave, who we saw did he win? No, he came second last tournament. Has gone 2-0 and 2-0 against 2 different players. And he'll be up against Mindia or Pogus in the next game. So that'll be really, really hype. I'm actually reach out to him and make sure that I've got his round 3. I'm currently trying to get Dr. Gamer to share me what I'm hoping is game 2 of his match. We see Soda go 2-0 and a DQ at the start. And S-Judd is playing up against Gear. And is currently 1-0. So seeing some interesting stuff, but this smartass 0-1 is really fascinating. So
yeah, a little concerning. A little concerning for the best player in the world right now. Leo Main up 1-0 against Doctor that we just watched beat our boots in the first round. But yeah, smartass losing one of the games. I mean, it's a best of 3 series. That's why we do this. That's why we give 3 games. But a little interesting. Maybe he's feeling a bit of pressure here.
Looks like Zeptile might actually be knocked out round 2 by Sambu, who went 2-0 against I don't even know how to pronounce that, but that's quite interesting. We'll have to watch Sambu at some point, hopefully, and see what really happened there, because Zeptile's been doing really well lately, so interesting stuff. And yeah, I think it's also crazy how we've had so many every single Inferno that we've run has had a different meta. And we might not have a patch before the next one, so it might be the same meta, but you never know.
Yeah, of course. Great. People are always innovating, coming up with different comps, and then of course the patch updates are really going to affect that as well. But it's been fun for me every single week seeing. I wouldn't mind if there's a patch every week, I'll be honest. That would give different team comps every single week that we could see in ranked or in these tournaments. I know that's probably a lot of work. A lot of the devs have been saying that they don't really want that because they want the value of the Illuvials to, kind of stay the same because of the NFT aspect. I could be wrong on that. That's just like what I recall from there. I don't think that would affect the price of them that much personally, but that's just, personal opinion, especially if it's rotating patches. Kyle, could you give some insight on how the team is thinking about that, or is that something you don't want to touch on?
Yeah, it comes up occasionally. I think the goal with the before open beta, before we're on the blockchain, is to do patches as frequently and consistently as possible. So, I think once a week would be amazing. I don't know if we can hold that forever, maybe once every 2 weeks, but yeah, trying to get just keep the game changing, being updated, get lots of feedback, really try to iterate and make it the best we can. And then I think for open beta, blockchain integration, like you said, would probably slow it down a bit, just to try to not shift the value of people's assets quite so rapidly. But that doesn't mean we wouldn't be paying attention and trying to make sure nothing is ruining the game because it's way too good, or something is just so bad that there's no incentive to collect it. Like we'll still patch for sure, just probably not as frequently as pre-open beta.
Yeah, yeah, ultimately we want to go to some sort of AI thing that can figure out how to patch the game on its own. Something that's, I don't know, something decentralized, right? As decentralized as you can get, right? Which is the goal. But yeah, it's hard. There's no switch you can flick that says make this good. It's always going to be subjective to a degree, so the more we can automate it, the better. But I think it's fine. I don't think anyone should be buying Illuvials based on the value they provide in game. necessarily, because things are going to change, and that's the nature of it. And anyone who's seeing this stuff as an investment is hopefully aware of that, and that's an important part of that strategy.
Yeah, and I think main thing just in general is making sure, not that the Illuvials have no value, but a lot of the players from around the world can play no matter what. Because if we have assets that are $10,000 that are in the meta, that's obviously not good, right? So, and I think the team's on the same page. How much they're on the same page, I'm not sure. It varies, but makes sense. I'm happy to see the way the game's going right now. Another thing I wanted to talk about real quick. I think are we looking for a match or are we waiting for the next round?
I'm looking for a round to someone who's in the middle of it, but it sounds like everyone's like just about finished. That's what they're saying.
All good. Team Liquid, the Team Liquid Illuvitar sale has ended. I think we added $40,000 to the $100,000 prize pool. You know,
Yeah, just over 40K.
Yeah, the TL with each TL Illuvitar disc purchase, I think it was $5 went to the prize pool. So I think we're up to like just over 140,000 for that Team Liquid tournament, which is going to be super fun. I think that's next year. There's not like a set date for it yet, right?
Yeah, sometime next year.
Yeah. So is Illuvium going to be hosting any kind of production around that, or do you have any information on how that tournament is going to work? Or...
I don't have details.
I tried to get him out of it. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, that'll be super fun. Team Liquid so far has just been an awesome partner. Again, has been, I'm not even joking, it has been my favorite esports team for a pretty long time. So it's really cool to see that kind of come full circle. See Steve, playing Kieran in a 1v1, which was really fun. I like how Kieran was trolling that game 3 so he could let Steve win and not feel so bad about himself, but like we all knew watching that he was just giving him one win. That was funny. But yeah, I've loved watching some of the Team Liquid guys play the game and everything. Broxa was streaming it, and I think Illumination posted it on his YouTube channel. A lot of people you have a bunch of Web 2 normies complaining about it being a Web 3 game. Broxa defending Illuvium while he's playing it, and just you could tell he was being genuine. And I'm not really sure where the hate's coming from. I saw one comment in his chat about there's children on this website. Why are they? I'm not gonna go there, but there's children. Why are they promoting crypto stuff? It's like it's just a game. Like the main aspect is not making money; it's to play the game and to own your assets. But if you don't read the fine details, you don't really understand that. But again, crypto in the past has had this bad rep, but I think slowly but surely Illuvium's doing a really good job at changing the perspective of the NFT games. Because I did see in those chats a lot of people were actually, they're coming to the dark side. They're changing their opinions by just watching this game that actually looks quality and seeing their favorite streamers play the game, which makes sense. A lot of these people, it's not that they don't think for themselves, they just don't have all the information. And then when their favorite content creator that they watch all the time explains it to them in a way that makes sense, their opinion changes. So that's been really cool to see. For me personally, seeing the Team Liquid players compete in the game live on stream, playing ranked, enjoying it, kind of getting dumpstered, let's be honest, because Illuvium is a very technical game. Even if you're an esports pro, if you don't know everything, you're going to get dumpstered. It's not possible to win. But you could see them picking it up kind of fast. Yeah, it's been really fun. The Team Liquid partnership has just been so much fun to watch. I've been watching some of these streamers, some of these players for years, seeing them come to Illuvium, as I said, been super, super big full circle. And that tournament is going to be super fun to watch. 140K prize pool. Who's not going to tune into, even if they're not streaming it, who's going to tune in to watch something, or who's not going to tune in to watch something like that? 140K for an auto battler game. That's not even out yet. Crazy. Big things coming soon for Illuvium. I'm super hyped on it.
Yeah, it's going to be huge.
Huge. It's going to be huge.
And yeah, you got the Liquid guys coming in, trying out the game. A lot of them actually quite liking it, even, responding back to us saying, oh man, I need to play more. I need to get better. And then with the big tournament coming up, there's a lot of incentive for those guys to actually like play and try to get good at the game. And then that promotes it even more. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see where where it goes from here, knowing what kind of things are coming up.
Yeah, I think that specifically that Team Liquid tournament is going to be a huge event for Illuvium. I think it's going to get so many different eyes on the game just in general. People are saying like, wait, there's this Web3 game, but it's actually good, and there's like these big prize pools. What is happening? And then, if not financial advice, but if the Bitcoin halving cycle trend continues with the bull markets, which, not financial advice, don't invest if you don't have the money. It's not a big deal. You're not missing out on anything. Just play the game.
Loving it.
But that could also bring so much popularity to the game as well. Like, I just, it's going to have all of Web3's eyes on it. It's going to have, probably, if these orgs haven't already looked at it, there's going to have a bunch of different esports orgs eyes on it. And I'm sure all of these esports orgs already know about Illuvium, But yeah, it's just going to be a huge event. I cannot wait. I really hope they do some kind of stream for it, but we'll see when that happens. And it looks like we almost have our next game up here, correct?
Yep, almost. Just trying to fix up the stream, and they're going to start very soon.
Okay, I'll go ahead and talk about the match real quick. Which one? Hetbone versus who? I can't find it on the... Oh, so it's Hanega versus Hetbone He, which Hanega is another one of those Brazilian boys, really good player. Hetbone He is the person who brought the 7 Scions in with Ramfire, which was really cool to see, just doing tons of damage. Unfortunately, it did not work out for him. The series that we saw, he went 0-2, I think, against Soda. But yeah, really good player there as well. It's been fun to see some of these cool team comps. Like Zeptile came in with the the invokers from last week, or I think it was Inferno 2. He had the double tsunami, he had the invoker with Sinalf, and then the arcane links was really what was doing so much damage. That was fun. Hetbone with his Scion Ramfire build, which is stupid fun. Yeah, those are the kind of comps. Oh, by the way, there will be another $50 prize for anyone who brought in a fun comp to watch live on stream that does well. So
Gotta impress
yeah,
Jim.
that, yeah, gotta impress me.
Yeah, and we'll see what Hetbone he is bringing this time.
Hetbone here.
Already we see maybe an Illuvial we haven't seen yet in this tournament.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
It goes with it.
Yep, I'm seeing it. Chat, you don't get to see it yet, but looks like it could be another fun outing from Hetbone.
I don't like revealing the teams and things in case they take 75 seconds to kick it off.
Yep.
That's the last, like, as much as I want to make like a really good, compelling stream, the last thing I want to do is ruin anyone's time in the tournament, and that's my top priority at all times. So
he went through the opponent's deck so fast, so he didn't get to see it. But
it was the invokers plus the Ramfire. That must be a popular thing going around.
Yeah, the classic
Ramfires.
But Hetbone is using some kind of let's take a look at that.
Something spicy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're going Tempest. Yes.
Yeah. He's got some air, he's got some spore, got some chickens.
Yeah, for those who don't know, spore units gain dodge chance upon dodging. So that if they dodge something, they get even better at dodging. They heal and reduce energy efficiency of the attackers as well. So that's pretty big. It stacks as well, right? So that's kind of disgusting.
What's he going on round 1? He's going to get 3 empath with the ranger? Yeah. Interesting. So can you guys remind us on what empath does outside of granting a shield to your allies at the start of the game?
Yes, so empath, your team gains a shield and increased healing efficiency on battle start. And empaths, obviously, they gain more. So it's right here he has 3, so it's 125 shield and 6% increased healing efficiency, and 250 for the empaths and 12 healing efficiency for empaths.
Do they get natural heal regen as well, or just efficiency?
Just efficiency that I'm saying, right, Kyle?
Oh, I love this.
Can you repeat that? Heal efficiency? You're talking about spore?
For empaths, they don't get any like innate heal. They just have increased healing efficiency.
Increased healing efficiency, yeah. So it'll just amp up any heals they get.
I love this with the air going insanely hyper really fast. Because the water opener is so damn common that I love that.
Yeah,
I love that so much.
exactly. It seems like this could be just a specific counter, a purpose counter for this team comp that's super popular, which is cool to see from Headbone.
Oh yeah, for sure. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I can't wait to see how this plays out. He puts the Volante on the other side. Interesting play there. I guess he just wants to cover all of his bases. A lot of Invoker comps seem to want to spread out a little bit, depending on the matchup, for sure.
So what does the rest of Renega's team actually look like? Is it Invoker?
Yes. So I'm assuming here he's going to do the same thing that Soda did in the last game, where he puts his 3 water bulwarks a little bit back, and we'll probably see the Goliath up front here, I would imagine.
He's got Enchanter, Spore, Ranger right now, which is a good combo.
Yeah, we won't see the Goliath here, actually. This is round 2, or turn 2, sorry. So he'll probably put the Ophisto right behind his bulwarks here, unless he predicts it and puts it on the other side.
What's the augment he threw on Bucalus?
I'm not sure, actually.
It's gonna either give him a shield when he casts his Omega, or give him some energy back when he casts his Omega. I'm not sure which first.
See how long it took Ophisto to get up his Omega? Like 5 air.
5 air on turn 2, yeah. He's definitely got it out for the casters.
Yeah. It's just like an anti-invoker stomping machine.
Yeah, we'll see where he goes. He's got Spore Enchanter lined up, so...
Yeah, for those who don't know, the air synergy, enemy units first Omega cost additional energy. And at 5, energy cost increased by 35%. So it's going to take at least 35% longer to get their Omega off.
Yeah, which for Invokers could be a really bad thing, right? They need to cast.
Exactly. That's the whole point of Invokers. You want them to cast as much as possible. So even with the 5 water should counteract that a little bit. But still, like, it's going to be a little bit harder for Henega to get his damage off. Thinking about putting the thorns on, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, he gives it invulnerable.
Goes invulnerable.
Interesting. That's interesting. Why would he do that?
Maybe he's expecting it to take a lot of damage right at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, that's what I was. But that doesn't make sense. They're just going to aggro onto his front line.
Yeah, at least for now, it doesn't seem like the Vermilion is really in much danger, so that invulnerable didn't do much, huh?
Wait, why did it look like...
He doesn't have any fighters that he can put in the back, so that's confusing for me.
Why did it look like Vermilion cast twice? That was weird. Maybe that was because Vermi as well.
Yeah, it's Vermi also, yeah.
That is so much fun. I actually played a little bit of Spore recently, and it's really good. I was trying to mix it into the Colossus teams, but I think building around the Spore is so much fun. It's so... You can see how much damage it does. Like, they're really interesting Illuvials because all their Omegas are actually really good with their secondary effects and things, but don't do particularly heaps of damage. But you add enough of those Omegas together, and you can do some serious AoE. Like the Vermi and Vermilion, both Omega-ing, destroys the Omega power of your opponent and deals surprisingly solid damage.
Yeah, the Vermi taking away that Omega power. This is straight up a counter deck into this Water Invoker comp. Very smart from Headbone. Love to see it, really.
See, what's interesting here is you chuck Indomitable on all your lower health things, and you can literally deny Ophisto. Because Ophisto needs to eliminate something to cast twice, and if you chuck Indomitable on all the things it would eliminate with its first cast, you're going to give it a whole lot of trouble. He's giving it the energy.
Now, how realistic is that to work, really? Because you have to, like, I don't know, that seems a bit tricky.
What does, sorry?
To put Indomitable on something just so that Ophisto doesn't kill it, because it attacks more than one unit at a time.
Oh, you got to figure out. You got to watch the rounds carefully and figure out which Illuvial it would have taken out.
It seems situationally good, but here it doesn't. I'm not seeing how it makes sense on the way he placed it. But maybe there's something I'm not seeing.
This familiar is still full health.
This
Kind of
just
chilling.
doesn't get to attack, bro. It's such a good comp from Hitbone here. Love to see it, brother.
Oh, and you
So
get all the
that ends
hyper
first
against the
game.
water
Looks like
too.
we got a pretty good counter matchup there.
He even circles it there. He says, "Y'all know he's about to die." That's how confident he was. I respect that. That's what I'm talking about, Hitbone here.
Oh, the Familiar didn't actually get its first cast off. Got cancelled by the wave. This thing would have even been more destructive if that wave didn't come. That's how strong it was.
Yeah, and with the 5 water, those airs get their hyper so much faster, which is huge right now. The hyper effects are change the outcomes of these matches by so much right now. Really good foresight from Hetbone to make a comp like this. I'm surprised we haven't seen that in some of the other games where people might want to switch up their comps in between games in the series. I haven't seen much mud except for that first series. We saw both players playing mud with the Toxic Colossus. That was interesting. Now, Kyle, do you think Henega changes out his team comps? Or are we into that rock, paper, scissors thing where it's mind games? Like, what team are you going to play? What team am I going to play? What do you think Henega is going to do? And what would you do if you were in his situation right now?
I wouldn't play that Invoker comp again.
I agree.
He got crushed, right? So it's got to be scary to queue that. So he's probably going to switch to something else. What exactly? We'll have to see.
I'm desperate to see the Tempest air into something else. I'd love to see it face like a Colossus team because I think it would actually do okay. Like the cooker, like he's got the 3 chickens, right? Or he just has the 2. I would have loved to see that.
So Henega doesn't change out his team comp. Plays the exact same thing here.
The chat is loving it when you say Hetbone, Jimbo. They love
Hetbone it. That's how you pronounce it. So I'm just being respectful. Yeah, Hetbone Het is I think he's running the same exact comp. So I don't know if there was some mind games being played there where he thought he was going to switch out after this game. But I think maybe some kind of Ramfire comp would have been really good into his team here. He wants to check out the bracket real quick. Respect, he's.
Oh my god, I didn't even know it was up.
Scoriox is thinking, who's he going to beat next?
I just wanted you guys to see that Smartass actually took out the 2-1 win.
Yep, with the comeback. What I'm assuming happened is, Smartass is such a good player. He was probably being a little cocky or trying out a team comp and just got flatlined or, just got into a bad matchup.
Yeah, he probably got... Maybe he came across something he didn't quite expect, but that really only works once, right?
Yep.
And then you just play Arcanite.
Yeah, Henega choosing to play the exact same team comp. I don't know. A bit strange to me. From my perspective, he would only do that because he thinks Hetbone is going to change his comp. Because from what we're seeing, it looks like it perfectly counters it. All of his units go hyper pretty much immediately due to how much water there is and the way that the water goes into it, because you're going to have a ton of water round 1 and round 2, like right off the bat. And having that air, you get hyper just immediately. So I'm not sure what the thought process for Henega was to put that out or put the same team comp out.
Yeah, what does he have in the bag? How is he going to win this match? Because it looked pretty one-sided last time. The fact that he committed to it and played it again is...
I think
wonder.
Renega could have split his Invokers. He never split them, and he should have. So maybe he's thinking he can play this differently. But I'm not convinced it would work because Hetbone has the 2 rogues. He has the Familiar and the Volante, and Volante obviously does pretty well against Invokers, but the 5 air is just too much.
Yeah, maybe because I think a Ramfire Rogue comp would be pretty decent into this. The problem, and Henega has a Ramfire, so maybe he's planning on using Ramfire this next turn, but I don't think that beats it the way he's set up because he doesn't have anything to really enable the Ramfire right off the bat. So
He's
we'll see
pretty
how he
much got the
plays it.
same round 2 from Headbone. We are seeing Mephisto come to the front line. So he's definitely playing it as differently as he can. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see the setup he has here. It keeps the Mephisto safer for a lot longer. I like that play. But again, they're just getting hyper so fast. I mean, look at them.
Is a lot of this damage actually coming from Enchanter? I've never actually played Enchanter before, but on paper it seems insanely strong. Right? So do you want to talk to us about Enchanter briefly, Kyle, for anyone who's not aware?
Yeah, so every time the Enchanter units cast their Omega, they shield their allies and do some damage around them. It's kind of like a team-wide buff, a little bit defensive, a little bit offensive.
Oh, and that's why he's refreshing the energy on the Cuculus.
Trying to get it to cast more.
Right.
Because it's all
Yeah.
around casting the Omegas, yeah.
And it's pure damage, so it's good into the bulwarks, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
that's
if there are a lot
why
of resistances, the pure damage will ignore those resistances.
Yeah, and that's why the rogue sitting at the back did so much damage. It's because Vermilia was casting, they were also getting the pure damage off. Which is like great against bulwarks, but it's also good against anything without much max health, right? So the Rhoda, yeah, 3 rogues, well, 3 major rogues.
Now his invokers are safe, like on the other side of the match, right? But you know, they're stacking up hyper against those bulwarks. This is a lot closer of a round, though. We'll see if he can take it here. He can.
Oof.
Oof.
We've got a game.
Man, we really do. The positioning here from Henega, huge. You know, Invoker's the hardest comp to use at positioning wise. Well, probably not the hardest, but their positioning on Invokers are super important. And Henega just showing his game sense, his awareness to put his Invokers in a placement where they are safe and able to use their cast over and over.
Yeah, he was finally able to take a round, right? It's been getting he's been losing every
Bodied.
round up to this point, so can he keep winning, or is this a 1-round fluke? We'll have to see. He really he needs them to live for a very long time and get a lot of casts off.
Yeah, they did get a lot of casts off there, and they are super close to the front line. So, oh, and there he goes. He puts his Vermilion in there. So, I'm not sure if its Omega will go off and arrange to hit all of those invokers because of where the Water Greco is. The Water Greco's Omega taking away a little bit of Omega.
So he's
might actually be better for Headbone.
He's actually swapped to Tempest on a whim, so he's losing the Spore, and it looks like he's built his team in a way that he can pick Tempest or Spore at any time. Now, I can't remember for the life of me what Tempest does. It's something about dodging and then gaining shields.
Yeah, you gain energy when you dodge. You steal energy when you dodge, actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
oh, that's savage.
Tempest would be seen more as offensive and Spore would be more as defensive, right? The way that would work out.
It's dodging, stealing that energy.
Yeah, so stealing that energy and the 5-air delaying, giving them a higher maximum energy, really just slowing down the rate at which these invokers can cast.
Yeah,
well, the Cookeraf did die.
Yeah, the thought process behind there is using the Omega so he can get his shield up as fast as possible. But the problem is that the Cookeraf was just, it seemed like it needed some bulwark or front line in front of it. He frontlined the Cookeraf and it just kind of got melted. You see here, he's getting burst down a little bit, but then uses his Omega, gets huge shield up, but he just gets chunked super fast. He needs some kind of bulwark or front line in front of it if he's going to play it like that.
Or you give it Indomitable.
True, but that's only for 6 seconds, so it's not huge, and it can get triggered before he uses it Omega, where he will get a shield, which would kind of make it
completely changing up the strat.
I don't think.
Yeah, so he's trying to get more defense. He swapped out the augments, trying to get more defense.
He's gone back to Spore as well.
Yep, gives it the endurance matrix. Did he go for max health or was that the resist?
The
I think it shows
resist.
resistances.
Yeah.
That would make more sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, he kept temper. Sorry, he's just gotten the spore from a Dorito, and I don't know why he put a Dorito at the front. Like, I like the idea of splitting up the damage, but wouldn't you move something else, like the Vermi?
Well, he wants to gain the dodge chance because now he has 3 spore ends, so he's going to get 25 dodge chance every time he dodges.
Mm.
So that's just going to keep stacking if he's in the front line and just being attacked by one Illuvial. Because if you see, it's not like really front lining, it's just being attacked by one thing.
Also, the shield from that cast on the Kukaraf is insane. Like,
Yeah.
and that's also, the shield is also including the resistances, right? You still need to go through the resistance calc to break through that shield. And so his survivability is now insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot tankier this time around.
But I feel like
stay alive in the front and cast repeatedly is really good here. Still a close fight though.
I think there's a big gauntlet maybe.
Yeah, Renega's gauntlet doing a lot of damage here. So even though it's looking pretty good, Renega still takes the round.
Yeah, you've got to be able to eliminate that gauntlet.
Yeah, the spore in there just adding so much survivability for him, gives him some more dodge. I think gives him some healing as well, or reduced energy actually, which is going to be really huge for into Invoker comps. So very well thought out team comp into Renega's. And as far as I've seen, the team comp that Renega is using is probably one of the most common comps right now. So not surprised to see Hetbone come in with some kind of counter to it. Moving around his Vermi, possibly trying to predict what Renega is going to do. You see he moves his Adorado back some because now Renega can put some more units so that it's not just getting attacked by one thing. When it was there just getting attacked by one thing, it was not only getting some more dodge chance, but it was also getting its Omega off because it was being attacked. So its energy was going up faster, and it was pretty much, completely safe because its Omega is just going to heal it. So really good placement from Hetbone there that last round, and then adjust in the following round, moving around, positioning a bit.
He has granted his clump of units 50 resolve. Kukaraf is pretty much going to outlive everything here at the start, but as we saw last round, it might not be enough.
Yeah, what he lacked last round was damage. He actually just couldn't kill the last few units, even though he had an edge in number of units alive. Eventually, he ran out of damage, and the Invokers just kept scaling.
By clumping them up, he is going to get some healing now, though, which is something he was giving up for the past rounds. But the Invokers are going to get stronger over time, and healing's not going to matter when Ophisto's one-shotting.
I mean, that's sent off. It just doesn't even look like it's doing damage to this Kukaraf.
Mm-hmm. Lots of resistances, lots of resolve. Getting shields, getting heals.
Can it dodge the sit-off beam? No. Like, ticks of it?
No. Can only dodge attacks.
That would be so ridiculous. Could you imagine how hard?
So we go to around 7. Both players getting pretty low. These fights are really close. So
yeah, it's a little back and forth. If you could say which one scales better, just looking at it the way it is right now, which one would you prefer into the late game?
I mean, the Invokers are going to scale more.
Yes.
As a proactive strategy, they're going to get stronger and stronger. The Spore Enchanter is looking much more like a counter pick, where it's really good into the Invokers, but like it itself won't scale as hard. But yeah, I think the question is just can the Invokers overcome this 5 air and all these augments and everything, slowing down its casting, because it's really hard to win with Invokers when your units don't cast their Omegas.
Yeah. It almost sounds funny to even say that because it's like duh, but it's so true. If they can't get off their Omegas, they're not doing any damage and they're a waste of mastery points.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole idea with this counter pick by Hetbone.
Oh yeah,
is to just make it so hard for those units to cast.
I love seeing the like really optimized strategies. Like on the right, you can see it's exactly 5 Warlock and 4 Invoker, the 2 Granite, 2 Shock, and 5 Water. Like exact synergies across the board. And it's pretty much the same on the left as well. It's just Revenant's only got 1. And there's only 1 Revenant in the game, so there's only so much you can do, right?
Yeah, and speaking of the Vermilion, chooses to put complete tank augments. He puts the hyper endurance matrix on there for the extra resist, and then he has the nano sequencer, which should heal him up either every 4 seconds, getting 8% max health or more energy or physical resist. I'm not sure which one he picked, but yeah, this Vermilion, the longer the round goes on, is just getting stronger and stronger.
And this Cookraff is as tanky as ever still. Still a really close round. But yeah, that Air Spore team is just gradually wearing him down. C-Force is trying so hard. And
Ooh.
5 HP.
See how much damage that C-Forest did at the very end? Like, you can see the Invokers, like, with resistances, you can actually mitigate, they're probably mitigating about 50-60%. At least, and that's not even including the resolve. But you can see how much damage that C-Forest does anyways. Imagine dealing 80% of something's health, and it's actually being reduced 70% already. And so, like, they should be dealing like 3 times that thing's entire health bar if they didn't have those resistances up. I have a feeling Headbone Hair has come across this very problem and added those augments to his deck later on.
Yeah, we're into round 8 now, so effectively infinite mastery points. Most players are going to have their entire teams on their board maxed out, and then it's just about figuring out the best positioning that you can.
Yep.
Not a lot of options in terms of swapping units and counterplay in that sense in these 2 teams. So right now it's just positioning for the most part.
Yeah, the back and forth battle, and I don't think his positioning has been that awful. I think the round 2 with the Cookraff front line, it wasn't beefy enough to take those hits. But other than that, I think it's been pretty good. So it seems like positioning is just going to be really good in this matchup. I don't think this matchup he just automatically wins per se, but I think it is favored, but still possible for both sides to win, it seems.
Yeah, if Renega switches up his team a lot, he'll be fine, but he really didn't do much. He added an energy augment to a Fisto, which could have some pretty cool impact since it's only the first cast that's affected by air. And so getting it to cast fast can be quite impactful. I have no idea what happened to the chicken.
Familiar is wasting a lot of time doing nothing over here. That's like definitely a big deal.
What happened to
The whole
Cookrack?
front line is gone, so...
It's interesting seeing Hanega not move over his units and Headbone not moving over his Vermi to the left.
Yeah, interesting positional swap there. That definitely went in the favor of Renega.
I want to rewatch what happened to the chicken. It was like unkillable all these past rounds.
Yeah, probably just got blasted by the Ranger or a Fisto or some combination of the 2 of them at the same time.
Yeah, I think it took some shocks as well. Which that doesn't make much sense because shock targets the lowest resistance, so maybe I'm wrong. It might have just been a Nephisto, and I think this Sin Elf casted on it.
Yeah, he moved some things around, which made the lines of the Omegas burst down that Cookraff a little too fast. It really needs to get going before it can be that strong and everything. But yeah, great series, 1-1 right now. Headbone Hair coming in with his with a really interesting comp counter to that Water Invoker. It seems, Hanega playing the Water Invokers really well, runs it back for that second game, says I can play this better and win, and he does it. Very cool to see that confidence coming out from him. So it'll be interesting to see if Headbone Hay changes up his comp and he says I can still win, or if Hanega changes up his comp as well. And we are back into the game, and I will say Renega, we missed it, but is playing the exact same comp again, and Headbone Hay pulls out the classic from the last Inferno, where he has the Scion with the Ramfire to give that Omega from the Ramfire so much more damage. So it's going to be fun to see how this plays out. A lot of this is going to be come down to positioning from Renega.
Just
See if he can
quickly,
get
just
damaged off of that rimfire.
just quickly, Jimbo. I've been telling Brian to hold on his game with Mindia. I think that's still smart. That's round 3 game. This is a round 2 we're watching right now. A lot of the round
Yes,
3s
that's
have
fine.
started, but
Yeah, I would do that. That works.
okay.
Okay.
Because that's going to be a really good game. It's Brian up against Mindia. So I'm very excited for that.
All good. Looks like Bonhe decides to start off with the 5 Scion right off the bat. Goes ahead and puts them all the way in the back. That'll allow him to have more damage to get off before Renega moves over to his Scions that are all the way in the back of the board. Just, that's how it goes.
So this is the first time since the last tourney we get to see this again. This Flish army.
Yep, the Fleesh army.
The Fleesh army. Keeping in mind, Renega's Invoker comp does have a Ramfire in it, so interested to see if that shows itself. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that will for sure be interesting.
That Grocko, like preventing that nature Flish from even casting.
I have no idea how this pans out. It looks like they just don't have enough tankiness.
Why is it a fire gauntlet? Is that just a flex? Why wouldn't you chuck on a water gauntlet?
Because he doesn't want to use the extra room, and because he's just bonding to Ophisto every game.
Oh, right,
so
right.
The water gauntlet doesn't really do anything for him. It just wastes a slot in his deck.
Well, it would do something. It would give him the energy regen from water, but
yeah, from round 1, but it's not a big enough buff to waste it on in your deck, I don't think.
Oh, for sure.
I could be wrong, but personally, that's how I would play it. Also, interesting to see him put all of his Scions all the way in the back instead of putting one up.
This looks so funny.
Invulnerable and Domitable.
That's 8 Scion. Oh,
As
no.
we said, he does take out the Ramfire. I do like this play. I think this is a good way to counter.
It's a savage.
We'll see. Oh my gosh, he just bursted down.
That's
nice
so
try, Renega.
funny. That's so funny.
Great
watch
try.
that
That's
back.
what I would have done too, but that Ramfire just getting bursted down by those 2 zeros, tier 0 Illuvials.
That's so funny. Flish is so funny. Sometimes
You can't afford a
game.
Ramfire, just buy a bunch of Fleesh. That was so much damage. That's funny.
Oh, like Flish? Because it's so many small ticks, like you need like 1 resolve and you can resist it. I mean, obviously I'm exaggerating. But at the same time, you give it 7 Scion and you give them like a huge buff on their damage. It's a lot harder to stop it. Oh, they're going to take out... Unluckily, the Flish actually cast on the Sea Forest at the same time Sea Forest was casting. So it actually got the damage reduction, which is really unfortunate for Hetbone. Otherwise, it would have taken it out, and he would have gotten a proper second cast off.
Yeah, as I thought, this legendary augment round, just no one gets anything because those other 2 augments they're not relevant to anybody.
Yeah. Sometimes there's just something too good that you have to bid on, and then the other 1 bid is obvious, and you just wash them.
He needs to get that Ramfire to cast faster,
super
though.
Interesting. Hard to say where it'll go.
Could you imagine if you could place it on the other side? That'd be insane. Like there's a bug. That'd be really funny. Okay. So the Fleesh are actually maybe going to target the Sin Elf here if they don't target Caribou. Which is definitely not what you want. But Sin Elf lives.
Nega's Ramfire just able to stay long enough to get that Omega off, kill those Fleesh in the back.
Oh, the Fleesh
my
cast.
goodness.
Wow.
Perfect
That play
line.
came in clutch.
Yeah.
The fire, the
Yeah, these
25
rounds are
plus
so
fire
close.
Fleesh.
Both sides are kind of doing the same thing. So it's so hard to predict which side is going to end up on top.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's just which Ramfire is set up the best. The placement on the Invokers is huge.
That's so wild.
Hitbone Hay decides to give both the man, I can't remember what they're called, but the augments that give you extra energy on his Ramfire so they can just cast right off the bat. Moves it over to the left side. Even though it's going to be caught by the Water Grotto, it should hit that Sin Elf and some I'm not sure if it hits anything else actually. But that Sin Elf a pretty good target.
Yeah, the Sin Alpha is going to be very dead. It also clips the Sea Forest there.
Oh,
so
it does clip the Sea Forest, so that's pretty big.
Pretty good.
And Nega's Ramfire is just doing so much, but
I don't know.
let's see.
Oh, it
nope,
goes up
hits him.
again.
Yeah, very good for him. Plus, he had the invulnerable on there, so he wouldn't have died. He would have had time to get that up again. It's a great play from Nega.
Each round is only winning by a little bit. Most of the units dying very easily to all of the damage. So we go a lot of rounds, right?
Yep.
Inferno's
These rounds are
pretty
so
big
much
too.
faster than the Toxic Colossus or Arcanite games that just the whole round goes out to overtime. There's no overtime when you're playing Ramfire.
He actually gave the Vitality Veil to Ramfire on Renega's side, which I think is really cool. And what'll actually happen is when he gets low on health, it'll gain a ton of energy regen, and that's why we saw it cast that second time so easily, I think. So he's upgrading his Scions. I like it.
He's giving them the augment to give a team-wide buff on energy.
Oh, yeah.
Right off the start, so everything's going to... You see the Ramfire is not completely getting his Omega off right off the bat, and this is going to speed up that process as well as speed up the process of the Scions getting their Omegas off, which is, definitely not bad. They're not doing nothing.
Oof.
So
the Renega just added some energy debuff augments on his backline, but the backline got eliminated. And that Inferno is going to take out the entirety of Headbone's team. Seriously, like that thing, they just died to Inferno because they're just so squishy. And the Indomitable on C4 kept it alive after the Ramfire Omega as well. It's just insane.
Yeah, I feel like that 5 water on the side of Renega is actually playing a pretty big role giving that energy back to the Ramfire, whereas Hetbone has to give the augments for the extra Omega right off the bat. He has to do that, but Renega, since he has that water getting the energy regen, the Ramfire can get off multiple Omegas compared to Hetbones.
He's matching him 1-for-1 now with the Ramfire.
I think that's a smart play personally.
He hasn't bonded. Oh god. Hopefully he doesn't forget to bond. Well, that's GG.
Oh no. The crowd's going wild.
Oh no.
This is actually so bad if he doesn't bond.
He knows. Believe.
Are you sure?
I'm not convinced. It's the first thing you do.
Bond!
Oh no, don't cover it up. Don't cover it up. Then you won't be able to see it.
Bond! Bond!
To be clear, guys, he cannot hear us.
Oh
no!
No way! He's gonna kick himself after this. That's so sad.
And that's the pressure of a tournament.
Right. Oh, this was all part of the plan.
Well, he gets
anyway.
30% extra damage on the Ranger, I guess. That's pretty big.
Oh
no, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so close too. That would have been adding insult to injury there.
Not even sure if he realizes. There's no telling.
Yeah, big big unlucky there for Bonhe not to get the bond on the Ramfire. Super unfortunate. Not sure if he would have
I don't
won,
think it would have
won
made a
regardless,
difference.
but still sucks to see. Definitely
Yeah,
sucks to
it's
see.
certainly rough. Oh, and then we'll see a GG after such a great showing
Yeah.
round one in the series. You just hate to see that.
Yeah, game 1 was so much fun. We saw him come out with something completely brand new to counter the, super popular Water Invoker comp that we've been seeing, and works the first game of the series, loses a close second game of the series. I would have loved to see him run that exact same team comp back. I think it would have been way better than that Bramfire Scion, comp. I kinda see what he was going for. He wanted to kill the Invokers, but with Hanega having the Ramfire of his own, was kinda just able to get in on the Scion squishies of Headbone Head himself. So a little bit unlucky that not bonding his ranger on that last turn. I don't think would have really mattered, but unlucky to see that from Headbone Head. And congrats to Renega, a very strong player. We've been seeing him do really well in a lot of these tournaments. I'm not sure if he played actually the last tournament, the last Inferno. I'm not sure, but he's been doing really well. Another one of those really good streamers that plays along with Storming. Um, yeah, congrats to Renega for moving on to the next round. Awesome to see, and unlucky that that team comp didn't work out for Hitbomhe.
Like today's tournament in general is so stacked. Like there are so many insane players in today's tournament. This might just be our like highest threshold tournament that we've ever had. So don't anyone who's getting knocked out in these first 2 rounds or so, really don't feel back. This is a tough heat. If you're doing well, then even more impressive to say the least. But yeah, this is going to be a great series of matches, especially as we head into these finals.
Yeah, we saw a lot of strong players knocked out of the tournament already, right? Like Zeptile's gone, Caveman, a decent player, is gone. Um, yeah, unlucky for them. Interesting to see.
Do you want to take a look at the bracket?
Yeah, let's do it.
We're about to see something really interesting here at the top. I'll wait to say it until he pulls it up here.
Oof.
The god of PvP, Inferno winner number 1, Inferno winner number 2, and he won the Xborg tournament. Smartass gets dropped by Sandbirdie 0-2. That is absolutely shocking for me personally. Smartass has, from what I've seen from on streams and talking to him, has consistently been probably the best player in the world. So that's huge for Sandbirdie.
For sure. For sure. Absolutely wild.
Yeah, maybe just an off day from Smartass. He did lose that one game to Torque as well. Maybe he's just having an off day, but I'm not sure.
I'm actually going
Definitely
to
was
push back this
expecting
round
to
a
see
little
him
bit.
go further. Another thing to
Crap.
point out for this round is S-Jud is down 1 game to a player by the name of B-Banks, down 0-1. So let's see if he can pull back and get 2 extra wins there. We'll have to wait and see. Leo Main again up 1 game to Patat. Turning out to be a very interesting tournament. A lot of the common faces that we see that are at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of the tournaments, always winning. You know, it seems like this is like, is there a full moon or something? Like, it seems like a lot of these players are not performing to the standards that they usually play at. Or maybe there's just some new stars being born that we haven't seen. Sandbirdie, I'm not sure I know who that is. They might be newer. So they're playing good. Hisapio down 1 game, another really good player against Nano 91 that I don't think I've heard of before. Yeah, really interesting to see. While we're waiting on the next match, Kyle, what did you think of that team comp from Hetbone Hay from that game in 1 and game 2 in the series? Do you think we're going to see some other people run something similar to like that, or do you think that's just going to be a one-off thing from Hetbone?
would guess probably just a one-off. I think it was a really good attempt, and I think it countered it super well. And I think there was like he really could have won that series. Just didn't quite get there. So close though. But yeah, I think I'm still expecting to see the same kind of meta decks that we already talked about on most people.
Do you think that we're going to see any Arcanite team comps? Because we haven't seen a single Arcanite build yet. If we also have, how many Toxic Colossus have we seen? We only saw the Toxic Colossus teams in that first series, right?
Yeah, it's been a lot of Invokers. But yeah, I think we'll see some Arcanites.
Yeah, I'm expecting some Arcanites later into the tournament, if not the next series that we play. I still think Arcanites are super, super good. Toxic Colossus not being played as much, it seems. Maybe that's just because people are playing those Invokers, and the 5 water synergy is harder to get with the Toxic Colossus, obviously. And a lot of people prioritizing that energy regen over the just soul tankiness from the Toxic Colossus combination.
Well, I think Toxic Colossus falls off late. Well, not Colossus, sorry. Toxics more specifically does tend to fall off later into the game. Even on something like Riplance feels a bit underwhelming to me, honestly. Like with Augment, it does okay. And it's good as a good tank killer. But against any sort of like high damage thing like Invoker, I feel like the Scorpion line just falls apart quite a bit. And so betting on it so much early can actually be pretty impactful later on when you either have to have an option to switch it out later or something else. Otherwise, you're just going to fall apart around, I reckon, round 5 of a given game.
Yes, we talked about it at the beginning of the stream as well. Mud has been super popular recently. We haven't really seen any of that. That could, we've only seen so many series so far. So that could just be chalked up to luck that we haven't seen a lot of Mud. But it just seems like everybody is favoring this Invoker comp right now. And as He showed, when something in the meta is really good, you can, just make a team comp that counters it. Like that's not something you can't do. And generally, we've seen in these tournaments that happens a lot. Like Zeptile into those empath teams countered it with the Sinalf, and then we saw He with the counter with the Spore. I think that's the difference between a lot of these players that aren't as good. Is you can come up with those team comps that counter. I think that's a really good way to play.
Oh, yeah. Do you just play what you think is good or what you know is good, or do you try to read what you think your opponent is playing and try to crush them?
Yeah,
it's like 2 different kind of ways of thinking about the game.
Soda did play Arcanite. I completely forgot about that. Quant's in the chat, shout that out. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, I did see Soda play Arcanite. I forgot about that. But still, drop in dominance and popularity of that team compared to the Invokers so far from what we've seen.
Yeah, Brian's stream bugged out and he hasn't seen any of my messages, so I have no idea if we're going to be able to get him back.
All good. Okay. What does the games look like, Kyle, between the classic Rogue Ramfire deck into those Invoker teams? What is generally the better play? Do you think that's a waste to play into that? Or do you think they can win by round 4 and get the job done with that team comp?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rogues can catch a lot of things off guard and kill them quickly. So I think it could be a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how people play into that. I'm just, that Aphisto with the double shock just seems so strong right now. So we'll have to see how everything pans out. I think we're into the next game as well. So
well, I don't know where Brian is, so I've grabbed Soda instead.
Yeah, it is Soda versus Henega. Is this the first game of their series?
I believe so.
Okay. We're just about to pull that up. Here we go. We're into turn 2, and Soda has won both.
I think Soda crashed a minute ago, so just consider that this might not be an accurate representation. Although Soda won, so maybe.
Yeah, that was close. Henega's Ranger almost got the Omega off. Looks like Soda opting for the Mud comp mixed with Toxic here. And there he goes. He has the Berserker base now. Goes for the 2 Berserker, 2 Mystic here. And this Gorilla is actually going to outdamage the Rip Lance. It's going to do so much damage. Every second attack, its Omega goes off, and it does a area of effect cone behind where it attacks. It does 150%
Oh, he's
normal
got
damage.
such a good angle here.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
This
not
thing
reaching,
look
though.
at that damage. Boom.
Like, what's he gonna do as soon as he starts adding Indomitables to, like, Atlas and stuff? I've never seen double Scorpion. I've never seen double Scorpion, or at least not recently.
I think just trying to get some extra fighter damage to tear through those tanks. And, you know, you have that Toxic as well. That's adding stacks onto that front line. Not sure how I feel about it, but I see what he's going for.
Yeah, close round. He managed to get through and get to the Invokers just in time before his units died there, but definitely a close one.
Yeah, as Skoriak said, though, they're going to have mastery points for the Invulnerable and Indomitable here pretty soon. How does he get through that when that comes into play?
Yeah, that could have definitely held him up for a while.
I don't
try to
think he
position
has
around it. Let your units ignore those units, but sometimes it's kind of hard to do.
Yeah, I don't think he has any rogues. So, oh no, he has the Ramfire. So, just for this, that's what I would say. Is just for this. Oh, it's his opponent. My bad. Yeah, he has no rogues. I don't know if he can break this.
Well, he has the Gorilla, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which you know, taunts as well as takes some of the damage from that Ophisto as well. Like if that dummy from the Gorilla Omega gets down, that Ophisto is going to target it and waste that a little bit. So not bad, not terrible.
For anyone who's curious, I did find a weird, what I think is a bug, but I might be wrong. With the Gorilla dummy, is it becomes invincible for about I would say 1 second, maybe 2 seconds after it's initially put down. And I've had lots of Ophistos cast on it right after it's been created and not do any damage to it. And it's cost me quite a few rounds. It's been quite interesting.
Yeah, you're probably seeing the taunt from the Grillo.
No, like genuinely, I'll see like
cast of the Ophisto.
No, I'll see the lightning bolt come down and do literally nothing. It's quite funny. And I've seen other interactions with it too. It's not long, but it's, yeah. There's some weird interaction. Oof. Oh, that Atlas.
Just shy of getting a big heal off there.
He can't take out the Invulnerable from the Granite's beneficial enough. But the Atlas and the Carablue still give him so much trouble. We've got the Riptorus on the left to help try and eliminate things that aren't invulnerable at the start of the game. It should be good. But yeah, I don't know how he can break this. Riplance is attacking so slowly. Those Siphon Matrixes.
That Adorius is attacking so fast, though. Its head was going back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it gets hyper.
Yeah.
And Tiktaalik doing a really good job, too. The guys are just absorbing a lot of damage, keeping the team topped off. Super close round.
Yep, super close. That burst just
didn't quite have the damage on Soda's side to get through to the back line, but almost got there.
Yeah, I still think this is anybody's game for sure. Though that Invoker team is going to start scaling even harder.
Oh no, I don't think Soda has a chance here. To be completely honest, I don't want to be such a pessimist, but like the Indomitables, like as soon as he chucks that on, it's surprising me that he hasn't needed to so far. To be honest. Well, he hasn't chucked on energy reduction yet. Interesting. The gorilla will make a big difference if it doesn't die fast, but we'll see.
Yeah, it also gives that extra 4 mud, right? So
Mm.
that should do something. It's not going to do nothing, right? 6% attack speed reduction.
You really
Going
need to
into,
chuck Vamp on that thing, I think.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to not see any Omnivamp, especially on that Gorilla and Rip Lance. Not putting anything on this seems like a bad idea to me. And also putting the damage on, not putting any damage on his Gorilla either seems like a bit of a waste to me.
This should be interesting. I don't know how this is going to play out. Hopefully the gorilla doesn't dash to the front line. I can't remember how its targeting works.
Now, Kyle, tell me if I'm wrong here, but wouldn't it not have been better for him to put the crit on this gorilla instead of pure attack damage because it's going straight to the invokers, which are squishy?
Hard to say. I mean, both crit and pure damage would add a lot of damage. The pure damage will tend to scale a little better if the units have more resistances, but I don't think it's a huge difference one way or the other.
I think he doesn't have Predator, and I think that makes a big difference. If he had Predator, then crit might be better, but since he doesn't, pure damage might be better.
Yeah, possibly. Predator would add a little bit of crit damage. It would make the crits scale a little bit harder.
Yeah, he won a lot harder there, and the Henega holds on with 10 health. But
yeah, another one of these. It's the second time, right, that he's super low.
Yeah, he's been here before. Just saying.
That Indomitable was really crazy because something I forgot and I missed was that he was Indomitable for 6 seconds, and during that time, he actually took an Adorius Omega and healed up quite significantly. And then that helped him last even longer past the Indomitable. So that's really cool to see.
Real quick, thank you guys again for watching the stream. It's awesome to see like the viewership not going down at all week to week. That's so cool. Thank you guys so much. Be sure and remember to like the stream and share it around on social media just so we can get as many eyes on this as possible. Grow this amazing community and grow this player base for this game that we all love. Thank you guys so much. This is awesome.
And yeah, if you guys are doing well in tournaments, we will have bigger tournaments, hopefully once a month. So keep that in mind. And we also want to say a really big thank you to Illuvium, who is actually donating the prize pool money for today's tournament and many of the tournaments in the future as well. So yeah, so big thanks to Illuvium, and we can't wait for some of these really big ones. They're going to have a lot more players too. Don't worry.
Yep. So this last round here, we got Soda versus Nega. That gorilla just tore through, but he puts his stoic links back there to keep it from doing damage onto the invokers.
But then he jumps away from it with his Omega and starts attacking the squishies.
Yeah, actually works out perfectly
so much damage.
That gorilla is such a huge impact. And the healing.
Yeah, I really like this team comp. I think a lot of the mud comps that I saw were more focused on the Berserker aspect he adds in the Mystic. Very interesting. I like to see that. I'm not sure if that's common or not, but from what I've seen, I haven't seen much of it. Interesting play from Soda there. For those who don't know, Mystic, every 8 seconds, Mystic units shield allies for 5 seconds. And the allies that get shielded, they have extra attack speed. So with the 4, they were getting a 450 shield and 33% attack speed. So you add that on top of the buff that your Berserkers are getting. Every 3rd attack, they get extra attack speed. They're just, they can shred. So I see where he's going with it. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think Invokers are quite interesting too, because one of the biggest draws of Mystic, in my opinion, is that if the shield pops, you lose that attack speed. But Invokers are really funny because they're very bursty. They don't do a whole lot of damage. Everyone casts, tries to wipe as many things as you can, and then for the next 5 seconds, they don't do much damage. And it looks like the Mystic actually timed up really well against that. And so they were keeping that attack speed for quite a long period of time, which was really cool.
Oh, for sure. You know, Soda had to. One of the best players, I think, right now. He's actually really good. I think he was underrated for a while. I think a lot of people are starting to wake up to that. But obviously, that was something he had in his mind when he was positioning.
Yeah,
really smart player.
He's one of the better players at playing the game in front of him, which is, it's like Illuvium, you can get so far with like a really good team, but then that last 10% is being able to play the matchup as it comes. And I think Soda is particularly good at that. Much like Smartass, SJard, they're all really good at that as well. But Soda's really showing it to me, especially today. So that's why he came back, right? Like it looked like he was losing, but he fixed up his comp really efficiently in one round and then stomped his opponent, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, that late spike, that and the combination between the the Mystics with the Berserkers, really smart and fun to see. Here we have, we're going back to the basics, boys. It's that 5 water Invoker and, Renega running the same exact thing. So we got an interesting mirror matchup here. Is this game 1 or 2? Or game 2 or 3?
I think it's game 2.
Should be game 2. Kind of surprised Soda switched after winning the last game.
I agree. Interesting to see that.
I mean, maybe keeping your opponent on your toes is its own advantage, right?
Yeah, sure. He saw last series, Renega didn't choose to change anything game to game, so maybe he just is trying to play some mind games here. He's going to switch out to something after the next game. Who knows?
Let's hope he wins right here. Or at least he hopes he wins right here. Well, I'm surprised Renega's going down round 1. I mean, Soda's going down round 1.
Yeah, it's a bit coin flippy, that round 1, depending on how you have it set up. But I think Soda's positioning is more set up for the late game because he wants to hide his Ophisto back there in that back right corner.
Yeah. What's the Graviton Piercer? That's the piercing, right?
Piercing, or it gives 12% attack speed and true sight.
Yep.
But most people are going to be using it for the 40% physical and energy piercing.
Oof, that Ramfire cast.
Yep, that's gonna do some damage.
Yeah.
Still close though. It wasn't like over, but yeah, that Ramfire was placed really well.
Yeah, as soon as he stacks energy on that thing and gets some sort of a mega power to it, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, the choice to go Ramfire round 2 here from Renega, I really like that. Because he knew, like, the way Soda had his bulwarks up, he's going to be putting his Invokers in there. And when you have a Ramfire just bursting down a huge clump, especially Invokers squishy, it's not good.
You have a really interesting problem now where you can choose to move the Ophisto before you start giving it augments. But his thing is so optimized, you can see he's on 0 mastery points right now. I'm very surprised he's not chucking the gauntlet on the back left, though. I don't see any reason you need to let it get hit by Ramfire, right? Or am I crazy?
I don't think you're crazy.
He has the Ranger jumping on the back left. I did not see that.
Still, though, I don't think it's because you see he's just going to get burst damage from Oh, man, just barely gets it off.
The Ophisto takes it. That's huge.
That's one of those things. You have to be able to get your Ramfire ultimate off. And if it's just in the huge clump of enemy Illuvials, they're just going to burst him down.
How much health?
He's not tanky.
Look how much health they have. The Ramfire Omega was literally the difference.
Yeah, of course. That's the win con, right? The win condition for Renega is to get his Ramfire's ultimate off, and uh, for Soda, it's just to not have his invokers die before they can get their Omegas off themselves.
You're so eloquent with your words, Jimbo.
They don't call me the face of Illuvium for nothing, right, chat?
5 Bulwark is really good against a Ramfire. I'm liking this. How much do you get for 5 Bulwark across the team?
For 5 Bulwark, you get 50 physical and energy resist, and 100 for the Bulwark units.
Yeah. So on all the non-Bulwark units, you bring in their resistances from about 30 or so up to 80, which is almost a 50% reduction on any given hit. So you're reducing that Ramfire Omega by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Pretty big. And then I don't think there's any world where you actually use the piercer to get through that. That it just doesn't make sense. You want to be able to get the Omegas off as soon as possible. But
If this Hephisto can cast.
oh
Oof.
my gosh. That was actually so close because the Hephisto would have gotten his cast off twice.
I think a lot of that was the Inferno. The Inferno chunked them after that Ramfire Omega so much.
Sure. The Sinalf also had a clear shot of Mega on his Ophisto too, so that was a bit unlucky for him. Yeah, we see here. Fisto's so cool. His Omega looks sick, boys. W Fisto in the chat. But yeah, you see that Sinalf. I don't know, bro. I just fucking love it. The Fisto's so cool. But
It's so fun that
yeah.
he charges up and he just looks like he's getting ready. He loves it. he looks like he's having a good time too.
Yeah, the animation looks so cool, bro. And like seeing them die at the end is so satisfying. Like let's get back to the game, but Ophisto's a great character. We go ahead, he puts in the less energy so that Renega, obviously his Omega goes off a lot slower. And the Ramfire doesn't have any of the energy augments, so it's going to take even longer to get off. But it looks like everything's good for him right now. And he lives through it with the Indomitable. That's huge.
That's game 2.
Yep. Great plays from Renega, choosing to go for that Ramfire right off the bat instead of Soda going straight for those Invokers.
So what I don't get is you can see this Ophisto cast as Ramfire is casting, and it looks like Ophisto didn't do any damage. Oh, that's because it has Indomitable, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's rough. There's nothing you could do to stop that. There's
The
literally
timing on
nothing
that
you
was
can
really
do.
good. Yeah, I think situationally you probably could have put a shield on some of your Illuvials there, but yeah, I don't think that's for the best. I think it just it is what it is.
We lost Martini again. Oh, we completely lost Martini.
Yep, he had to head out, but we thank Martini for showing up regardless. Always great to have his expert insight. He actually created teamfight tactics for those who don't know. And then he moved on to a good game. I'm just kidding. I love teamfight tactics. Both games are really good. But yeah, great play here so far. We've seen so much variety compared to the last Infernos, and I think that does have some to do with the meta, but I also think people are just starting to get better, so they have counters for this or that. They know how to place in 1 or 2 different Illuvials from the generic meta team builds to add this or that effect into this or that comp. Very fun to start seeing this meta grow and become more varied. And we have seen a lot of those Invoker Bulwarks team comps, but from my perspective, I like them. I think it's fun.
Yeah, I think when you talk about the variation, the most interesting thing is that even though we've seen a lot of Invoker comps, we're seeing a lot of different slight variations in both the augments and the Illuvials that have been quite fascinating.
Yeah, and even like the mirror matchups have been really fun because, as we said again, some of those mirror matchups are actually some of the most technical matches because everybody has the same exact thing. It comes down to who's positioning better and who's using the augments better. Um, and or sometimes, like in Renega's case, when you play specific units that are very niche in certain circumstances, like putting that Ramfire in round 2 was kind of the difference in the whole game. We saw Soda come back and win that last one, but or win that last round in the battle, or round 3. Sorry, my brain is fried. We saw Soda come back in that round 3, and I think he could have done more to like maybe beef up his invokers, but possibly not. It just is what it is. You lose from a specific point in the game. I just think by that round 2, Renega putting in that Ramfire was the difference. And at that point, it's so expensive to move over your invokers, especially the way that Soda had his bulwarks in to box in his invokers. It was kind of a double-edged sword, especially in that scenario. I think in the mirror matchup, that's probably not the best case. But who knows? I could be wrong. Looks like we are still waiting on getting some more matches up on the board. We are having some things that ScoreX has to take care of. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. We have been having great viewership. Actually, today's viewership is better than the last Inferno. It's great to see every single week we have that constant base of support and viewership. And I hope you guys are enjoying watching. And again, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel, but like and push out this video on different social media platforms so we can get as many eyes on this tournament as possible. We can grow our community, we can grow this competitive scene, and we can grow Illuvium in general, and that's what it's all about. It's not about the token price going up. It's not about making a ton of money. Those things are cool, but the game is what it's all about. This game is so much fun.
Let's do it.
And once we have a fun game, everything else falls into place. And we are into the next series. And forgive me, who is this playing? Is this the same series? Okay, it's 1-1, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So Kyle even made the comment. He found it strange that Soda switched out team comps that game too. So it looks like he's kind of going back here. And I wasn't able to see what comp Renega was using, but I would assume that he's probably using the same thing, especially after that last round.
We're gonna find out, I suppose.
Yeah. Soda starting off with the stage 2 Water Buffalo and the Riptorus, getting just that double toxic, nothing else. He doesn't want to bond his Ranger because he wants to save that until next round. Makes sense. This is just a really strong round 1. You see there, both of those bulwarks get onto his Riptorus. Not the best, but this Water Buffalo should taunt them away any second, right? No, it got taunted. Okay.
Oof. Those thorns and the toxic pure damage.
Yep. And the extra health on the Water Buffalo is pretty big as well. See, like his Ranger's not even doing damage at this point. It's basically healing him.
I think Soda misplayed a little bit last time by not putting in Gorilla as fast as he could have. And he does have a composition that's going to allow him to destroy Renega in 4 rounds if he plays it perfectly, which is definitely going to make his life a lot easier because the longer he lets Renega live, the harder it's going to be for him to win.
Yeah, the problem right now is I think it's better to put in his Ranger here and get double Mystic on top of it, because if you put in Gorilla, you don't have the Berserker bonus because he doesn't have the sword and he doesn't have the mastery points to put both it. Monkey Air. Monkey Air.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the points to put in Monkey Air or Rip Lance, so he's not going to be able to get that double Berserker.
But I was referring to Gorilla. He took ages to add Gorilla, and as soon as he did, I don't know if that was the only thing, but as soon as he did, that really turned the tides on that game.
Yeah, I think a big part of that was actually the 4 Mystic as well, though I think the Gorilla did help, but the 4 Mystic buffing up some of those fighter units or berserker
Oh, is
units.
that how many
Really
Mystic he
huge.
had? I did not even notice that. That's
Yeah,
insane.
he had all 4 Mystic, which, as I said last game, the 4 Mystic, every 8 seconds, Mystic units shield allies for 5 seconds. Shielding allies gain attack speed. So if they have that shield, they have the attack speed for 5 seconds, and it goes off every 8 seconds. So there's only 3 seconds where they weren't having that 33% attack speed from the 4 Mystic. And that's
Mm.
huge. That's basically having a free hyper.
And it's like, it's a big shield too. I didn't realize, because the shield on 2 Mystic is nothing crazy. The shield on 4, I think you said 450. Bonkers. Putting a
Yeah, so
Dorius at the
not
front
only
is actually sweet here.
not only are they getting that shield, but they're also getting healed back and they're getting the attack speed on top of it. It's pretty big. And the units are healing them on top of it as well. So the healing, they have the toxic. It's just really good team comp. Really good way to put that all together.
S-Judd got knocked out 2-1 against someone called B Banks. Someone I've never seen before.
Yeah, I think they played in the last tournament, but I'm not familiar exactly who they are. I don't think I've spoken to them, but not a bad player from what I've seen. Puts in the Adorius. It gets shut down early. I guess the 3 Mystic is pretty big, but it's such an expensive unit. I think you would have. I'm not sure. That was probably the right play, and you just lose this round and you scale up the next 2.
I'm currently trying to line up Storming for the next round.
Love Storming.
Rogue
Storming's
Imprint.
an Inferno favorite.
Rogue Imprint would be so good. I would actually put so many points. Oh, energy gains even better. But the Rogue Imprint, you'd actually hope to not give that up. Oh no, because what you do is just give that to like Monkier, and he just wipes out the backline.
I completely agree. You put Monkier on the side of that Sea Forest, and he's going to tear through not only the Sea Forest, but now he's going to tear through the Sinalf. Even when the Sea Forest has its granite buff going off, the second hit is still going to go through and hit that Sinalf.
The best part is he will actually reduce the attack speed of everything because he's mud, right?
Yeah.
And that's insane because your energy gain is not increased. Your energy gain does not get increased per attack. So you actually cut out their entire energy gain outside of anything but water, basically, when they're attacking once every billion seconds. It's very impactful.
Monkier's Omega, though?
I'm not entirely sure if the AoE does. I always thought it did, but I've never actually asked or checked.
I'm not sure.
Oh, the Adorius is going down so fast. I'm really not sure. Like, Adorius is a beefy boy. It's quite surprising to me. Oh, so much damage. These games have been so tough. There are so many 1-1s and 2-1s and things like that. It's insane.
So this was very similar to game 1 of the series. Soda took the first 2 turns and then lost the next 2. I'm wondering if this is where he really scales, because now he has the amount of mastery points to put in everything he wants on the board. He can put in his berserkers now. Chooses to put in another mystic instead. Probably takes out the Riptress here, right? And moves into Riplance to get the berserker bonus, maybe? Because right now he's only got 1 fighter and it's not doing anything for him. But if he gets in that extra berserker in the form of Riplance, he can have the 2 berserker bonus, which again is going to give him every 3rd attack 200% or 150% additional damage and 5% attack speed.
So Headbone Hay actually just said in the chat, in the Twitch chat, so I'm not sure if you're looking at it, that the Knotbound Ranger was actually intentional to make sure that he was trying to hit the enemy Ramfire out of the start of the round by using the Scion gun. So he was trying to redirect the Ramfire. It didn't quite work. I believe Ramfire actually knocked it out before it cast. But yeah. And he said it was bad positioning, but it was not a mistake. It was intentional. It's quite interesting.
Okay.
Now that I'm thinking back to it, I think it makes sense because he put it directly in the middle, right where the Ramfire was landing. And if he gave it Phantom, then obviously that wouldn't have been particularly helpful.
Yeah, I figured there was something he was going on there, but he did circle it at the end of the game as if it was an accident, so that really threw me off. But yeah, I see what he's
I
going
still
for.
think he wanted the position to be better than it was, but it wasn't a mistake. Well, I mean, he just wished he played it better, but it was intentional what he did at the time. So I don't know why Soda destroyed him so hard that round. It just doesn't feel that different to the round before.
Well, he has the 4 Mystic in as well as the 4 Mud.
Is the 4 Mystic that impactful? That's insane. I think the Indomitable Gorilla is a big part too because he gets the taunts, extra taunts off.
Well, they get 450 shield every 8 seconds, and they get the 33% attack speed, which scales with the fighters. But I'm not sure why he didn't put Berserker in. I guess he's probably getting more out of adding extra augments instead of switching out Riptorus for Rip Lance. Puts the invulnerable on the monkey ear, and then he puts. Is that Graviton Piercer he put on there, or what augment is that? I can't see.
Which one? Sorry.
On monkey ear.
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like he's getting the piercing up, which is against 5 Bulwark. It makes a little bit of sense. It's a lot better for Omegas. It's not nearly as good for things with using just regular attack damage. But maybe he gave it True Sight, although I don't imagine that'd be particularly helpful either. So yeah, I don't know. It seems a bit weird. I would just give it flat attack speed to be honest, but
yeah, I would too. Interesting choice there, but we'll see how it plays out. Renega chooses to move over the Ophisto and Sea Forest onto that right side instead this time. We can see the Gorilla moving over there. It still has that Indomitable, so even if they focus it down, it's going to take a little bit. And this Ophisto is definitely going to go. It's not going to go down. It lives with okay.
Okay, I'm going to make a bet. This 4 Mystic is actually insane, and I think it's going to take the tournament. I think it's going to win out the entire thing.
Yeah, it's pretty good because these Invokers are super strong right now, and Mud it just beats Invokers.
That's what they say.
Oh man. But no, it makes sense. You slow down the attack speed, they can't rejuvenate their energy by auto attacking anymore. So
there's so much healing too.
Yeah, plus you have the Gorilla, Omega that leaves the dummy that taunts. There's so much that goes into this Mud comp. I don't think it's unbeatable. I think Invokers can definitely beat Mud, but it's really hard, and your positioning has to be perfect. Okay,
it looks like Brian the Brave's game is still going. We might as well chuck it on stream.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just throw that up. Why not?
It's actually 1-1.
Battle of the Hype Boys. Brian doing really well in the last tournament. He got second, correct? Into Leo main. Mindia getting second in the Exborg tournament a couple weeks ago. So also 2 really strong players. Hype, one of the best orgs, probably neck and neck there with Exborg. It's really hard to say, but they are moving further into this tournament than Exborg did.
I think Hype just has so many players that a handful of them are always going to be quite good. Especially, I mean, they train really well as well, as a team. So
for sure,
they're definitely going to be long lasting. Mindia is actually using Phosphorus, so might as well just surrender. Brian, sorry.
Yeah, Mindia pulling out the tried and true Arcanite build. I'm not sure what he has on his Phosphorus there, though. I can't really see.
Oh, that dual left getting completely neutered by the Indomitable there is rough. And I'm not sure why it all feels so slow-mo.
Brian the Brave choosing to put some defensive augments on his Invoker,
Oh!
really keep him alive.
That damage. The Sea Forest.
Yeah, it has the Indomitable augment on Indomitable augment on the Dwelleth, and I think that's Endurance Matrix. I can't really see it on my screen.
Oh, I'm surprised he went to reduce energy. I would have expected to reduce healing. He does
I don't
have
think
the...
it works with health regen right now. It's supposed to, but I don't think it does. So it wouldn't be really good into Bloom.
Well, actually, he's got double Omnivamp behind him. That's what you use it for.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty impactful against the Omnivamp if you get to the later rounds of the game at least.
Looks like he has a Berserker augment for some reason. That must have been a mistake. As no one has another Berserker on their team.
That's so funny. Maybe it's a flex.
It happens.
I mean, it always gives you the option to bond your Ranger and get Berserker in some way. Like, could you imagine getting that on Phosphorus? Arcanite and Berserker? That's pretty disgusting. I don't think he has... But most Phosphorus teams wouldn't carry a sword in the inventory, though. So, I don't know if it's... I don't think... You can't get Berserker without a sword, right? So you would need one. But if you did... That's like that'd be such a weird flex.
Yeah, so it looks like I was wrong. He doesn't have the endurance matrix on these. He has the vitality veil on Sinalf and Dwelleth. Which that's going to give them
and that's game.
50% health untargetable for 6 seconds.
We see our winner from the Inferno 3 taking out a really clutch win 2-1 against Mindia. And showing me that Phosphorus is not invincible. To be fair, it didn't have the cleanse augment for some reason. But yeah.
It didn't have the cleanse augment, but there's not a lot of heavy CC, so it wouldn't have really done much. Generally, the cleanse augment, especially on Phosphorus, is super, super good into the mud comps because it cleanses every time he uses his Omega, and that Omega is just up like pretty much constantly. So the mud stacks are just not working on him at all. Complete counter.
For sure.
But yeah, is able to burst down that Phosphorus there at the end. Didn't have any... I guess he did have some damage on his Theriax. It was doing the pure damage to get through the Goliant. But the Goliant, it has the Indomitable on top of going hyper, which it's a bulwark, so it gets extra defense into the Theriax from that. On top of having the Indomitable is just kind of an unkillable front line. But yeah, finally seeing that Arcanite come out, it looks like the Invoker's just a little bit stronger if you position well. Or well, who knows if it's probably not stronger. They're probably pretty even, but Brian playing the Invokers really well here.
Yeah, it's really good to see. Like, the Bulwarks are so hard to get through. It actually blows my mind a little bit. Just like having 3 or 5 Bulwark as a synergy. That front line takes so long to get through, and the Invokers really need about 20 seconds to get to kind of like max momentum. Or I mean, they can go further than that, but to the momentum that you need to defeat an entire team very quickly. And they just enable that so much. You can't break it. Or at least it's hard to break without more Invokers, unironically, but yeah.
Yeah, the Bulwarks, though, getting so much from that Bulwark synergy. Like most people running 5 Bulwark, getting 100 physical and energy resist is huge. So big. Those so stacks are no joke.
So if we take a quick look at the bracket, we've got Sandbirdie and Nano have started their game quite some time ago. Brian will be up against B Banks. I'm going to hold on to that game for now. If I was trying to get Storming, but I don't know if he's seeing my messages for some reason. Leo Main and Soda are now in their check-in phase, and so they're gearing up. And which game would you rather? Would you rather Brian or Soda? Which
Let's get Brian because we've been watching Soda so much. I'd hate to give some players extra views on him.
All right, Brian it is.
Brian versus what's his name? B Banks, who took out S Judd. So that's going to be really interesting to see how good B Banks is, considering he took out one of the best players in the world. So huge to see that from him. 1 and a 2-1, so it was probably pretty close, but still very impressive to be a player as good as S Judd. You'd love to see it. New face is not like S Judd getting knocked out of the tournament, by the way. I'm not flaming.
Yeah, I love seeing new face. I love seeing new faces and new people joining the tournament. And it's really interesting to see that S Judd and Smartass are not indestructible. Which it feels like we talk about them that way, but everyone's a player, and this game does have some elements of, I don't want to say RNG, but there are certain matchups you just can't win, really, at least if both players are really, really good. And that's the sort of thing that will happen in tournaments. The beauty of a tournament is that we'll actually eliminate some of that a lot more than a ranked ladder will. So, yeah, more often than not, you're going to be able to get around it, but there are always going to be unlucky times as well.
Yeah, we talk about Xborg like they're invincible, but obviously they can be beaten, especially in a game like this where sometimes especially in a series too, where it can be kind of coin flippy depending on which deck your opponent picks, which deck you pick. And it's not double elim, it's single elim this time. So even more variants can pop up from that. These Xborg boys are really good. These hype boys are really good. Even Viper, I think Viper, if not the first best player in the world, is definitely second, right behind Smartass. And we saw in the first tournament he dropped out pretty quickly. So there's a lot of variance to these tournaments, especially when we're new. People haven't figured out the meta completely. Yeah, so these players are still really good. Sometimes it's just not your day. But yeah, we love seeing new faces come up. B-Banks, it'll be interesting to see how he performs after beating one of the best players in this community.
Oh, what happened?
And going up against another really good player in Brian the Brave, who came second in the last Inferno. Hype really showing up today.
I don't know why the stream didn't come through initially. That's really weird. Okay, so Meteoric and Warp Wave coming up at the same time. Oh my god, that's a killer. That is a killer.
Yeah,
what are they going to do?
See which one provides or prioritizes what?
No, Warp Wave's so much better. Why would you? Oh, it's pretty good on Meteor's pretty good on Lallura, actually. I still think Warp Wave's better. What do you think?
It depends on the comp. I think into this comp, Meteoric is better. Because he's using the Arcanite and he doesn't really need the extra energy regen that Warp Wave gives.
What's Banks running?
I'm not sure. I wasn't able to see. Sorry, chat. But Brian going for
they're both they're running a mirror, like pretty much a full mirror.
Doesn't look, he's got some pretty different units. So interesting take on the classic. B-Banks has an interesting take on this Arcanite build because generally Brian's going the more standard 3 water, 3 fire, but Brian has the flare and the fire Graco. B-Banks going for the more expensive, going for that stoic Ember links. So still having that fire bulwark in there, but it's a little bit more expensive. I'm not sure how the mastery point process goes. You know, like they have it completely pulled out. See, he has the stoic Ember links and the flare. Okay, so he has the fire Graco as well. I guess stoic Ember links comes out later into the game is what I would guess. He switches out the fire Graco. But yeah, pretty much full on mirror match in that case.
Yeah, and those stoic lynxes do not underestimate them. They can be pretty wild.
No, the Stoic Lynxes are super good. That stun, now that it goes off like way faster, goes off for 2 seconds, and then the Water Lynx specifically, it gets 25% of its energy cost after using it. I don't think it buffs up its team, but it gives 25% of energy cost back after using Omega. So the first one takes a little bit long to get off, but if you can get it after that first Omega, it'll start getting that. It'll ramp up that Omega faster and faster to go off. Oh, I'm sorry. That
What's
doesn't
this
matter.
for? What's going to ramp up?
I'm sorry. I completely butchered that. He doesn't have the Water Hydra Lynx, so it doesn't matter. He has the Ember Stoic Lynx. So
Yep.
that means when they take damage from the enemy, the Fire Stoic Ember Lynx deals 15 pure damage. So like Thorns.
Oh, okay.
Bit of a nothing burger Omega, in my opinion, but having the 25% energy cost is pretty big. But
He's
still,
got the angle. One more cast. Oh, yep. There you go. And the bird stayed on the board, so he's going to take that extra damage.
Yeah,
That's
the
so
Phosphorus,
unlucky.
of course, staying alive with the Bloom, getting extra healing down. That feels so bad.
That does feel pretty bad.
Okay, now he puts in the Lilura, and it looks like he's going to opt into putting in the Fire Bulwarks instead of his Furiox here. Yeah, definitely better to put in Fire Bulwarks plus Lilura instead of putting in Fire Bulwarks plus Furiox. That's only going to give you 10% extra damage on your Phosphorus, whereas the Lilura is going to give you the 3 Bloom, which is going to just scale Phosphorus's damage even harder and his survivability, because Phosphorus scales really well into Bloom that way. It's just kind of an unkillable damage dealer.
So we're seeing the Lilura doing a lot more work for Brian than it is for Banks, and I think that's going to affect the end game here. Even though Brian never placed a Furiox. Also, Rich asked in the chat, who's currently left in the tournament? We've got Sandbirdie and Nano, Brian B. Banks, Leo Main and Soda, and Storming and Sambu. And Sandbirdie and Nano are actually 1-1 at the moment. So there's a lot of 2-1s, at least in this top 16, top 32, which is really great to see.
Yeah, from my perspective, though, putting in the Lilura over the Furiox makes way more sense, because if you put in the Furiox, you get the 10% extra damage on your Phosphorus, right? And you get the 3 Arcanite bonus, which 50% of Omega power as attack damage, 30% of energy cost as attack speed. But if you put in the 3rd Bloom, you get 225 max health, 15 Omega power, which scales with your 80 and 20 health regen. So your Phosphorus is just unkillable. It doesn't do as much damage, but if it doesn't die, then it's doing more damage over time, right? And now this 4th round he's going to add in that 3rd Arcanite. Now this Phosphorus is just going to be stupid. But it should look very similar to what B-Banks has to play. So this is going to be all positioning. I think the deviation from B-Banks putting in his Furiox on that 3rd round was not it.
But what did Brian do to not place the Furiox? What did he do different? He had the 5 bulwark.
Put in, yeah, he had the 2 bulwarks in.
Yeah. If you can get Fusion Igniter on, you see how both Furiox are at the front? Because the Siphon Matrix on the Lilura would literally neuter Furiox so much, because you're not really going to chuck the Cleanse Augment on them. And so they're making sure to protect that Furiox as good as they can. Also, happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everyone in the chat, everyone playing it.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, and thanks for spending your Christmas weekend with us. Not surprised we're awesome. Illuvium Inferno is awesome, but appreciate it. That Lulura gonna use its first Omega on the Ranger. Thankfully, it was underground, so it's not gonna get targeted here, but after these two die, they'll move on to the Atlas and move back. Looks like that's kind of just same on the other side of the board.
Oh.
Phosphorus runs away.
This is a good angle.
Yeah, re-aggro's onto pretty much all of B-Banks' team. Pretty big.
Oof. He's got the Omnivamp. So B-Banks had the Omnivamp in, but for some reason Brian was just so much stronger, and I'm not getting it. I'm definitely missing something. Like, it looked like his carry should have had more damage on B-Bank's side, but he just didn't.
I mean, the only thing they would have extra is the Omnivamp, right? And it's only 16% because it's giving it to both Illuvials instead of having it on one and getting 40%. And then by that time, due to Brian the Brave's superior positioning, it was just able to kill them easier.
I think it's interesting that the Phosphorus are actually different dominants. We've got what looks like a nature dominant Phosphorus for Brian, and then we've got the Earth dominant Phosphorus for B-Banks. And what's really funny is the fire and the water Illuvials are on opposite sides, where if they were the other way around, then both Phosphoruses would actually be gaining hyper. It's quite funny. I find it funny.
Yeah, interesting play here, by the way, from B-Banks. He goes ahead and puts the hyper endurance matrix on his Phosphorus, makes it a little more tanky. He puts that with the fusion igniter, and then Brian the Brave, on the other hand, puts fusion igniter with the photon ripper, giving him extra pure attack damage.
No, there's no pure attack damage on the Phosphorus. That was on Furiox. He had the cleanse augment. He had the cleanse augment.
Sorry, I can't see the screen as well. I see now.
Yeah.
I think mistake to do that, because the reason that you use the cleanse augment is for heavy CC. Here, he kind of throws a little bit, Brian does, by putting the cleanse augment instead of something else to boost up either the damage or the survivability of his Phosphorus.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you're cleansing here. You make yourself immune from stuns for a little while after you cast. Well, you're pretty much immune for like most of the game, but still, I don't get it.
Well, you're not going to get stunned at all, right? Because Phosphorus has unless it's getting directly attacked from one of the Grackos, it attacks from an attack range that's outside of the Grackos stun. And also the Lulura isn't going to be aggroed onto the Phosphorus. So this is, I could be completely wrong, chat, but it looks like this is a complete waste of an augment on his Phosphorus. I could be completely wrong. I don't think I am, though.
What are you wrong about, sorry?
The cleanse augment on Phosphorus just being a waste.
Yeah, I don't know what you're really doing with it. Do you cleanse wounds? I don't think wounds are impactful enough to need to cleanse them.
No, I think you definitely want just, you can go for the nano sequencer or endurance matrix, or hell, even putting just straight up parasitic link for the 40% omnivamp on him. So I think that's kind of a waste. You would want to just, do it the way they're doing it by putting their allies there. Redemption core is another interesting way if you want to go more tanky. You get 4% HP regen at 60% health. Yeah, I'm not sure what the thought process is. B-Banks going for the Photon Ripper and attack speed augments on his Furiox, and Brian the Brave going for just straight pure damage. He wants to tear through that front line as soon as possible.
The Furiox is targeting the Phosphorus now, but it's not enough. Those resistances are just really good into this matchup. I'm surprised he didn't go with the thing that grants resistances over time, but still.
Yeah, it depends because it's like, is your phosphorus getting attacked right away? If no, then the resistances over time is going to be better, which is the nano sequencer. You get 16 physical and energy resist, I think, every 4 seconds. So at like, I think it's around 30 seconds, it outscales the hyper endurance matrix, which is generally better if your phosphorus is getting attacked right off the bat. And then again, nano sequencer better if you're not getting attacked on that phosphorus and it can kind of just scale, is pretty much always going to be better.
I had a feeling he would chuck the Siphon Matrixes on the Lulura because now the Furiox is a lot further back. And I think the range is going to catch it and pretty much make the Furiox a whole lot worse than it currently is. So this should be really interesting. I definitely think you want to reduce healing to stop the Omnivamp as much. You might choose to remove energy. I'm not sure how that helps you. They cast too fast either way. But he does end up reducing healing. I think that's going to be... It's only going to be good if he gets to the Phosphorus, but once he does, it's going to slow down that Omnivamp a whole lot.
Yeah, and... Yeah, I'm still not sure what the cleanse is there for. Like, he sees that there's not much crowd control coming out as phosphorus.
In the chat, Headbone Hayes says that Brian's trying to cleanse the Siphon Matrix. I guess what it does, and we haven't really talked about, is that it does deter the use of it. Now, are you going to use the Siphon Matrix or no? Because it's going to get cleansed.
Yeah, you really want to make sure in that case that the units holding the Siphon Matrix do not die too fast. And, you know, it looks like that Fire Grocko's just been alive forever, so it makes sense, but...
oh, that thing's got no attack speed left. Well,
I'm not sure, though. I just don't think it's a good play. I could be completely wrong.
This Omega going through the Furiox feels really bad. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, he probably would have won if it didn't.
Yeah, this was a much closer round for Brian here.
You can take out the Ranger. No. Did he even take damage?
He took a little bit of damage, but the Phosphorus died last second too.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah, so he got 100 less damage from that. Pretty big, actually.
It's way more than 100. It has 2 augments.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so it's a huge save. Like, super unlucky for B-Banks.
You're right. It did go down. That's insane. Yeah, so we saved. Let's assume 180.
Okay, he's going crit chance here, and he's going to use Fusion Igniter this time instead of going for double Photon Ripper with the pure attack damage. Fusion Igniter, really good on Phosphorus. I've not seen people use it on Furiox too much, though it is like situationally good. Difference is, again, Photon Ripper, 52 in pure attack damage, so good on the tanks, good into those bulwarks. But he's going crit chance now with the Fusion Igniter, which on Omega you gain energy or attack damage equal to 30% of energy cost. So it's going to scale higher instead of the flat from Photon Ripper. The flat bonuses, that should be. I probably didn't explain that well. Basically, Fusion Igniter scales and Photon Ripper is just a flat buff.
I think what's interesting here is he 100% moves the Furiox and you don't get the Lulura anymore. Although he didn't do a very good job of it, I think the Fusion Igniter is still going to affect that Furiox. Yeah. It looks like it's attacking pretty slowly, so that's insane. The Flare actually has the Photon Ripper on it. And there's a lot of hyper on Brian's side. But like, watch this bird just not die. Oh, it makes me so angry. He's going to win an overload, though. I think that's game. Brian actually managing to take out the mirror match.
Yeah, it was close. B-Banks coming back with the 3 wins in a row there, living on basically nothing. And then, Brian just makes the adjustment. I think the Fortification Catalyst on BBank's side helping a little bit to shred through Brian's bulwarks, but, at the end of the day, switched his up, Brian moves his positioning around a little bit and takes the win.
He didn't
Very
move
nice
his
from Brian the
Furiox.
Brave.
He didn't move his Furiox to avoid the Lulura, and I reckon that was just like a big mistake. Even though I think the other Lulura did not have any Siphon Matrices on it. It had the Fusion Igniter to gain the resistances, which kept it alive for a long time, but it didn't have the Matrices to actually slow down the Furiox on Brian's side. I don't know if that made the difference. But Brian managed to keep his tanks alive a lot longer, which gave his Phosphorus a lot more breathing room, let's say. So yeah, quite an interesting one.
Yeah, it was fun. Great back and forth battle. It was weird to see he didn't put in the Ember Stoic links, did he?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, he didn't put that in. Maybe just didn't have the gold to take out one of the weaker bulwarks and throw that in there, like prioritizing augments over just putting that in late game. Interesting play.
I would like to see it come out.
Yeah. Now, do either of these players switch it up for this next round, or do you think they just run the same comp back?
I don't know what beats Bloom. Bloom is just so good.
I think Invoker can beat Bloom depending on how you play it. I think Mud is not good into Bloom. I think theoretically Mud should be good into Bloom, right? Because the auto attacks are slowing down Phosphorus's autos. His attack speed's basically going to 0. And then you can just, get all that damage onto him and basically shut down his whole game. The problem is, there's that augment called Temporal Safeguard that cleanses crowd control. So that's just super strong on Phosphorus. So, and what's crazy, we're into the next game and we have another mirror matchup, but it's a different one this time. It's Invokers into Invoker.
Oh, really? Okay, that's good. I'm liking that. Let's do it.
Yeah, and what's also great is they get the Invoker augment right off the bat. Let's see if someone tries to be greedy here, or if they both 3-cost it. You have to 3-cost it, right? That's the smart play.
Nah, someone's gonna be greedy, surely.
Let's see, chat. Oh my gosh! I mean, I guess if you have the 4 Invoker already, one extra Invoker augment doesn't do much for you. But
well, the last Invoker augment just. Well, it does actually, because Invokers on every cast give a mega power to their team. The question is, who do you give that last Invoker augment to? But he has Umbra in his team, which is so funny. Umbra with Invoker is like just terrifying. It's so funny and terrifying. He doesn't actually have 4 Invoker. Yeah, he doesn't have 4 Invoker. He has the 3.
He does now.
Yeah, 4 Invoker, Umbra Invoker is so funny.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplay from B-Banks, but we'll see if it. Maybe he just doesn't value the Invoker on the Umbra. It has to come in too late. We'll see.
I can't wait. This is going to be wild.
What do you think about this turn 1 positioning from Brian the Brave here? Whereas B-Banks goes for a little bit more.
I never know how to position the three water bulwark. I don't even know if they know how to do it, and they're just placing it randomly. Placing in the back is definitely smart because you can protect the Invokers a lot easier for your late game. So that's an important way to play that. But still, I never know how to do it. It's interesting. I've always wondered if Carablue or Atlas wins in the 1v1. Not gonna lie.
You would? Sorry, I couldn't.
I've always wanted to know if Carablue or Atlas wins the 1v1. And it looks like Carablue. Oh no, it's got the Ranger attacking it. That doesn't count.
Yeah, I'm not sure. B-Banks' Ranger is hyper, but it looks like overtime comes in too early for that to matter. They're talking about my fake tan in chat. Guys, it's the camera. I don't have a fake tan.
I think they know. Hepburn Hair says that his Tempest Spore amalgamation thing, he says it beats the birds. which I'd be curious to see. But since it does so much pure damage, it wouldn't shock me. So much pure damage, and it has so much dodge. It wouldn't shock me that it would play really well into Blue Marconite, which is really cool to see. I think dodge is a really good way to do it because there's very specific augments you want to chuck on the blue comps, and then it means you can't add Clumsy or True Sight. You have to play really carefully around it, and a lot of them don't tend to carry Clumsy or True Sight because it's so rare that you need it, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's very situational. Brian goes ahead and puts in his
This
Dwelleth round
Dualef.
2.
Dualef isn't going to go into a Fisto.
Yeah, generally, I'm not a huge fan of Dwelleth round 2 because it costs a lot to move him around. But in this case, I think it's fine because B-Banks, you know where he's going to put everything just based off of his round 1.
That shock going on top of Dualef. Well, that's actually the really interesting part about having 3 Bulwark on your team is it's guaranteed that your backline is going to be the thing that Shock is targeting. And don't sleep on Shock. That thing can hurt.
Oh, yeah, it definitely hurts. It's huge.
Because they buffed it. I don't think it was as bad before. But I love it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Plus, you can't get 3 Shock right now, right? So
yeah,
it needs that extra damage. Every 4 seconds, 250 energy damage. Reducing energy resist as well, which is big for those invokers that he has. But Brian going for the more Dwelleth carry with the Umber Steam. I can't wait to see him put in this Umber and see where that invoker augment goes.
Hopefully. Yeah, I think what's interesting is you might want to carry like resistance augments and chuck that thing on your Dualef to stop it from getting the shock thing, because that he would have won last round quite confidently if it wasn't getting hit by shock. I'll tell you that much. Because not only did that redirect the Ophisto cast, but the shock reduces energy resistance as well. So you just want to avoid that if you can.
Yeah, I think the Indomitable, it's a bit of a double-edged sword into shock too, because you have to kill both of them, right?
No, I'm talking about the resistance. I'm talking about if you gave Dualef resistance, then shock wouldn't target it.
Ah, I see. Ophisto's Omega.
Here we go.
There we go.
Oh, it's going to go down before the second cast.
Yep. Unlucky for B-Banks there. Brian takes a pretty easy round 3.
I think B-Banks has a worse late game, so since he's not taking him out early, this is going to be really interesting. Brian's pretty obsessed with his own Umbro right now. We can see that. Crap, I did it again. I'm sorry, guys. I have not eaten today.
It's all good. Don't let it happen again. Goes for the Retribution call over Mirrored Erosion, and we see complete different points thrown on those augments. Interesting play. He goes and puts in the extra Sin Elf instead of going for Umber here. I think it makes sense. You kind of want augments on top of your Umber, and it's a little too expensive right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Sin Elf taken out though later into the game, but maybe he just wants to keep the extra water in there so he can get the energy regen. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case as well.
He does get the he doesn't get an extra invoker, but he gets an extra caster that triggers invoker.
But yeah, it gives it water bonus, so now he has 5 water. If you take that out, you have 4 water then.
Oh yeah, it's better to have it in than out. And 5 water benefits your Dualef pretty decently as well, even though it's not as much as it affects your Sin Elf. The Ranger in the top left, do you think that's going to take... It's not going to take any beams, I don't think. So I'm not sure what the plan is there.
Yeah, I think it just wants to get more damage, more free damage, and not hit the bulwarks in the front.
It stops the Goliath. Very good play. It took the Goliath stun.
Yeah.
Oh no! The Lynx cast too early. Oh, you hate to see that. Could have stunned out Seaforest from its Omega.
Yeah, I do think he would have lost there anyways. and I don't think it would have changed the outcome of the round. So
I don't know. Your left might have been able to cast one more time. But yeah, redirecting that Goliath Omega is huge. There's not much you can do
There we
about it
go.
unless you chuck Umbra in the back left.
Yep, and as you said earlier, he puts on the Vitality Veil on the Dwelleth, gets 100 health regen at 50% health and 20 energy regen.
On the Atlas.
No, that's on the Dwelleth, and then he puts the Indomitable on Sinalf because it's going to get targeted by the enemy Sinalf, or it should anyways.
He just put Invoker on Atlas. This is so keen.
Yeah, I think it would have been fun to see him put it on the Umber, but I think this setup, you just don't want to take the Sinalf and lose that 5 water. So just dropping the Invoker anywhere, you get that extra 4 Invoker now.
No, but Atlas's shield scales with Omega power.
Sure, but I don't think it's enough to do anything.
Ah,
really.
come on. I reckon it is. I'm keen to see this. I think we disagree. I'm happy with that.
I don't think it's. I think it's solely for the Invoker bonus.
No, watch this.
These hype boys are going crazy in the chat for their boy.
This second shield is going to be so wild on Atlas. What's this second shield? Oh no! We didn't get it off.
Yeah, the Indomitable not even coming into play for that Sinalf either. I don't hate the play though. I think that probably made the most sense.
If you give Indomitable to Atlas.
You just want to see it. Like
I want to see it. I want to see the like 5,000, the 5,000 shield.
A lot of people really enjoying the Vitality Veil. Did it get a buff recently, or is there just like?
It's just good when you drop to 40% health. It gives you like, it's something ridiculous, like 20 energy regen a second for 5 seconds or something.
And I guess it scales well with your invokers who are like chilling in the back line and then sometimes take hits from Omegas. So
it works really well with Indomitable too, because it pretty much guarantees them another cast unless they get stunned out of it. And so you always guarantee at least one final cast, which is really good on Invokers because that last cast is the one you need. Particularly on a Fisto, in my opinion, but still. Surprised he's not making an effort to do anything about the back left ranger. Like, even if Brian moved his ranger to the right to cast the gauntlet onto it, that would be pretty helpful.
V-Bank's trying to get that Omega off of his Fisto as soon as possible. Puts an Indomitable on there as well to tank the Sin Alpha or Dwelleth Omega if it starts to hit it. But man, Brian the Brave just tearing through that front line of B-Banks pretty much right off the bat.
Look at the Indomitable.
Oh my gosh, the stun from the Hydrolinks was crazy too.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Nope. If B-Banks can't win this next round, it is very, very likely he loses the series. He lost the first game, right? Yeah, Brian took it back that last round of the last game. So yeah. B-Banks is on the ropes right now. Can he come back, or is it another hype victory in the Inferno 4?
It looks like Nano is in the semi-final, and Soda is in the semi-final, beating out Leo Main 2-0, and Storming and Sambo are 1-1. So this is really heating up. I'm super keen for a Storming Soda game for sure.
Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to get that Soda Leo Main game on the stream. 2 previous Inferno winners, both getting second place. Soda and Inferno 2. Leo Main in the last Inferno getting second. No, he won the Inferno.
No, Brian. Week, right? Brian won. We're watching the winner of the last Inferno, I'm pretty sure.
I thought Brian got second.
Oh, I can't remember. I'm dying now.
Regardless.
I don't know. Red Bull.
I got a bang energy, bro.
Yeah. ILV popping off? What?
You know what? Only in a crypto game would you have people coming in talking about token price during an esports event. Isn't that funny?
It's only popping off because of us.
Yeah, the Inferno. If you want the token price to go up, like the Inferno video and share it around so we can get more faces and eyes on Illuvium in general.
It's not
Yeah,
really.
you see here that Indomitable just really saving him. He's gonna get the Indomitable on his Ophisto, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. Kills 2, but kills 3,
Ooh.
but just enough damage.
We're going to see the game end and Brian take the 2-0.
I was yapping. Sorry about that, chat.
It's all good. Changed up his team quite a bit, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, interesting to see that this Steam Invoker comp was just slightly... It felt stronger to me than the other comp, just from me personally. The double Dwelleth and Sinalf combination. And, I think Brian played it really well on top of that. I think it's probably just a skill matchup, to be honest, because Brian's, the way he put his augments, he got the 4 Invoker with the Steam. So now he's got 4 Invoker, he's got Sinalf and Dwelleth pretty much casting like immediately. He's got the extra energy right off the start. Yeah, just really good plays from Brian the Brave. And I think he also did a really, really good job at positioning compared to B-Banks. But B-Banks playing really well. So thank you for signing up, B-Banks. It was a pleasure to watch you. And yeah, we'll be seeing you in the next Inferno, hopefully.
I think the other key difference is we saw, well, only one side had, like, there were a bunch of main differences, but really when you come down to it, it was very much a Steam versus Shock matchup. And I don't think Steam was the reason they took it out, but it definitely, that Dual F and Sinalf is, I think they have the 2 highest damage output Omegas in the entire game. The only thing is that you can waste out their Omega pretty easily, so it's balanced in that way. But having both of them on the board is just really strong.
Yeah, it was interesting to see. Again, I'm not sure one's better than the other. I think that was kind of just more of a skill matchup. Brian the Brain really showing up today, and you love to see it.
Your heart will explode. I don't get it.
I never mind. I made a comment about I take Adderall as well, but I have ADHD, so Adderall plus Bang, like my heart's going crazy. But I'm the most focused person in the world right now.
So here's what we're looking at right now: is Storming and Sambu. It looks like they're going into a 1-1. If we see the chat, they're definitely in their final game. And we've got Leo Main and Soda just finished up with a 2-0, which is quite interesting to see. Brian and B-Banks with a 2-0, and Nano beating out Sandbooty with a 2-1. So yeah, it's been quite an interesting series overall in the tournament today. So very exciting.
Yeah, weird seeing again, we talk about how good Smartass is. Lost 2-0 to Sam Birdie, and then Sam Birdie loses the next game. S-Judd loses to B-Banks, then B-Banks loses the next game. There's some weird things going on in this tournament. Leo Main also losing, but Soda's a good player, so I'm not super surprised by that. That was a good matchup. If Storming loses this, all hell's broken loose, and like it is 1-1. Like we have no idea who's winning yet.
I think if I remember rightly, Soda was the one who brought some interesting teams. He had the Tempest team, right? Or was that someone else?
That was Hetbone Hay.
Ah, that was Hetbone Hay. But Soda's got some really good teams this comp, so yeah.
Yeah, and I think another really cool thing about the tournament today is I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like in past tournaments, people were kind of sticking to the same team comp every single game. And this tournament, we've been seeing people switch it up pretty often, pretty much every single game, if I remember correctly, except for Renega was really, really feeling that Invoker team, and he was doing well with it. So no complaints here. I'm just saying, like, we've been seeing a good variety in team comps, and I think that bodes well for viewership. How are you feeling about the tournament so far, chat? Let us know. Give us some W's, give us some L's. Let us know which one, how you feeling. Again, if you can, please like the stream, share it around on social media so we can get the word out on the Illuvium Inferno to as many people as possible. And if you're watching right now and you're wondering, hey, how can I compete? We are going to have a official Illuvium Inferno Twitter soon, and we'll be announcing the dates for upcoming Illuvium Inferno tournaments. I'm not sure when we'll be stating the dates of the tournaments, but it should be on the same time every single week so that everybody knows when to look. So
the registration will also open at consistent times
yes.
as we go on. But with Christmas coming up this next week and all the rest of it, me and Jim are a bit busy to properly settle that up. But in the new year, that's going to be a big focus for the Inferno. So don't worry, it's getting more structured as we go. I need to ask for feedback from the Wildfire team, but it looks like today's tournament went pretty smoothly with people being able to just use the platform and pretty much automate and regulate the entire thing quite well. We had a little bit of trickiness in round 1, but besides that, it was pretty smooth. So it'll be better moving forward, and it'll make it a lot easier for us to do 128-man tournaments too. Men and women, but it's just an expression. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying there. I almost canceled you, but yeah, the tournaments so far have been so much fun, dude. Like, I've been having the time of my life. We got a ton of W's in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, the tournaments have been so much fun. They're only going to get better, and I think we'll add some different elements, just kind of play around with things. Something I'm really excited for is adding some kind of banning phase. We'll just play around and see where everything lands, what the community wants, what's good for viewership. We got to balance both of those things. But yeah, if you guys want to sign up for the Illuvium Inferno and you're watching like I want to compete, it's completely free, but it is first come, first served. And
well, I'd actually love to get all your takes in the chat. If we did make a tournament with an entry fee, would you guys be down for that? Would you be interested in that? I'm talking like $10 max, and then that would go towards the prize pool and all the rest of it. But more importantly, we would be able to get we'd be able to help out the organizers and stuff as well, with a tiny bit of that to a lot of people are taking a lot of time out of their day. So I'd just be curious to see if people would like it. And it would obviously, we would take payments and stuff through Start GG or whatever, probably. So you'd probably be able to use like PayPal and all that. I don't think there's no need to involve crypto in that side of things. But we'll be as transparent as we possibly can, of course.
Yeah, speaking of the tournament admins, huge shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. We could not do this without you guys. You guys have been putting in so much work. You guys are not going unrecognized. Let's get a big W one more time in the chat, this time for the tournament admins. You guys are the backbone. You guys are what makes this thing happen. So we very much appreciate you guys.
So I let Brian start his game for the semis, because we watched a lot of Brian recently, and I'm going to bring up Soda and Storming, and then we'll watch the grand final. We're actually in the semis right now, which is really hype.
Yeah, I'm super excited for the semis as well. Soda versus it's Soda versus Sambu. Not Soda versus Storming.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't paying that much attention.
Again, another weird moment where another top level player is getting booted out of the tournament by a lower ranked player. But I think Sambu, he's a pretty regular player in the community, correct? I recognize that name.
I think so. I recognize the name for sure.
But I haven't seen him do this well in a tournament yet, so it'll be fun to see what he's pulling out, what he's doing to get these wins. Going up against one of the really good players that we've seen in the Inferno, Soda, doing really well recently, especially after his second place performance in the second Inferno. Love seeing Soda perform and compete in these games.
They're just
always fun to watch him.
The game set up.
Soda bringing out 2 or 3 different comps so far, right? He's played the Arc Knight, he's played this weird Mystic Mud comp, and then played the Invokers as well with the Water Bulwark frontline. Soda coming in with some variety for sure. Ban the bird deck. Maybe. And we're into the next game, by the way.
All right, let's do it.
Ooh,
Yeah, I'm excited for
interesting
deck
team comp.
registration, but I just need to find a good way to do it.
Yeah, interesting team comp from Sambu. It goes for the Invoker team with Steam, but also has the, what is it, Slayer? Is that what Umber is?
Umber Slayer, yeah.
Or is it Predator?
No,
Okay,
no,
yeah, it goes for
there's
the
only
double
one Predator
Slayer.
right now.
Yeah, it goes for double Slayer with the Umber. So he has that in his back pocket if he wants, but we'll see how this game plays out. Soda likely going to go for the Riptorus here with the stage 2 Water Buffalo. Just really strong opening. Super strong turn 1.
We need Jimbo plushie is like underrated comment.
I don't know about that, Chief. Yeah, Soda, personally, his take on the mud comp is interesting. Whereas a lot of people would really put the monkeyer up to get the most damage out, where Soda, in his view of this team comp, he's running the Mystic, favors that 4 Mystic over the Berserker buffs for the speed attack speed buff.
The survivability from that shield is just so good.
It's so good. It's so good. It keeps his carries alive for so long. They get the dodge chance from Spore. It's,
And then
yeah,
and then like Adorius and Geyser are the 2 biggest healers in the game. And so everyone's getting shielded. And then if you can't take him out, they're all getting really big heals. Like, well, I mean, a big insta heal from Adorius and a big overtime heal from Geyser. But either way, it's a lot of healing for one team to have. I think you're basically, besides having a full empath team, you're basically at the maximum threshold for healing on a team.
Oh yeah, and no surprise there. The 3 water bulwark start, really what you're aiming for is not to win the first round. You're kind of just setting up so your round 2 and round 3 can be a little bit stronger. And on the flip side, the toxic, either Cardulux or this Cardulux double toxic double Colossus, or this version that's really common from Soda, where you have the Riptorus and stage 2 water buffalo. So you're just getting that 2 toxic. Both of those very, very strong early game setups. And Soda going in with the Atlas here.
I forget, Jimbo. The Mystic shields at the start of the game. Does it also give the attack speed at the start of the game? I don't think it does.
Sorry, I was muted. Every 8 seconds, Mystic units shield allies for 5 seconds.
But Mystic also gives a shield at the very start.
Are you sure?
Yeah. You can see it on the screen. You'll see it in a second.
Okay, it doesn't explain that in the actual definition of it, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. Oh, look, they all have a shield.
Yeah, it has to, right? Interesting. So they start off. Do they start off with attack speed as well then, in that case? I'm not sure.
That's what I was asking you. I don't think they do, but I'm not sure.
I think they do, because Mystic units shield allies for 5 seconds. And regardless of if the shield is from Mystic buff or not, shielded allies gain attack speed. So it doesn't matter if the shield is from Mystic. If they have a shield, they're getting attack speed, is what it looks like.
No, I don't believe that to be true. But if that is insane.
Correct me if I'm wrong in chat. I don't think it's that insane, because you start off like getting a shield like that is not very common, and they start off with the shield to begin with.
I need Kyle right now. He did a good job redirecting that dual F beam, but it's the second beam that he needs to worry about. He just doesn't have enough. He doesn't have 3 bulwark on his board. Oh, yeah, he manages to eliminate the second beam. It does take out Cardulo, which is really unlucky.
is just able to get free damage
It's
for
attacking
so long.
attacking so slow though. The minute you put a gorilla on that dual F.
Yep. It's like he's valuing the 30% increased attack damage and 30% increased attack speed over communal regrowth and energy reservoir.
Okay, normally I wouldn't read out these sorts of comments, but Eschad's comment is actually fire. He says, when stream only on Twitch, so Jimbo can use sensor bars. And be naked.
I'm definitely... I don't want to get into that conversation because I'll start getting pissed off. I hate the way Twitch is set up. There are children on there. But
it's really depressing.
Let's move on. So stupid, dude. But anyways, this the way Soda has his board set up, the monkey ear is going to go straight to the back line. He goes ahead and puts gorilla in so he can get it onto the Dwelleth. I'm not sure that's going to work because he's going to get taunted by the Caribou, and then he's just going to ult away from the Dwelleth. So I don't know if that's the best
he'll only
move.
get taunted when Caribou casts. He just needs to hit, and plus Caribou's going to walk forward, and I can't see any world where gorilla doesn't hit dual F. Caribou should have been placed right at the back.
Yeah, that's fair. And the gorilla is going to add the mud buff onto the Dwelleth, which is, again, since he has 4 mud, he's going to gain 7 energy per attack, but he's also going to have 6% attack speed reduction with each auto attack onto an enemy unit if he has mud. So, and that stacks up to 10 times, so it could go up to 60% attack speed reduction. So you can see there that Dwelleth is casting slower and slower. And then the taunt actually times up perfectly so that it taunts away Sambu's Dwelleth's Omega. That's pretty big.
Mm.
Looks like it might not matter here. The C-Force just doing so much damage. Tears them out. And the Sinalf going hyper gives him a ton of attack speed.
It's just too much damage on the board, and by putting the shrimps on each corner, you kind of cover the whole board. Soda's team really excels when he gets a lot of big healing, but it doesn't have enough resistance. It just doesn't.
Yeah,
he needs to sell off and get both the mystics in, or he doesn't have enough. Protection.
Yeah, the front line just not strong enough for Soda, falling off. As we said, super strong early game, but falls off a little bit into the late. And Sambu with his bulwarks, especially with that Goliath, it's going to be invulnerable for a little bit. And then it's got the 100 resistance on top of that. So very hard to get through Sambu's front line compared to Soda. But now Soda does have the 4 Mystic, right? Or does... He can't afford the 4 Mystic yet. So if he can live until this... If he can live through this round, the round after, I think it's round 6, he'll be very strong. He'll have the 4 Mystic, he'll have the Berserker, and his Monkey Ear will be doing so much damage. Even this round, he is looking a little bit better. So we'll see how much that affects. And that Gorilla just placed perfectly,
Oh, the Gorilla's taking the Sinalf, but it does have the Indomitable. And it did get a really good heal from Adorius, but it needs the next one, and it didn't get it in time.
Sinalf just completely taking out the Water Stoic Lynx. Pretty big.
The Adorius healing is hopefully going to keep him in the game. I don't know if he's going to win this round.
Nope, he has the Indomitable
attacks so fast. That's so funny.
That's huge.
Oh, it's actually going to lose him the game, just not quite having enough healing. I really do think you should have sacked your water and put in Geyser. I don't think the water was worth it.
Yeah, I think you want the 4 Mystic in there, but...
He already didn't have Bulwark. You had to get the 4 Mystic and sack everything else.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. That 4 Mystic would have been huge, especially for the Berserkers there. Again, buffing up their tankiness, but also giving them some more survivability.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Because you saw how much damage they did once they did get to the back line, but they just they didn't survive quite long enough. They needed a bit more health.
They couldn't get there, and Grilla's on that Dwelleth, applying those mud stacks, but it just Omega's away. And I don't know what happened the first round, or the first time he put Gorilla on top of that Dwelleth, when Gorilla used its Omega, it timed perfectly with Dwelleth to stop Dwelleth's cast going off. That second time, it seemed to aggro the Dwelleth, or taunt the Dwelleth right before its Omega went off, so it still got all of that damage. I'm not sure what happened with that interaction, but looks like Sambu is going for the same exact comp, and yep, we're back into the game, but Sambu is going for the same exact comp, and I wasn't really able to see what Soda was running.
I really like Soda's mud comp, so I hope he's running it. I reckon he wins that game. He just needs to scale it a little bit differently. But this is the sort of trouble I have when I play a lot, is the best path for scaling and how to alter my strategy. I'm not particularly good at it yet. I'm slowly improving, but Illuvium is not an easy game. It's not for the faint of heart, but that's how I like my games. I'm a big Souls fan, let's put it that way. We can see neither player gets anything. This is a different team with Fighter Behemoth with some sort of rogue offsuit with Lalura. I don't know. I've never seen this team before. I played against something similar, but not exactly like this. He's even got Forest in the team, which I've tried using recently. It's not great. It's not great. You need like 5 fighter to make it work, I think. Yeah, this team is really interesting.
Okay, Soda running a variation, looks like, yeah. Still has that same strong round 1.
It's not just a variation, it's a completely different team. He's got like fighters and like a Behemoth and Vanguard. And he's got Ramfire as well and Rogues. He's got a lot of there's like 12 Illuvials, I think.
That's interesting. Maybe he just really flexible team comp.
I'm keen to see it. I think Forest is kind of average. So would have liked to see a cheaper fighter in there. But he's just got it in there to grab the bloom, I suppose, for Malura.
I think Force is actually pretty good. I think
it needs Arcanite.
It does get hurt, yeah, from not having the Arcanite, but I still think it's good because it does have a lot of damage. So it's like damage without, I don't know. It gets the fighter buff. I think is still pretty good, is what I'm trying to get at.
He's got the 3 Earth, 2 Mystic, 3 Fighter, which I really like here. And although Earth is a lot more impactful on something like a Flish than something like a Dual F or a Sin Elf, it still does pretty decent, and at the very least, it does work really well against Bulwarks. Is like unironically a great way to counter out Bulwarks a little bit, at least as a frontline matchup, is with Grit and Resolve.
Yeah, true. They do fall off a little bit into the late game, so Soda probably going to want to win this pretty early.
He for sure wants to try and win this quick.
That would have been so unlucky if it took out the monkey there as well.
My favorite thing about Mystic teams is you often have the Ranger staff. The only problem with the Ranger staff is it's got to sit. It doesn't run up forwards with your fighters. But for anyone who's unaware, the Ranger staff actually gives attack speed when it to allies when it casts. They did nerf it quite a bit, Could you imagine how strong this comp would be if they hadn't? But it's still good. Now you chuck in a rogue, right? We go 5 fighter.
It looks like he's going to drop in 5. Oh, he is going to put in a rogue. Okay. Oh, couldn't afford the extra. No, he could.
Yeah, he could get it.
I don't know. I don't know what the thought process is there. Maybe
Changing
take
his
aggro.
mind, goes for the
So
rogues.
what I'm thinking he's doing. Okay, never mind. He takes out the forest, puts in Lolura so he can get the double rogue. That would have been an interesting play. Puts in the Ramfy so the bulwarks aggro onto the Ramfy, and then forest gets a straight line to Dwelleth. Looks like he was thinking about that, but decides against it last second.
See, I really like the Lolura back right corner here, because this second dual F cast might be kind of wasted on the right. Although it is going to hit that instead of the Ranger, which was, I 100% believe was not the intent.
Definitely not. You want that alive, though it's still looking decent for him. If he can get this... Okay.
He's going to waste that second cast.
Front line, very easy.
Getting some good damage off here. Surprised Ramfy took out the Carablue on its own.
I'd just like to say I'm really impressed with Soda's deck building. He is almost... Has he even played the same comp twice? Like he's been changing it up so often, depending on what his opponent is playing. Yeah. That is how you win series. This guy is big braining it right now.
Yeah, and I love how both these comps we've seen are both mystic, or like they have mystic elements, but they're like night and day.
Yeah, completely different in the way that they use it.
Well, over the course of the battle, even with 2 mystic, you're getting about 1,000 in shields for your team. Over the course of the battle, per Illuvial. So you're potentially getting like, we're talking like 5,000-6,000 shields over the course of the battle from just 2 mystic. Even when they die, it's a synergy, and so it still grants the shields, I believe, which is really good. It does kind of upset me that like Magma got like full wrecked, where like the Magma pools disappear when Illuvial dies, but pretty much no other synergy works that way. I mean, that's wrong. That's probably a bad way to look at it, but I think I'm just salty. Going Phantom is pretty solid here.
Yeah, this is going to really throw off Sambu as well, I think.
Well, it's not much he can do about it. He's not prepped for it. The only problem here is that the dual F beam is not going to the right way this time, because he's got the Phantom on the Ranger. And so the dual F beam might be going straight across the field to the right and just taking out everything along the way. Or it's going to the big pack, which is kind of what you would maybe want to happen, but I don't expect that.
Interesting choice to put the Photon Ripper on Ramfy. That doesn't scale with his Omega, right?
No, but it's good against, because the opponent just went 5 Bulwark, and you kind of need it to break through the Carablue.
Sure.
It's dual F, yeah. It's going to cast straight into Ramfire, like I said.
Yeah, unlucky there.
Well, not unlucky. I saw it. I think we saw it coming.
Yeah, sure. But unlucky for Soda. I think that may have actually just lost him the match, because Sambu's going to start scaling here.
Oh, yeah. That was a big blunder. That's the sort of thing that...
In a game, he had one as well.
That's the sort of thing I can see now watching it. Like, with this overview, like, that's all I'm thinking about. But when playing the game, that's the sort of thing I miss every single time, to be completely fair. I miss that a lot.
Yes, it's easy to watch and make the right decision, right? So like when you're in the middle of it, you're thinking and trying to react to the enemy on team, and people from the outside perspective are like, how did you even do that? But that's a very common thing that happens in esports.
He needs to get something in his back corner to redirect that dual F beam.
He did.
He put the monkey in. Yep. He saw his mistake. Now your risk is if Sinalf casts and kills the monkey, and then dual F casts into Ramfire, you're boned. I would have actually put the monkey forward a little bit more, so that they cast into your group of bulwarks in the middle.
I will say it's also... He also gives away his positioning a little bit. If Sambu wants to move around or react in some kind of way, that does give him a good access to do that. Though he did predict pretty well, putting the stoic links there just in case something like that happened. There you go. He gets off his Omega off the bat, no problem. And there we go. That's the extra damage he needed. Oh,
Yeah,
but he has invulnerable on
the
a ton of
Indomitable.
things.
The Indomitable
Yeah,
is going to cost
Indomitable.
it. But he wouldn't have.
Which
He
I
wouldn't
don't
have
think
taken
he
out
had
Dual
last
F
round.
anyways.
But if he had it last round, he would have had at least 2 more chances to win.
Oh yeah.
And he would have only had to win 1 more round.
Yeah, they also have the energy regen on top of Dual F here. So since the Ramfire Omega isn't enough, Dual F is actually going to get up his Omega really fast after that cast, and the Ramfire Omega is almost going to benefit Dual F in quite a way.
Yeah, the mix between the Indomitable and the Vitality Veil, goes off at 50%. Gets 20 energy regen for 5 seconds, which is huge.
Indom on Lolura is really cool here because it might actually take 1 extra beam towards the end of the game. This is a really close heat.
He also puts the invulnerable on Ramfire for 6 seconds, so now he won't take as much damage at the beginning, which was happening a lot. He was taking a lot of damage right off the bat, so we'll see how that affects the whole round as a whole. Very close game right now. I still think it's anybody's game, but Sambu is going to start scaling harder, I believe.
He's got Indomitable on the Monkey too, which might actually be able to take a whole extra cast. Interesting. Is the Riptorus able to take out the Atlas and the Ranger? Ooh, it's a big cast, but it's just
big cast, but I don't think it's enough. No,
it is not enough, and we see Sambu actually take the 2-0 here, which I did not expect. Yeah. Sambu played it very, very well.
Yeah, did great here. Played it very, very well. Was really good at reacting. I think this was Soda's game to win, though. I think he should have won that 4th round. Messed up a little bit with the Ramfire placement. Also, credit to Sambu for putting the Stoic links there, kind of predicting it. I don't think he was exactly predicting it, but just kind of covering all of his bases with that placement. But yeah, great play from Sambu. And I mean, what is going on with this tournament? All the old names. Leo's out, Soda's out, Storming's out. Brian the Brave's still in, but he's down by 1. And Smartass is out, S-Jud's out.
I missed it until we watched the replay there. But Sambu actually chucked 2 Siphon Matrixes on his backline for that final round. And the Siphon Matrixes drained Ramfire of its attack speed. Not sure how impactful it was since Ramfire still got the chance to cast. But that being said, it definitely slowed down Ramfire from being able to take out some key pieces. And that's it. Yeah, it's a shame. But it was a good play with the Matrix, and it's just too much to handle.
Yeah, too much to handle. I think Soda may have been cooking a little too. He was cooking, but I'm not sure if it's edible. But
I think that was the interesting part with Soda's team. Is on the surface it looked really cool. There were so many different synergies, and you could do so many different things. Yeah. But then you get to this point where if you don't do anything exceptionally, then you're losing out a lot. And in particular, you notice the Ramfire go up and come down, and he only KO'd some things that were already on half health. He didn't actually knock out any really big pieces. He didn't do enough damage to Dual F and didn't even trigger Indomitable. He didn't do enough damage to a few other things as well. And that's why all the Ramfire teams you see are running 5 Scion, 5 Fire, all that sort of stuff to make sure the Ramfire can one-shot everything. But without being able to one-shot them, it's just not as good. And that's what happens when you split up your team too much. S-Jud says he should have stuck with Mud. And maybe you're right.
Was that on your side? I just had something blow my eardrums out. I was like looking through everything on my computer, like, why is this happening?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, I don't know what that was, but whatever.
So it looks like I need to hunt down potentially a new person I haven't streamed before.
What do you mean? There's only one game left.
Yeah, but a person that has never come on the stream before. If Nano wins.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I would love to see if Brian wins this next game in their series, if he could stream so we could watch the last game and then move on to the finals. Sambu, if you're listening, please reach out to us so we can stream your games, by the way. If anybody can get a hold of him, let us know as well. Can we get a Bang Energy update from Jimbo? Yeah, I got here the blue raspberry Bang, this one down the hatch, and now we have moved on to the black cherry vanilla Bang. This one's one of my favorites. It's a classic flavor. Really just kind of tastes like your normal, soda. Black cherry, vanilla, really good flavoring on this one. The blue raspberry though has been a new favorite of mine. I think it's not a new flavor, but it's newer. And generally with like these artificial blue raspberry flavors, they can be like kind of overwhelming and the taste is too strong. But this one I think is just right. So if you haven't tried any blue raspberry bangs, the taste isn't overwhelming and it's got like the perfect blue raspberry taste.
Are we
So
sponsored by
big
Ultra?
on these.
What is going on?
This is Bang.
Are we sponsored by Bang
Don't
Energy?
disrespect Bang again. And yes, if we're not sponsored by Bang yet, but we will be in the future. So I'm just kind of, Bang, if you want to sponsor the Illuvium Inferno, dude, I would love to shout out Bang every single week. That would be freaking awesome. So, and their CEO is a G. I don't know if you guys seen him, but we're getting off track. But there's not much to do right now. We're just waiting. So whatever. Bang Energy Drink. Go buy one. They're going to sponsor Illuvium Inferno in the future. And again, if you guys are enjoying the stream, be sure to like that stream. Let's get that up to 50 likes. I think we're about around at 40 right now. Oh, no, you guys hit it. Well, in that case, let's get it to 60 likes. Love you guys. Thank you so much for coming out again. Viewership, again, has been awesome, man. It's cool to see us building this foundation of the esports scene. We've had like an average of 50 viewers for every Illuvium Inferno, except for the first one. I think we had like 100. And it's really cool to see that the viewership is not dipping down or anything. I'm glad you guys are entertained. You guys are enjoying watching and playing. And if you guys have any suggestions, be sure to hit up me or Scoriox, and we would love to hear it. We're more than happy to try out this or that thing in the Inferno. We're thinking about some kind of ban phase. Maybe if you win with a deck, you can't use it in the second game. Just kind of playing around, especially now that that first Inferno, we wanted to keep it really, really strict, like let people kind of play what they want. But playing around with different structures for the tournament, more than happy to do that. And especially if the community wants this or that, we would be more than happy to do it for the community. This is all for you guys, by the way. I know you guys love watching me. I'm super entertaining, way better than looking than Scoriox. I have more hair than him as well. But Scoriox is really good at this as well. Shout out to Scoriox, by the way. Production of the stream has been incredible because of Scoriox. Nothing production-wise is good because of me. Just so everybody knows, Scoriox has been absolutely killing it. He's been doing the damn thing. And honestly, I feel bad for him sometimes. Sometimes he'll be working on Inferno stuff, and it's just something I can't help with. So, yeah, big shout out to Scoriox. He's been doing so much work.
We'll get you set up with OBS. Don't worry.
Okay.
We'll get you set up.
Yeah, we actually have to do that because, if you can't be here a week, I have to be able to do it myself.
Plus you have
right?
better Wi-Fi anyways. It'd probably be really smart.
Yeah, I'm more than down to do it. I would love to, but
I'm having trouble.
Right now I'm just a pretty face.
I'm having trouble DMing Nano.
Guys, by the way, if someone knows either Nano
Sambu's on a laptop,
Sambu.
so we're going to try and avoid him streaming.
Okay, if you guys can get a hold of Nano for us, let us know. Or Nano, if you're watching the stream, please get in contact with Scoriox. We're going to be using your stream for the official stream, XD. We're going to be using your game for the stream. Can we get some crates of Bang as prizes? Sure. Once we have our first LAN esports event at Illuvium, what's the thing called? the event, Illuvifest. Once we have our first Illuvium Inferno at Illuvifest, the winner will be getting a case of Bang. We will be sponsored by Bang. It'll be a very good time. Actually, I'll reach out to them after this tournament. I'm sure they would love to see us get some extra prize pool money for one of the greatest gaming communities in the world, the Illuvium community. And yeah, it'll just be it would just be really cool to see. If you guys have any sponsors, or if you want to sponsor the Illuvium Inferno, be sure to reach out to me or Scoriox on Twitter or Discord. We're taking all inquiries. If you want to give us $1,000 in lollipops, we'll advertise your lollipops.
Okay, so Sambu's using a laptop, and Nano's using a notebook or something, or whatever that laptop is. What did he say? The notebook doesn't support it. The game is already running with low FPS, which is wild to me. But so I don't know what this stream is going to look like, or if his computer is going to blow up, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Regardless, you guys, you're here for me. Let's be honest. So we don't care if it's like 240p. We'll go back to 2007 YouTube. You know what I mean? Throw it back old school. Get some really crap quality in video, but we can use our imagination. We have really good commentary, so that's all that matters. I'm sure it'll be fine though. I'm mostly joking. I'm sure the quality of Sambu's game is going to be fine. So yeah, I've been really happy with how this tournament's come out. I feel like we really we're locking in gear. We have a few kinks we still got to iron out, but we're really locking in this Inferno, and I couldn't be happier to be doing this every week. There's nothing I would love to do more than be here with you guys in this community. Honestly, this game and this community has been so amazing, and watching the esports events has been so much fun. And watching you guys going crazy, like typing hype in chat or spamming W when I tell you to, or just making jokes at whatever I or Scoriac say, or even some of the haters every now and then being like, "What is he talking about?" We really do love you guys coming in here, and being active in the chat really helps this experience be even better. So if you're a little bit shy, or you haven't been talking in chat for this or that reason, say hello. We love talking to you guys. We love interacting with chat. We love seeing new faces. We love growing the scene in general. And of course, join the official Illuvium Discord. Get more involved in the community if you haven't already. I'm sure most of the viewers of the Inferno are pretty regular in the Discord already, pretty regular in the community. But if you're not, join the Discord, join in the conversations in the Illuvium Arena chat. There's so much information there if you want to learn the game. I think Illuvium can be kind of a daunting task to learn as a game. It's really built for esports. It's super, super technical. A lot of it's just kind of book knowledge and book smarts. And, there's a lot of things due to it being in beta. There's a lot of information that you really can't get unless you're talking to people within the community about how to play the game. So if you really want to learn the game, join the official Illuvium Discord. There's a channel called Arena, Illuvium Arena Chat. You can ask a bunch of questions. There's always people like Zeptile, S-Judd, Smartass. They might be a little they're interesting characters, but they're good people. And if you ask them questions, they'll give you information on it.
I did not know where you were going with that. I'm like, what is he going to say?
You think I'm not going to sit here and be like they're toxic,
helpful, especially when it comes to
they're
Arena.
very helpful.
And they're always willing to help you out, for sure.
Yeah, if you ask questions, they might make fun of you, but they'll give you the information.
They won't make fun of you.
No, they
won't make fun of people.
I'm joking. But yes, joining the official Illuvium Discord and joining the Arena chat, asking questions, that will help you learn the game a lot. Also, just quick shout out to Viper. Viper has been making incredible content. So if you're new, make sure to check out Viper's YouTube channel.
And Web3 Gaming TV.
All
right, let's go into the grand finals.
Here we go. Nano in with the classic comp. It's been pretty common seeing this exact comp with a Ramfire, just in case Nano preferring having an extra augment placement, or maybe just doesn't value the Ramfire that much. I didn't see what unfortunately did not see what Sambu was playing, But we'll see here in just a second what his deck comp was. W in chat for the grand finals. This is a best of 5 series, so we'll be seeing at least 3 games out of these guys. It looks like Sambu is going for that Invoker with the Steam. So he's got the Dwelleth, and he also has the Slayer buff. He's got Umber and Gyro. So we haven't seen him use that yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out sometime during this series.
Is that the same? Is that a mirror?
No. So Sambu has been running this Steam variant of this Invoker deck.
Oh, so
Nano's
just
Nano's going like, you know, the normal meta with 5 water bulwark, and then he has the shock with the Ophisto.
He does have the Ophisto. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I've been doing that a lot more lately too. We noticed how Sambu just chucked everything on the board and then moved it. I've been doing that a lot lately. It's just a lot easier to process information that way.
Man, he's got a ton of
Taylor says Jimbo's favorite team that gets the $50 will be the Tawny Bang Bang Gang Award. I can make up a graphic for you if you'd like.
Okay, we'll figure it out after this. I don't know how I feel about the Gang Bang Award, but
gang. I
didn't gang. Sorry. I thought you said it out loud.
I almost said I did almost say the wrong thing, but I did not say the wrong thing. It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. I was trying to be professional and then just didn't think of it, but yes. Interesting. The thing about Nano's comp this round 1, it doesn't really matter here.
Cancel the other Grocko.
Actually, it definitely did matter now that I'm thinking about it. Nano has the air gauntlet, so that's going to give his ranger the hyper, because air is good into the water affinity, gives you hyper.
I don't even know how it got hyper. It's so far away from the action.
I mean, there's a pretty big range on hyper, right? He was just up close enough to get the hyper off there, and that's going to give him 25% extra attack speed once it goes hyper. So in that round 1, those minuscule things make a huge difference. But it is just round 1, and it's set up that way because Sambu has the water gauntlet to get steam. So now we have double Invoker, double Steam, 3 water bulwark on the side of Sambu. This isn't a weak board at all. I would actually argue this is probably stronger than the Ophisto, but we'll see.
You're in TSG.
What's happening, guys?
Hey, we're into the grand finals, boy.
Oh, damn. I'm joining just as the grand final. Damn, man, you guys ran through this pretty quickly.
This is game 1 of the grand finals. Yep.
Oh, amazing. I came right at the... So Sambu and Nat, this is two very different names we didn't... Oh, I didn't...
Yeah, so Soda and Storming... No. Who was the other person? Soda and Brian the Brave got knocked out last round in the semis by these 2 players.
Wow. And so Soda knocked out Leomane. Sambu knocked out Storming. Wow, this is fascinating. What happened to Smartass got knocked out early?
Yeah, probably the best Illuvium player right now, if not second to Viper. But I would probably give it to Smartass currently. Seeing him get knocked out with a 2-0, and he also lost another game earlier into the tournament. So
fascinating. Was that on stream?
No. But again, sometimes things like that happen in a single elimination tournament. That doesn't mean that Smartass's ass or Esja's ass or Storming's ass. It just means that's kind of how the tournament goes sometimes.
Yeah, and as we start adding things like banning phases and deck lists and stuff in the future, we've got to get everything else fixed first. That's the hard part is the deck lists. Once we eventually add those sorts of things, it will fix up a lot of this. And not fix is probably the wrong word, but it'll definitely make this a more coherent format for Illuvium as a game. And I'm looking forward to that, but we're not quite there yet.
Turn 3, we see kind of a mirror. Only real difference is Steam versus Shock. His Ranger is hyper already. The Ophisto goes down pretty early. It looks like that addition of the Goliath is just stronger with this Dwelleth. It was able to keep it alive a lot longer, giving Sambu the win this turn compared to last turn.
Interesting. Well, what's been the meta this tournament? Has it been a clear meta, or are we seeing some?
Yeah, there's three
Yeah,
major
Invoker seems-
comps.
yeah.
We've got we've got Mud Colossus, or Mud
Yep,
Toxic
of
at
course.
least. Not we haven't actually seen any like Colossus at all. In
Yep.
the matches we've watched, we've got Mud Colossus Toxic type thing. Then we've got Invoker with like there's like 3 or 4 variations we've seen. One with Umbro, one with Fisto are the 2 key ones. And then the third comp we've got is your Bloom Arcanite, of course.
Right.
With
And
a
then
Bulwark, a 5 Bulwark is typically how they're running it.
Right, and this Invoker thing is just a brand new thing.
Invoker's been around. The nerf to air really helped. And this is also one of the only ways to kind of defeat the bird. So I think that's a part of its resurgence.
Interesting, yo, so
Also, the
Sambu
buff to shock made shock a lot more playable as well. So I think now a Fisto is even better. I think that helps too.
Sambu playing both of the water pistols.
A lot of them
go in
do
both
because
directions.
because the other one gives you the water, and the Invoker, even though you don't get an extra stack on the synergy, every Invoker cast does give a mega power to every other Invoker.
Yep.
So it's still really beneficial to have both the pistol shrimps.
Yeah, so like going from 3 to 4 invokers, it really only gives you what 5% extra. Let me see here. Sorry. Goodness, I can't pull it up.
It's like 4%, I think. I think it goes from 23 to 27.
Yeah. So it goes from for 3 invoker you get 24%. At 4 you get 27. That's kind of negligible when you have a pistol shrimp that's water that's getting its omega off even faster.
Mm.
Here we
Wow.
go.
Oh, yep.
Yep, we do see another mirror match that round. Looks like Nano's just, positioning a little bit better compared to Sambu that round.
The tanks on Nano's side are doing a lot more.
Yeah.
They're dying a lot slower.
He hasn't spread out a little bit better.
Yeah, the targeting's very different.
I also think that with the pistol shrimp on Nano's side now and the Ophisto has a much higher probability of getting that Omega off 2 or 3 times due to it refreshing if it does get a kill. Interesting though. I say this all the time, but I'm glad that we're seeing shifts in the meta.
I'm just excited to see that there's 2 new players in the grand finals. That's so cool. One of them's gold.
We were actually just talking about this earlier. We were looking through the ranks. A lot of the really good players fell out early, and we're seeing a lot of new names. That's
you got an energy. You got an mastery point bug.
Oh no!
Unlucky.
But the bugs, I think semi-fixed now. So even though he has a crap ton of mastery points, it won't let him overplay. I've run into this one, and you'll hit the actual limit, and then you'll try and play something, and it'll just get rid of that one thing.
Oh, it looks like Nano preferring to take energy away from Sambu here. He's got the 3 augments, putting all of them in.
Just very smart play compared to the indomitable play on the Invoker, which can't. Oh, that stun. That's going to be the thing.
Yeah. Also, he does have the Ranger in there. He put the suit on to give him a little bit of more Omega power, and then gives the 70 MP gauntlet. But it just doesn't have the survivability that Nano has with his team comp.
Oof.
Wow, Nano really Nano being a gold 2 player, taking out, is that a diamond 2? I don't even know.
I think so. Diamond 3.
Diamond 3, yeah. I think plat, right? I think it's plat. Yeah, a gold 2 taking out a plat 3 player. That's, man, who would have put money on that one? Damn.
We also don't know who Nano is. That could be someone we actually know, right? I doubt it.
Kieran's ult.
He's got no Illuvitar. It could be a Smurf for all we know. But a Smurf, you wouldn't have the same name on StartGG and Discord and stuff. So no, he's a real player.
Regardless, again, seeing that Vitality Veil really, really heavily favored in these Invoker matchups that we've seen mixed in with the Indomitable. Again, the Vitality Veil giving at 50% health, either gain 100 health regen and 20 energy regen for 5 seconds. Holy! Or gain untargetable for 6 seconds. But generally, they go for health and energy regen.
He really wants to fit it back there, but it's not going back there, man.
Yeah. I think he's trying to draw out that stun. I think he's noticed the same thing as we did last round. But even with the issue is even with the
Whoa! Oh, okay. Thank God.
even with the bulwarks, they're gonna run away. Like they're gonna run towards the front line. So I think it's still gonna be someone in that back line that is gonna get hit by the stun. Looking at it now, it looks like it's gonna be little Alfie.
Yeah, Sin Elf.
I'm not sure if my spatial Sin Elf. Yeah, I'm not sure if my spatial recognition is stunned killed before the stun was even let off.
Great choice to put the Indomitable on him for this round specifically. I think a bit of an outplay by Nano by putting the energy reduction on that previous round and now putting in the Indomitable.
Dual F cast going on the Ranger is gonna give the first game to Nano.
Rough.
Yeah, great plays from Nano though. As I said, putting in that energy reduction that I think it was round 4, while Sambu kind of overlooked that, I think was pretty big, and then that gave him tempo for the next round to put in the Indomitable on the Ophisto so that it doesn't get taken out from the cast from the Sin Elf. Pretty big, really good plays from Nano. Our unknown challenger. I've known of Sambu, but I've never heard of Nano before.
Happen.
Yep. No one on the stream heard any of that because, long story.
We got the gist. He said, good to see some fresh blood, basically.
Essentially.
Now, do we see Sambu switch teams? Does he think he just misplayed with the Steam Invoker? Or does he now think that, no, this Water Invoker and the Bulwarks are too strong into what I had? It'll be interesting to see if he changes, or maybe Nano's like, I'm expecting him to play something else now, so I'll change out. We did see that Bonhe team comp with the 5 air and the Tempest and then the Spore, which was really, really good into Invokers. I'm surprised we're not seeing more of that in today because the Spore just seems so good into Invokers. It wasn't completely unbeatable because we did see it still lose once, and then Bonhe changed out into the more rogue heavy Ramfire with the Scions, which didn't perform nearly as well. I think he really should have stuck to his guns because I think the matchup for that Spore was still better. But again, surprised to see no one come out with another counter to this Water Invoker meta that we really knew was going to happen. I mean, I spoke with Storming, I spoke with Estrad, I think. A lot of people knew about this Water Invoker in the Bulwarks, but only Bonhe was the only person that came in with a counter to it. Again, if you want to win these games, come in with the off-meta counter. You have a much better chance to throw off people that have never played against it before.
Bonhe still lost. I think he played that matchup twice and still lost one of those games.
He lost one of the games, but I think that was a bit of a misplay on positioning and the way he put his... I think he tried to put a Ramfire in at the wrong time. I think
Spore's quite awkward because even though it slows down your opponent's casting because it's drained some energy and has some dodge chance and things like that, the dodge is really one of the bigger parts of it. And your invokers aren't really aiming to cast a whole lot. I mean, to attack a whole lot, right? They're focusing on their casting. And so you're getting a bit less out of Spore that way. And then the other thing is that Vermilion is good, but it is still a little bit squishy. You can't just dodge an Omega, which would have helped. But since you can't dodge an Omega, if they do target it, it is going to die at some stage. So it's good against it, but it's not fully built for it. It's trying to do two things at once, and it does them both exceptionally well, but it's just not enough. I don't know. It's good, but you have to really position, and if your opponent moves their invokers, then you're screwed. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, so Sambu opening up with the classic 3 water, 3 bulwark. He did go for the Revenant legendary, which I'm not sure why he did that. He doesn't have a Revenant.
Yeah,
Nano doesn't have a Revenant.
I'm thinking maybe he just wants to throw it into maybe one match at the end, throw off Nano, put like a Dwelleth beam back there.
Yeah, I just realized having that extra Yeah. I mean, this might be interesting depending on how he does it. We might see him be a little bit more creative here, which could lead to something unexpected. Very, very interesting. So we're going for the classic 3 water or the water bulwark starting.
Yep. Sambu playing it the same exact way. Nano changing up the placement on that round 1. So if we remember in the last game of the series, they were playing the same team comps, opened up the same way, but Nano won because of the way that he got hyper on his ranger, which gives extra attack speed, but also the way that he set it up this time, the way that Sambu's units focused his in just the perfect way where just that Atlas was left, and then you have 3 units on one, and it just is what it is. So generally Nano's favored in that round 1, but Sambu seems to take it this time around just by positioning.
So he's going straight for the duelist on the second round. It looks like a lot of the players are going for like the heavy hitters very early on in the game. I'm not sure how I personally feel about it. If they're just committing to that placement early, yeah, interesting. We saw that last round. We saw that last week with players putting the Umber on round 2.
Oh, he was still moving the dual F when that ended. I hope that's where he wanted it. That's personally where I would kind of consider to put that stuff so that it doesn't take the opposite dual F beam.
Yep. Yeah, I think placing those units round 2 can be pretty risky, but it also depends on the team comp of the enemy team. Like Nano doesn't have any rogues or anything that can just get back there. The only thing that could kill it is if a beam or Ophisto's a mega, or possibly C4.
Nice.
Yep.
I thought
Putting
he
it in the middle
canceled that
there
Omega.
really saves it.
Yeah, I thought that he would have canceled out Ophisto's Omega, but it still did hit.
It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage in round 2. It's going to give Sambu a big push. I'm surprised he's not playing things like Umbre. I thought you'd play that sort of stuff into Invoker for sure. It's a little confusing to me, but I'm just not that good, to be honest. We shall see.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna put Umber or Gyro in, possibly in this matchup, you kind of want to wait till the end so they can't just move shit around.
Well, wait until the end did not work out for Sambu last time.
What do you all
definitely did not. I would have switched it in that last game, but what do I know?
What are your thoughts on putting that Goliath right in the middle? It's going to be taking everyone's attack. It's going to be aggroing everyone's attack. I think moving it more to one side where the Atlas can share some of that damage would be good. But right now it's taking damage from pretty much everyone.
Well, I guess it's this awkward catch-22 where your Goliath in the middle is gaining maximum value from the invulnerable. But you're right, later on, it's taking a lot of damage and it's going to die faster.
Which was the game changer in that last series, right? Like the Sambu's
very nice
frontline was just getting blasted. And Nano was able to outlast him, especially later into the game. But here we go. Sambu's up three turns, which is huge for him, considering last game he was not playing too hot. So
you take Bulwark.
He came back to show.
You take Bulwark if you ask me.
Us why he's a platinum player. He's saying, no, you can beat me once, but not twice.
Yeah, interesting choice here for both of them. They could either go for the extra Bulwark, but I think Vanisher's uplink is probably better here. And of course, Meteoric Onslaught, you have to have that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, probably just going to cancel each other out, move on to the next round. They're probably both okay with that.
Nah, I'd give up Vanquishes and grab the Bulwark, and you can chuck it on like Umbre and give it even more resistances. You can do some serious work. Plus, the other thing is if you put Bulwark on like your dual F, for example, it's not going to take the shocks anymore. It's going to have the same resistances as the rest of your Bulwarks, and it's not going to take the shocks your tanks are. Well, after C4S and the Ranger.
All right, so he's opting in for the Lynx again. I wonder if he's going to switch one of the smaller Bulwarks, like maybe the Caradulo or the Atlas out in the future rounds to throw in the Umber. Because he still will have that steam there.
I think he's actually not even going to play it. I think
Yeah.
he just prefers this setup into the mirror match, and he thinks that he lost the last game in the series just by misplaying.
Mm.
But I could be wrong. Maybe we'll see him throw something in late game, especially he has that Revenant. That's kind of a wild card, kind of
Yeah.
something fun you can just randomly put on, throw off your opponent. Not generally the best move most of the time, but it can catch them off guard. It's a good Hail Mary.
That was
play.
a beautiful Sinalf beam.
Managed to catch, Fisto.
Yeah.
Which is going to give him round 4.
Nano's Goliath stun is still hitting both of the pistol shrimps, to be honest. But I mean, it's not looking like it's going to do much. One more beam and it's game over. Oh!
Yep, close.
Oh!
And Nano wins. Oof.
Yo.
They did waste
Ooh.
one Sinelf cast. One Sinelf dual F beam. They went on the same target at the same time. About halfway into this game, if you watch the replay. Which was really the difference here.
Look at that stun by Goliath. I think, again,
you can see both those beams.
Slowed it down, yeah.
That Sinalf was super clutch there last second too, man. Took out 2 units.
Explosive.
And now he gave Sinalf the Indomitable, so now that won't happen. That Sinalf isn't going to be able to take out that Sambu's this time. We'll see if that comes in and makes a difference, but who knows?
I'm thinking, and he's now opting for the less energy early on.
Yep.
He wants to be the one to really hinder Nano's Invoker comp.
Doesn't use all of them though. Still prioritizing that surviving protocol over putting all of the energy reduction in. But I do think I favor Sambu here with the energy reduction.
Definitely. And I think some survivability on those glass cannons is going to be an important factor as well.
The Indomitable did trigger on a Fisto, but the stun is going to stop it from getting too much value out of it.
Yeah.
And it's just going to waste another beam. Yeah, the beam's only going to hit that, and that's it. That was very, very well. Nano is pulling something out of somewhere.
The Dual F did take out the Sinelf, but this C4 is... It's just too bad the Indomitable Augment is so dumb. But you get the double beam again.
And I mean, he's just tapping them away now. Look, this.
Yep, Nano's got him now. Oh no, his Indomitable hasn't gone off yet.
No, but Indomitable does not.
Overtime goes through Indomitable. I forgot about that.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Yep. No, I disagree. I think that should be changed. I think we should have just let that one play out. Nano should have had that one if we did let it play out. Bit of a shame there on with the overload mechanic.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that either, but maybe
I think it should. I think we should remove. I think we should remove Indomitable entirely, to be honest. So that's where I'm at.
But they're only gonna have one Indomitable in the futures though, so we're not gonna see this meta where there's 3 Indomitables. So going into like where you really have to place your Indomitable intelligently because you only have one of them. Going into the future, I would like to see an Indomitable work that way. Because you're only going to have one. And if you can't use it, then you lost a ton of value, which is, in my opinion, a little unfair.
But then what do? You play your Indomitable and try and keep them alive the entire game, and you pretty much guarantee the overload win.
Sure, but you can't guarantee that the Indomitable doesn't go off until the end of the game.
Yeah, well, yeah. But if you could do pretty well with that, then...
Yeah, but you can play around that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
What is this? You know what?
So he's gonna taunt the Fisto with his Caribou. These are the texts that I was talking about. But if he wins big here, he can take out Nano.
The Piercer on the Sea Forest is really interesting. I don't think I've seen that before, but I like it.
Oh,
yeah.
The Revenant Caribou. I would chuck it on the Sin Elf, not on the Fisto, but
so he gets 40%.
He does. He cancels it.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He canceled.
It still went off.
He canceled the Fisto.
Yeah.
He canceled the Fisto.
The first Omega still went off.
No, I don't think it cast at all. The Fisto. Nah, we'll watch it back. We'll watch it back.
Put money on it.
Saving the Ophisto this time, pretty big. There's gonna be a lot of damage.
Yeah. Man, Nano really coming out.
Yeah, shout out to Nano. It's been a pleasure to see you play and see some new
Hmm.
players.
Look at the back line. Boom.
No, that was
He gets
shock.
up.
Oh, you
Oh,
reckon
was
that
that just
cast it?
shock?
I would assume
I-
that's shock. The
Yeah,
shock
actually,
one's a
you
lot
might be right.
smaller.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right.
But he still had a full
that
bar
back.
when that shock thing, when that big bolt that you're talking about hit.
I might be wrong there.
He still had a full energy bar when that bolt came down though, so that's why what I'm basing it on. But I'm like, why? They have such similar teams. Why is Nano just winning? They're like their setup, their
Placement.
positioning is so similar too. He's just tankier.
I think the 4 Invoker just scales a little bit harder than 3.
I really do think that an Umber
Well,
taking out something like the Atlas for the Umber would make a lot more sense here.
Well, they both have 4 invokers on the board. It's just only one has the full synergy. Oh, you got the bug again.
Oh my god.
What do you mean?
He's got 600 mastery
Nano
points,
has
Jimbo.
4 Invokers.
No, they both
I know,
have.
but you said
They both have 4 Illuvials that are invokers on the board, but only one has the full synergy because one has Sin Elf and Dual Elf.
And the other one,
Yeah.
yeah. And,
Yeah, but I think the thing is that just 4 Invokers scales harder because
oh yeah.
yeah.
100%. Okay, this is not looking bad.
Yeah, I mean, but that Indomitable on Mephisto is rough. Oh, you know what? You know what it is? You're actually absolutely right because Mephisto casts twice,
Oh,
so it gives the invoker twice.
that's man.
Oof.
The Mephisto is just the best invoker because it casts
Rough day for
way.
Sabu.
The Mephisto casts more often than everything else.
And Nano's getting a lot of value from it because he's keeping it up for so long. Just the way that Sambu is placed on the board.
Oh yeah, he's placed it in the prime position to avoid beams. I'm just surprised Umbre hasn't come up.
See, I personally think that he should actually be moving the Goliath to the right side so that it actually targets the Mephisto with the stun.
Yeah, I think Nano's is just better like into each other. I think it's possible Sambu's is better into other comps, but I think Nano's team, it just scales harder with the 4 Invoker.
So he's going for the standard, like 6 seconds invulnerable, but this is it. He's played all of his cards right now.
He's won the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, man, must be tough mentally for Sambu, man. Coming into this match, winning the first 3, thinking he's doing well, has a chance, and then absolutely getting obliterated the last 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Sambu's out of artillery. Like he's placed everything that he has on the board.
Here we go. You're gonna get your wish. Goliath's gonna go onto Mephisto. Or C4S maybe.
I don't know if this is a good move by Nano or a very big mistake. That's a very good Sin-Elf cast. That is also a very decent. Oh, that Indomitable.
Oof.
Man, that shock is just okay. Look, this isn't bad.
The big gauntlet is putting in some pretty good work. The only problem is you can't give it Indomitable.
That Indomitable, that Mephisto Indomitable.
Yeah, it's man. Another thing that we can see here from Nano that he's doing as well is putting in the Techno Leecher. Enemy team loses energy equal to 12% of energy cost. So on top of the energy reduction that he already has, they're getting even less from the other augment, the Techno Leecher. So great plays from Nano. The placement was great. Indomitable use was great. I just think his team comp skill is better. Sambu going for the steam, which it only gives omega power, like, so he's got 2 steam, 20 omega power every 10 seconds, and 4 energy regen for 5 seconds. It's just not worth it compared to the extra invoker, which gives you stacking 27% max energy as omega power every time they omega, and it stacks. Like, it's just a way better route to go, in my opinion. And he's got the shock as well, giving I think it's global damage. Let me check.
Shock, yeah, shock is to the global.
Yeah, 250 energy damage, and reducing energy resistance on top of that. So he's reducing their energy resist, which is good for the invokers, who are going to be doing mostly energy damage, right?
Yo, remind me, grand finals is best of 5, correct?
Yep. So Nano's up 2-0.
Yep.
And Sambu has to respond. It'll be interesting to see how he does it.
Cool.
Oh crap! His stream crashed out.
Oh, yep. So a couple of tech issues that we're gonna fix up right now. By the way, how did the new system go with the auto results reporting and everything like that? Did that run pretty smoothly? How's all of that?
I don't know what you're talking about. Auto reporting?
For like the brackets on StartGG.
Oh yeah, I haven't been a part of that, so I'm not sure. That's a Scoriox question.
Okay.
I think it's been going all right, but I need to ask feedback from the Wildfire teams. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, cool. I mean, it seems like you guys ran through this a lot faster than last week, so...
Yeah, and people had to wait for round timers and stuff too. I don't know exactly how the round timer stuff worked, because it looked like they could play even before the round timer was ready.
Yeah.
I think some of them were just sending stuff in Discord instead when that was happening as well, but...
Right.
But I'll have to get some feedback later. I changed one of the round timers because we were a little bit behind. But then we caught up pretty quick.
Awesome. Yo, I can't believe it, man. So Smartass really got taken out 2-0. That's wild. And what's crazy is the person that he lost to isn't even in the final. He got knocked out by Nano. Nano really, he's definitely like a dark horse. Unknown player is coming in, taking names.
Yeah, Nano, I would love to talk to you after the tournament, by the way.
Yeah.
Regardless of if you win or not. Like,
someone's getting a call on Discord. Yeah, fascinating. So Mindia having a tough time against Brian. Brian still putting up a good fight. Brian losing to Nat. Wow, this is not yet. Who is this guy? Who is this guy and where did he come from? Is the question.
I don't know. He came to whoop some ass, so I'll tell you that.
So Leo, how did the Brazilians go today? So Leo down to Soda. That makes sense. Henega down to Soga. Damn, Soda taking out all the Brazilians.
Yeah, Soda had a really, really good showing, and he also had like some pretty good competition.
Storming lost to Sambu. All right, man. Wow. Zeptile lost to Sambu. Damn. Yo, Sambu and Nano.
Yeah, Sambu really showing up today. I think
yeah, they took out some big names.
A really interesting comment in the chat from S. Judd said he wonders if both of these guys are one tricks, because there's no way that Sambu runs that same team comp, and I would agree. But I don't think he's a one trick. We'll see if he plays the same exact team comp. I wouldn't. Again, I think a lot of these players like play the same thing over and over too often. I think if you lose, you really want to try and find another comp to work. We'll have to see if he pulls out some kind of toxic Colossus that, we haven't really seen any of those. We saw the toxic start with the Ripterus and stage 2 Water Buffalo, but we've not really seen any of the classic Colossus. Yes. And again, I think that's because that scales weaker into the late game, and these invokers are just so strong, they scale higher. And Toxic Colossus has been more of an early game comp. So I think people are just favoring the bulwarks and with the invokers over top of maybe kind of just having a Toxic Colossus front line.
Yeah. Yo, with a game like this, though, I think it's interesting how you say that if you lose, you should switch out. I think it's tough because players might feel like, damn, did they misplay? Other adjustments that they can make, which I think is a fair thing to think. So I don't think switching the teams immediately is always the right decision. And it depends on the player as well. Like we saw it before with Storming and Leo main in one of the previous ones. He lost multiple times, but he had it in him, that chip on the shoulder to say, no, I can do this. And he ended up proving it right. So depending on the player, their mentality, I think we are going to see some people try and stick it out to prove a point, and others just essentially get scared or make a tactical decision where they say, yo, I just know I can't deal with this, or I don't think I can, let me try something different. So you're always going to see that.
Yeah, the other thing is that let's say you bring 3 teams to a tournament. If there really is a rock, paper, scissors that still exists or whatever it might be. Let's say you bring 3 teams to a tournament. There's usually going to be one that you either really like the best or you're the best at playing because you practiced it the most. And sometimes you can be like, I can switch and maybe have an advantage in the matchup, but I just know this team so much better and I'd rather play this because I can play it at a higher level, even if the matchup might be worse. I don't know. You know, like you have the different sorts of things to think about.
All right. So we're having a look. It looks like Nano is playing the same team. Oh, with the Invoker.
Yep. The Invoker up right off the bat. Nano playing the exact same team comp. Sambu, on the other hand, switching it up, taking it back old school, run that Phosphorus Arcanite. He is running the Furiox, so he's got the Fire Synergy over the Scoriox with the Magma, prioritizing the damage from Furiox over the tankiness that can be gained from Scoriox or Magma bonus.
We haven't seen Invoker into Bird yet, so I'm really eager. I think Lolura is one of the best reasons to do it. But I've seen in the chat some people have said that Invoker beats the Bird. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I do think it's close, though. I don't think it's a wash, but I would say it's Invoker favored at the moment, just because, the only way you can beat Phosphorus is like a super big burst damage before you can get taken out, or you tear through the front line.
But I think between the 5 Bulwark and giving the resist augment, the endurance matrix, if you can kill the Bird. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I think it is favored to, since you have the Furiox, you have a ton of damage coming from him. In my opinion, in this specific scenario where you're playing into Invoker, I would almost never personally build Phosphorus Tanky, but I think you definitely could go Endurance Matrix here, or even Nano Sequencer. I actually would prefer Nano Sequencer because you want to save that Phosphorus for the last, to be the last unit alive and to get as much resistance as possible right off the bat.
Well, yeah, you'd be scaling at the same rate as the Invokers, so it makes sense against that specifically for sure. It'd make less sense against Mud, I think, because Mud's quite aggressive.
Sure, I think into Mud, you could even use the augment that gives you energy. So I think it's called, it's a Quantum Reservoir, gain energy, 20 energy on Omega. So now instead of being a 70 cost, it's a 50 cost. You can get it up even faster to cleanse off the Mud, but I don't think Quantum Reservoir is worth using, but it's just a theory that people might use in the future.
No, you don't need it. You can already cast fast enough.
Soda and S-Jud in chat are saying that this is actually a bad matchup for the Bird. So keen to see if Sambu does actually play this right. I think there's going to be very, very little room for error if he does want to take this.
Yeah, S-Jud also said this before, but he said that the Ophisto version is weaker into the Bird than the version Sambu was playing before with the Steam. Yep. The Steam is better into the Bird. And so the Bird, even though it's still probably a weak matchup, they're saying it's maybe a lot better. And maybe he's got a pretty good chance. They're saying it'll be close, but I don't know. I don't know personally.
Another thing to point out here, though, is you see Nano is always putting in his Ophisto round 2. Sambo, usually for Arcanite comps, you put in the Terror Bird round 2. Sometimes you put 5 Bulwark, but he adds in the 5 Bulwark specifically in this case because he gets the extra resist. So they'll have 100 extra physical and energy resist into this Ophisto, prioritizing that over top of putting a Phosphorus.
And he gets the information. He gets the information of where Nano's units are, and he can make a more impactful round 3 with where he drops his big hitters.
So for anyone who doesn't know, 100 in resistances, it's on top of whatever you already had, but 100 in resistances is actually about a 50% reduction. So you're cutting the Ophisto and the Shock in half. Wouldn't it be wild if Shock was pure damage? How cool would that be?
Yo, you say the wildest shit sometimes, man.
Kids say the darnest things.
Okay.
All right, so he's going for the blue. He's going for the bloom. Lelura coming out straight away. I really like the placement of it. I think it should charm and interrupt the Ophisto as well.
Yeah,
I wouldn't play it left
that.
more.
I wouldn't put the bird that close. You know,
I
he was
would
putting
put it
on the
in
line of
yeah.
scrimmage. It has such a high movement speed. Even if you put it in the back, it'll be right up on that Atlas as soon as possible. Chooses to move it over to the side, which is interesting. I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe he just doesn't want the focusing.
Ooh.
Gonna wrap around really nicely, actually.
Yep, makes sense.
I know. Found a gap.
It is hitting the Graco instead of the Goliath, having the
Yeah.
Goliath's granite buff, so not bad.
I mean, it's a pretty good angle to start off, clearing off the bullbacks at the front line. And so something like this, if we did go the is it the nano sequencer that scales up its resistance over time?
Yep.
Yes.
So if we played this out with the nano sequencer, we could see that it would get incredibly tanky, considering it did last to the end of the round. So it's not taking any damage, anything like that. It can scale up very, very nicely.
Yeah, I agree. And in this comp, I would see, especially if your front line is continually staying alive for an extended period of time, definitely go nano sequencer. It'll scale harder than the hyper endurance matrix because, generally Phosphorus is the last character alive in a lot of cases.
Correct. So that plus the bloom, like it's at that stage, it really will become very close to unkillable.
He's running out of time.
Looks like and big shout out to Sambu here. He's been playing a lot better this specific round. It's really impressive to see. Nano deciding to take the granite augment, probably going to put that on one of his bulwarks so they can stay alive longer at the beginning of this round. Doesn't go down as fast. Keep that phosphorus in one place.
Granite. Does granite also give grit and resolve?
I don't
believe so. Double check it though.
Granite, yes, they do actually.
How
so
much?
At 2, it's 15 grit and resolve, and at 3, it's 25 grit and resolve.
So that is a good.
For 5 seconds instead of 4.
Yeah, so you're giving the 3 granite. I don't think you're doing it for the invulnerable. I think you throw it on one of your casters that doesn't have other augments, or you could maybe chuck it on a front line, but you're adding like 50 grit and resolve to your team in general, because you're getting the added buff and then the extra added Illuvial, and which is good.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting play to put on one of your invokers in the back, but the problem with that, from my perspective, and I could be wrong, is that by the time that this phosphorus gets to one of those invokers, all of your front line's dead at that point, and no amount of grit and resolve is going to make your Ophisto a Goliath.
Oh yeah, for sure. Plus, they like getting the Indomitable and the Veil, anyways.
Yeah, that gives you, again, that's another good point. You can be invulnerable. You can put invulnerable on another character and just use granite on another one of your bulwarks, making them even tankier at the beginning.
Yeah, and you get three
good
granite
angle for the phosphorus.
Sure. Boom.
Yep, great showing from Sambu here, switching it up with the phosphorus, and Nano just does not know how to handle it.
Oof. I don't care what they say. I don't think this is a winnable. I don't think you can beat the bird. It's too good. We love the bird.
Yeah, and
the
having that And look at that. The Seafer, sorry, the Fiery Ox in the back isn't touched at all. So I think scaling that up as well with the augments is going to be super, super impactful. You can give it exactly some Indomitable so it doesn't die with the beam, with the Synalph beam, and now it can just tear away, giving it pure damage or something like that would be pretty big.
A good thing to point out here is he doesn't even have the Exalted Survival Protocol. He has the lower cost ones simply because he doesn't care about having it for a really long time. He just wants to be able to live through the initial burst. And here we have
he double stacks it.
Sequencer and the Matrix. He really wants that bird to survive.
Well, that's the interesting thing. He only needs the bird to survive. The opponent has 175 HP and the bird is now at 180. So if the bird is the only thing on the board, he still wins.
So it's kind of like taking zero risk. You have the scaling from the nano, but you also have the hyper endurance matrix giving you that flat 80 physical and energy resist right off the bat. Taking zero chances. You don't want to, playing it safe. Nothing wrong with that at all, especially when you're already winning.
Yeah.
You guys are right. We see that. We see the granite on the Grocco, the front line, but yeah, dies pretty quickly. Again, Fiery Ox just going. It's great. It got stunned before it's Omega, so we can start firing this off. Yep, Indomitable.
This is going to be close. I mean, I think he's got it. I think Nano's winning here.
Now we see it. Oh, that Lelura was around for a long time.
It's going to be very, very close.
Oh,
needs an ult.
Oh, man.
I think
that was if he gets his Omega off, he wins there. I'm pretty sure he wins. But now from here, we have the problem for Sambo is Nano's about to scale, dude. He's got the 4 Invoker in. He's got the 5 Bulwark. Now he can start planting all of his augments to make them even stronger. He's going to have the Indomitable on his front line. He's going to have the Invulnerable on his front line. This is not good for Sambu. He can definitely win, but if he wants to win, he needs to win this turn. They're going to start scaling so hard.
Sambu has one chance to win this turn, or he's gone.
Putting that Siphon Matrix on the Lelura might be a really good play. Jumping into the back line, either taking away some of that energy or the attack speed from the back line might be the play here.
Changing up his mind. It's hard to break the Bulwarks without any damage added to Phosphorus.
Yeah.
And he also doesn't have enough heals without the Siphon Matrix.
So he's giving the resistance. Interesting, man. He's making very, very different decisions than what I would have expected.
He needs to rebond.
Interesting. Ooh. Goes to the stimulator to get exalted. Okay,
is he going to bond?
He hasn't bonded.
The reason that going to bond.
So the reason that he
crap.
Oh shit. He gets okay, so really, really cool. I want to point this out real quick. He uses the omniblank modulator on Phosphorus, which is a very, very niche use case because you can get the Omega power up, and which will increase his damage compared to the fusion igniter. So what this does is he has the attack speed, so he can get through the front line and also get his Omega faster. And his Omega does more damage, so he's hitting the back line and doing even more damage. That is an absolute big brain play. I don't think I've ever even seen someone use an omnigenic modulator and to have the foresight to actually use that to his advantage is huge. Great from Sambu there. I think that was a great play.
Yeah, very, very good change. Very, very good change.
And like the positioning as well, I didn't really notice it. The Nano's clumping it up was benefiting him for a while, but now it gave Sambu the opportunity to put Phosphorus in a position where it had the easiest line of sight ever. like an insane angle. He's hitting everything because the range on that Phosphorus beak is bonkers.
Yo, and this is where we see what happens now with the team selection. So Sambu is down 2-1. Said, I'm not giving up. I'm not letting this go that easily. Putting up a fight. But what happens now is Nano gonna be what some of the chat is saying, being a one-trick pony? Or does he deserve to be here? Does he have that adaptability that we're going to see?
So he got that dog in him.
Yeah, exactly.
Does Nano have that dog in him? Can he dig deep, pull out another team comp that we haven't seen from him yet to counter Sambu? Let's see what he has prepared for us.
Yo, I'm looking at And it's interesting. I don't know many of these names, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but it does seem that Sambu has had a much tougher time getting to the grand finals than Nano. Nano has had to face Hisapio, which is a good player. He's had to. Who else did he go against? Absol Japan, which I don't know who that is, and San Birdie. So a lot of these players are relatively unknown. So it seems like he might have had a slight easier time, and this is the first real challenge that he's had in this bracket. So time to see if he steps up.
I kind of disagree. He did play Brian the Brave, which I think is one of the best players right
Did
now.
he? Oh, he did. I missed that. I apologize.
With a 2-0 as well, which
he
was
went
pretty.
He went 2-1 against
decisive.
Absol as well. Absol's really good.
Is Absol really good? I don't know who that is.
I played against him on ladder quite a bit. He's Japanese, one of the Japanese community.
He's one of the Japanese. Yep.
He's very good.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a great player.
Nano brings out the same team with a slight adjustment of having the Ramfire. I don't think he had that prior.
Nope. I don't know if that helps. I think that actually makes it worse.
Yeah, he's actually. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, there's
Arcanite.
no way. There's no way.
If Sambu is still using his Arcanite team, I wasn't able to see, but that would be.
But that's savage because now you can. You should have taken Visionary Vanguard and faked out the Arcanite. You now get the guaranteed Visionary. It's a shame.
I mean, I would prefer the Arcanite. I'll be real.
No, the Arcanite's better, but it's the one that your opponent has to bet on.
Yep.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't take it, that's a GG. Like I don't see. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I agree with Scoriax. I think that was a great play. But if you go for it and you get it, you instantly win. So there's mind games to it.
Interesting. Let's see how impactful the Ramfire is in this round. Starting off with the standard.
Plays them up front this time, though.
Mm-hmm. Expecting, I think what is he doing?
Well, they're going to be playing the exact same round one no matter what. Nanos is going to be slightly stronger because he has the Air Gauntlet over top of the Nature, which is going to give it his Ranger Hyper. So he's going to be attacking faster, but still super close. Nature's good into water as well from Sambu's side, but not as good as air.
Kind of stresses me out that this Water Bulwark opener is so damn common in the game.
What is happening?
I think it's because of how many Illuvials we have, and the water is gives you really good bonuses. So I think it has more to do with the state of where the game's at right now.
No, I think it's just the only two synergy board you can get turn one with 3 Illuvials.
What?
It's the only one that's possible. Like if we talk about the basic synergies like Water, Fire, and Bulwark and stuff, it's the only one where you can get 2 of them with 3 Illuvials.
You can get Earth Fighter right after that, I think.
Yeah, Earth Fighter you can get.
Air Empath.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying though. The Water Bulwark scale better into the late game.
Well, Bulwark might be the best turn 1 synergy in the game, honestly. That and maybe Fighter.
Yeah. All right. So this is where we start to see some real gameplay. So he's going for a Fire Shield. All right. So what is he actually playing? So he's playing the same Arcanite build. So same Arcanite build against a slight shift in the Invoker build. Invoker with Inferno. Fascinating.
I don't think he's actually running the Ramfire. I think that's just an extra. I think he teams. I think he had a preset team that was very similar that had different augments maybe. But I'm not sure. I don't think he had that Ramfire last time, but I don't. Again,
we've seen this in
comments.
We saw this Invoker with the Ramfire and it did not work last time we saw it.
Yeah, Estrid made that comment. He said Ramfire doesn't do anything here. I would tend to agree. I think the only reason he added it is probably because he had 2 different team comps with different augments, but I could be wrong.
Tell you what though, if you got Invoker chip and threw it on Ramfire, that'd be so funny. That's the goat right there.
Again, Sambu choosing to get those 5 bulwarks into the 3 bulwarks with the Ophisto because Now they have 100 resistance instead of 50. So this Ophisto, this Ranger isn't going to be doing much damage at all to them. They're just going to be able to survive through it.
Easy second round as well.
Great choice to pick that second round. Love to see it. Sambu did have the fire shield there, so he could get the 3 fire synergy on top of it. So they're not only doing having 100 resistance, but those fire units are doing 30% more damage on top of it.
Oh,
now,
it's a great
switches
tech.
out the fire shield specifically there for round 2. Now has the ability to switch into the phosphorus, takes out his nature gauntlet. Now he has 2 bloom, 3 water, 2 fire. Not able to get that yet, but next round he'll be able to put the Furiox in and pull that out. But yeah, the bloom here is just obviously better. 3 bloom on top of it.
Perfect.
For Nano, looks like he might be spreading out his invokers this time, so the Lilura won't be able to just Omega all of them at once in a clump. Smart, I guess.
Yeah, I think that clump was a very bad decision on his part.
So, and it's less about the Lilura, it's more about the the phosphorus being able to. And great play. He was boosting up its Omega power instead of using the fusion igniter, which most people wouldn't do. So
Well, I'm not convinced the Omega power boost is better than the fusion igniter, since it also scales off attack damage. But
he's still somewhat.
No, the Omega power. I did the math. It is objectively better. Omnigenic modulator is going to have your Omega power or your Omega do more damage.
I need to reread the formula. Maybe Omega power calculates after the attack damage is added. That'd be pretty cool. Oh.
Yep. So it's an easy round 3 for Sambu. I wonder if Sambu does take this, what's Nano going to do? Is he going to switch teams, or is he just going to accept defeat? Like, what's the play here? Does he have another team that can counter something like this? Going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think if Nano loses here, you have to think that he switches out. He's not able to beat this Arcanite build. You lose 2 in a row. If you have something in your back pocket, you definitely pull it out for this next game. You don't want to be down 2 and use the same thing that you've lost twice with. But if he is a one trick, like they're saying in chat, maybe it is just best to run this because it's the best thing that you have. In that scenario, it makes sense. But
I love that we're running with this narrative, by the way, of the one trick.
hey, he might not be either. Like, it's definitely possible he's not. But if he's not, he should definitely change teams if he loses this.
Even if you're really good with one team, you might be really good at playing it into 4 or 5 different specific matchups, and you might have a gap in your knowledge, and this might just be it. And then after these few games, you'll practice it a bit more, and now he'll be able to beat the bird in the future. You know, like, there's nothing wrong with being able to master one team.
No, completely agree. But if you're going to win a best of 5 or best of 3 series where both players are equal in skill, you have to be able to play more than one comp.
For sure.
All right. So he's going to go with the immutable on Lilura.
Cypher Matrix, surely.
In the game. For that, he didn't opt for that previously. So I don't think we're going to see that this time around either.
The beauty with something like Lilura is you can, if you stack it with augments, Lilura is pretty hard to take out. We all know that. If you stack it with augments, you're going to do a whole lot more damage to your opponent at the end of the round because Lilura is probably going to be standing.
Is that the Ranger at the back, Alfie on the that's a very, very good Alfie placement.
Sinalf.
Sinalf placement.
I got you.
It's now clumped away from everyone. It's going to potentially drag this phosphorus away for a couple of seconds. That's a very, very good placement.
The bird does not have an angle anymore, but look at this Lilura. Oh my god.
Yeah, Lilura is definitely putting in the work. That Indomitable there. Oh, yeah, brilliant charm. So, phosphorus is going to go over to the Sinalf. Big ulti from Cephorus, but it's just not enough. And this is phosphorus without another charm. Phosphorus without any augments. I think once phosphorus is scaled up, Nano is going to be having a very, very hard time.
Still got the Ramfire in his team.
Yeah, but going into an Arcanite team, like they're just gonna tank through it. I don't think that's worth.
Sorry, say that one more time, Jimbo. What did you say?
Going into it, the Arcanite team with 5 Bulwark and just being able to heal back up with Bloom, I just don't think it's worth.
Yeah. So he's going for very, very tanky Lallura and going for the hyper aggressive Phosphorus again.
Yeah, going for the attack speed and Omega power on Phosphorus again, I don't think it's as good this time because they're not clumped up. I think in this specific scenario, for me personally, I would rather just put a Fusion Igniter or Photon Ripper if you think you need it to get through the tanks.
I don't think he has Fusion Igniter.
The Photon Ripper, I think the Photon Ripper here on a Phosphorus would be very good. The attack speed plus the pure damage, I think would be very, very powerful just to start ripping through everyone as quickly as possible.
Yeah, well, the Bulwarks are the only problem he's got. So he's got 5 Bulwarks, so pure damage is the path. Just added a Siphon Matrix to the links. That is going to cause a whole lot of issues.
It's very, very good that he's left one organ slot free because that's an easy cleanse right there.
Oh, yeah.
Indomitable is a tough one. That is a big stun from Nano. Oh, Nano might be taking this one. Allure is having a great time back there. Dan. Oh,
he always does.
They are out of charmed range.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the attack speed onto Phosphorus. You really kind of want to put, if it were me, I would have went like same thing he did last time. Put the hyper endurance matrix so that he can be tanky right off the bat, just because he is getting kind of hit. See, he hyper endurance matrix and then have nano sequencer later on. I definitely do not like the pure attack speed on Phosphorus. I think if you're going to add pure attack speed, you might as well put it on Theriax.
So he's going the hyper aggressiveness on Phosphorus now.
Yeah, but again, front line, it's going to start getting attacked, right? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Sam, I think it's the pressure's getting to Samu, man.
Imagine if that Phosphorus had healing though, and the Firiox had healing. That would have looked very differently. Yeah, I think giving them Vamp would be really helpful. But I'm still surprised he didn't do double Siphon Matrix. On the Lallura, you know, like how much attack speed how much energy gain you can drop by dropping the attack speed of those 2 invokers.
Yeah, and the survivability protocol, I'm not sure why that's on the Lallura. Like, he's not getting that low. He's not getting any value out of it. You might as well put that on one of the units that are getting beamed, or just add more energy reduction to your team so that Nano can't cast as often.
Or set the game up in a way that Lallura is the one getting beamed.
Yep. The Phosphorus is in a really good spot to ult that Ophisto, but not in a good spot to not tank the Sinalf. Well, I'll be real.
Yeah.
You'll be real? Oh... It goes down.
Tough, man. Sambu looks to be throwing the match.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough... Oh, no.
Oh, no. I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, but he does kill a lot of the big, expensive units, so he won't be taking as much damage, thankfully.
Yep. Caribou, I'm hoping Caribou doesn't actually taunt right here.
And he'll be able to get this... Wait, it goes on him even if he's underground?
Yeah,
what?
It does.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is not how physics work.
I mean, this is why we're in the Illuvium universe, because physics can be bent. We can change it to our will.
Don't leak the lore. I wrote so many notes on how to play Toxic Colossus and we didn't even see it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you gotta be quick on your feet, man. Adapt quickly. Yeah, this positioning on Sambu is just, I agree with that shot. It's very weird. It just is. I don't know what else to say about it.
Also, not having Photon Ripper on anything to tear through that Nano's front line just seems weird to me, because you don't have the pure damage tearing through the tanks. Also, frontlining Phosphorus is a little bit weird for me.
Oh, 100%.
Let's see.
What is he doing?
Why does he have that bulwark there if it just walks up? I'm a little confused on that.
I don't. even the Ripper on Firiox would be great, right? No one is touching Firiox, so let him go, let him at it.
Well,
Let him
the
at it.
Sin-Elf is beaming it.
Oh no.
Yeah, but he does have the Indomitable, so he'll probably survive that first beam. What is
Oof.
he doing?
Isn't able to get all of his augments.
He
Chokes a
didn't
little bit.
bond. Oh no.
Oh no, this is gonna hurt. I think he might live here, but this is definitely gonna hurt Sambu a lot. A little bit of a choke here in the grand finals. I mean, it comes down to it. It is what it
pressure.
is. The pressure gets to people. The Illuvium Inferno, the most coveted tournament in Illuvium esports right now. You know, some people just can't handle the heat. They have to get out of the kitchen.
Yo, this is a tough one, to say the least.
I think that's game.
I think he survives just by yeah, it might be game. You might be right. That is a lot of augments on the board.
And that is game.
3-1.
Illuvium
Yo,
Inferno 4 has a new champion in Nano.
Nano
you hate
91.
to see it. You hate to see it, man. Not bonding, not getting your augments out in the last
Yep.
round. But I mean, you got to be quick. You got to know what you're trying to do. This was, unfortunate, but well played to Nano.
Again, yeah, he goes from having 3 Arcanite, 3 Bloom to having 2 Arcanite, 2 Bloom. It's a huge difference. You're getting 60 less OP after 35 seconds through the combination for Arcanite and Bloom with your Phosphorus. Definitely not good. You really need that. Plus, I'm not sure I favor his positioning. Even if he were to get everything out and bond, I think he kind of still would have lost that round, to be honest. I think that first game he set up really well, and the changes from Nano not clumping up everything so that the Omega from the Phosphorus couldn't kill all of them. Great positioning from him, but I still think if he would have built tank on that Phosphorus, gone the Nano Sequencer plus Hyper Endurance Matrix, I think he could have probably outlived a lot of those stuns. Has huge resist. The Bloom would have been healing him. He had the 3 Bloom, have super amounts of resist, but it is what it is. Right. I will say, shout out to Sambu. I think I really like the play where you're valuing that omnigenic modulator over the fusion igniter just because of how the meta is with a ton of invokers. I think that was a great play, but unfortunate that you just couldn't bring it home. But great play. Yeah, he choked a little bit. He choked a little bit, but great plays from him. I mean, he took out what? Didn't he take out Smartass?
Yeah, I was gonna say we need to say like he did really. Did Sambu take out Smartass? No, that was Sandberry.
No.
But no, Sambu had a killer run still though.
Yeah.
So he took out Soda, he took out Storming, took out Zod, took out Zeptile. Like he did take out a couple of big players in that run to get to grand final. So yeah, well respected. We're just obviously having a bit of fun and tongue in cheek here about the choke at the end. But
I mean, he did choke, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, he did choke, but I don't think he played bad overall. He did a really good job, and thank you for signing up for the tournament, you as well, Nano, and everybody else who participated. I thought whether you did choke when at the most important part, but you played really well. You had some really tough competition as well. So shout out to both of you guys. You guys played really well.
Cool.
Such a good game. So yeah, that's another one in the books. And again, a big thank you to everyone. A big thanks to Kyle for helping commentate the first few games. A big thanks to the community for jumping on stream, helping us out and helping us run the tournament as smoothly as we could. And a big thanks to the Wildfire admins for helping organize the tournament overall, especially Ricky. He really came through a lot in that first hour or so. So a big thanks to everyone. A big thanks to Bang Energy, and thanks to TSG for helping us commentate the grand final. Thanks to A Bottle of Water. And thank you to everyone. And thank you to Illuvium for donating the prize pool to us today. We will be talking more about how they are sponsoring future tournaments later on. So there's a lot to come. With Christmas and everything being on, our current plan is to release the schedule for the next tournament and registration, everything on the Monday night. But the Monday night for me is Christmas, so it will be a little bit scattered this week again. We're hopefully going to have another tournament on Saturday, but again, with Christmas and the holidays and everything, It's going to be scattered. Just keep an eye on everyone's Twitter. Keep an eye on the Discord announcements in Wildfire. I always post there as well. And yeah, we're excited for Illuvium Inferno 5. And yeah, thanks to everyone.
Peace.